Okay, we are back. We're back this time with more Ace Attorney Investigations collection for the week, where we had we finished the game. The first game, we saw the breakdown, we saw the epilogue, we saw the credits, we did our review. And now it is time to begin on the second of the two games. This time being Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. So, as it was with all the other titles, I will be doing all the press statements, fully voice acted. I don't think there's any bad endings that we have to do in this case, so we won't do the bad endings if there's none that we have to do. Or if there are bad endings, there might only be like so many of them. I haven't got it listed in my thing. Obviously, all the trophies, which by the end of this should get us the platinum. Obviously, we'll do a review and stuff at the end for the second game. I don't think there's anything else that I really have to talk about, because this is just, it's the sequel. It's the sequel game, we haven't played it yet, so yeah, that's where we're gonna start. That's where we're gonna start with the sequel of this game. So expect that to be probably throughout the rest of this week. For the most part, it's really gonna depend. There are a couple of things I need to check beforehand. So yeah, this week's going to be a little bit weird. From what I can tell, there should only be one conference this week, being the Gamescom Opening Night Live. It starts at 5 AM my time, usually goes for a few hours. I'm still undecided about whether I'll do it that day or whether I'll do it the next day. If it's finished by the time that I get up and I'm ready for streaming, I will probably stream it that day. If it's still going by the time that I'm ready to stream, I'll probably just play this, and then we'll come back tomorrow and do it, so yeah. Tomorrow is either going to be Gamescom if it's finished, or this, and then Thursday will be either this or the delayed Gamescom reaction, because I don't think there's anything else that's scheduled right now. There's apparently going to be a Nintendo Direct this week, or this month, I think, for Kirby Air Riders. I mean, I might watch that if it's a part of the reaction video stuff that I can do, because usually I don't react to the Nintendo Directs, but if it's happening in the week that Gamescom's happening, or it's available on that same day, I'll probably just tack that onto the end of the review, the reaction video, because it'll be a short, like, 20 minutes or whatever it is. For that, obviously, yeah, that's probably how things are going to go with that game, so Friday should be... Yeah, Friday should be this game. Saturday is not going to be Persona 5 Strikers. Allison's going to be out, so I probably won't stream that day. Sunday we may do Strikers, although I might not. It just depends on time. Monday will be Rivals, and then we'll be back to this, which I think we can finish this game by sometime next week, considering we had, like, what, 9 streams of this, and depending on, there's still 5 cases, there's still other things to do. It really just depends. The only issue that I have is, across this next 2 weeks, is there might be less time for me to stream. We'll just wait and see what happens there. So, I don't think there's anything else left that I really need to think about at the moment. I think everything's all ready to go. Again, full guide playthrough, all the press statements, fully voiced, all the trophies. That's the plan. The plan is to get all the rest of the trophies for our next platinum, so, and then start getting into whatever else we have planned going forward for that. So yeah, let's boot up the first game, I guess. I don't think there's anything else left that I need to really discuss. No, until I get to the thing. So let's just get into the game, right? Let's just start. All right, let's go. I think I have to go title selection. Yeah. So again, Ace Attorney Investigations to Prosecutor's Gambit. There is an episode select. I will not be doing that. I will just do a new game. Actually, do I need to... What happens with this? If I load into this, it's going to load into the game. I don't think that's going to work. Because the issue is that I have a trophy that unlocks based on me getting something from the previous one, so... I can't push continue, because that would be... Yeah, so I have to go title selection, I think. Let's just go ahead and do this. Turnabout Trigger. Episode 1. Let's just begin here. There is a trophy where I have to get a couple of conversations related to ladder and step ladder. But there was one in the first one in the first game, so I'm gonna have to probably save over the main save that I have. It should be fine. Oh, we're actually getting, Here he comes! The presidential plane descends it's making its final approach and lands right on Gourd Lake. We're actually getting animated, cutscenes this time. Didn't get any of those in the previous one. Just listen to that crowd. Welcome, Shankfar. Welcome, Mr. President. And we know Shankfar from the first game. And now, sir, your audience awaits. You know Shankfar from the first game. Honored friends and allies, I am here to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dog my beloved nation are no more, thanks to the Prosecutor's Office of your great country. Oh. Uh-oh. You have our most heartfelt gratitude. However, friend, do not forget, the battle against evil rages on. Here today I make this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of... I wish you wouldn't... Call the Prosecutor's Office. Get Miles Edgeworth here right away. If anyone can solve this, he can. Presidential assassination? Question mark. There he is. There he is. March 25th, 2:46 p.m. Gourd Lake, Spectator Area. I was about to say Spectator Arena. It's like, that doesn't sound... Spectator Arena sounds like the crowd are gonna start brawling. Alright, let's go. You're supposed to be halfway around the world already. I think this gumshoe. After all, it's not every day an attempt is made on the life of a nation's president. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor. Came as soon as I got the call. The moment the phone rang, I knew it was serious. Sir Edgeworth? Oh, there he is. Thank goodness you're here, sir. This is Dick Gumshoe, detective at the local precinct. He's the one usually assigned to my cases. How is the president, detective? I still don't know, Mr. Edgeworth. The medics just boarded the plane a few minutes ago. I see. Hope he's alright. And I suppose you'd better show me the scene of the crime instead. Right away, sir. Oh, we can actually now... We can now actually, Hey, I said, hey! Yeah, you Ruffles. I can actually check my stuff now. Proof of my profession, however, I keep it in my pocket. Oh, this is still spinning. Each prosecutor's badge is engraved with the number of its owner on its back. Numbers, as if we're not human on the inside like everyone else. Indeed. This badge's design is said to reflect the relentlessness and discipline of law enforcement. It comes from the authority vested in us as strict prosecutors of the law. And executors of sentences much like harsh winter frosts and blazing summer days. It's where it is to identify oneself as a prosecutor, but I have no interest in doing so. Welcome in, movie critic. You're doing well today. Thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. We just started. We've just started, and the game has begun with a presidential assassination. The president of the country that we helped save at the end of the previous game with turmoil was delivering a speech to thank our country for saving them, only for someone to pull out a gun and shoot him. We don't know who did it, we don't know what's happened, we don't know why. We are just at the beginning. Turnabout Trigger is the name of the case. Oh, it's a Gen V reference? Yeah. I haven't watched Gen V, so I haven't seen it yet. I will have to get around to watching them all at some point. This is from a local precinct who's always first on the scene of anything. I'm noticing now, for some reason, the text looks smaller than it did in the previous game, so maybe they've made it more thing, I guess. I have no idea. Maybe when Season 5 is out, so you don't have to wait. I mean, yeah, I could consider it. I've watched people review it. I've listened to people review the show and stuff, and it's always been super, like, positive reviews, I guess. Because that's where I remember first hearing that there were people complaining about the show being, there were people complaining that The Boys is a woke show, or something like this, and it's like, it's anti-woke, and it also doesn't have an agenda, because it targets everybody. It targets anything and everything. It doesn't take any side, it targets everything. So how can it be woke or anti-woke? It's none of those things. It's like, it has no audience that it really, like, it will make fun of everything. Because it doesn't take a side, necessarily. Yeah, I remember you saying it was your favorite TV show. Oh, who was this? What's that? You're the prosecutor in charge of this here case, ain't you? Give me your first impressions? Anything strike you as odd? No comment. Detective Gumshoe, with me. Come on now, Mr. Prosecutor, don't be like that. Mr. Ridgeworth, wait for me. Boys is a parody and it's aware, that's why it's like, yeah, exactly. It's a parody and also just, it reflects on real world stuff and doesn't hold back on either side. It basically just, it will target everyone. Actually, I wanted to check something real quick. I don't know if you've actually told me this yet, but I think, is this the right thing? Let me check this for a second. This episode, I'm trying to remember which episode it was. I'm trying to remember what episode it was. Oh, it was that season. I was gonna try and guess what your favorite episode of the show was, but I don't think it was the... When I just looked it up, it's like, that episode happened in Ranking So Far Season 3, Season 1, Gen V Season 1, Season 4, Season 2. For some reason I was thinking that your favorite episode would have been the one where, I thought it was a Season 2 episode. I'm not actually sure what your favorite episode of that show is. Actually, let me check the thing real quick. Check the trophies for a second. That's all fine. Trophies should be synced up. Thank you for the light, Cupid. Hope you're having a good stream. Just getting started, actually. Now I have to know what your favorite episode of The Boys is, movie critic. I don't know what is. At first I was thinking it was an episode from Season 2, but then you just said that Season 2 was your least favorite, so it's not that one. It's not the one that I was thinking. Oh, Herogasm is your favorite episode. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't actually expecting that one. Okay. That one actually makes sense. That Herogasm's... That's a popular episode. And it's a popular part of the comics as well. I was thinking that your favorite episode was in Season 2. It would have been the episode where... Homelander, Butcher, and Black Noir fight. I think it was Season 2, Episode 5. The Soup Butcher fight against Homelander. Ah, I see, yeah. Now, Detective, I need the facts of the case in as much detail as you can give me.
Who's that Pokemon?
Yeah, I haven't read the entirety of the Boys comics. I've only read partial parts of it, but Herogasm is like in the comics. Herogasm was like its own separate it was its own separate thing. Kind of, well, it was like its own separate kind of event. It was still a part of the Boys. Like when the comics come out, it was like. Herogasm fighters, Soup Butcher, Huey, and Soldier. Oh, that was the one that I was thinking of. I think I got that confused. There was a fight that happened with Homelander, Black Noir, and Butcher. That was the fight I was trying to think of. I was trying to remember if there was a fight that happened where it was Soldier Boy, Butcher, and Homelander. And I guess that was the one that was the one that happened. So it must have been that episode. It must have been that one instead. That was Herogasm. I thought that was in a different episode. Well, the scene was right here at Gold Lake, as you already know. A bunch of people will gather to welcome the president of Shangfa. Because Herogasm is a... In the comics, it gets its own, like, story. Like, usually when they come out, the Boys comics come out, it's like, every arc is like, oh, it's the Boys 1 to the Boys 9. Herogasm got its own, like, 9 comic, like, run in between the show. So it's still considered the Boys, but it's like, I think it's just called Herogasm, like, so, you know, numbered this from this, from what I remember. Just like how Gen V doesn't exist. Gen V exists in the comics, but it's only like told in like a few of them. It's like its own. So the fact that they've expanded Gen V to be its own thing is a good choice. Yuzhong Wang. Yes, I read about his visit. It's been all over the news for days now. Special report about President Di Zhongwang. Yeah, there's definitely been something that's changed here. The writing is smaller, or I think the area is larger, which then means that the writing isn't as thing. I noticed that there's a change there. I'm also thinking that something's going to happen in Gen V Season 2 because obviously if The Boys is finishing, they can't do another Gen V season because that wouldn't make any sense, I don't think. So something's going to have to happen in Gen V Season 2 that's going to have to kick off Season 5. Like, something's gonna absolutely have to happen because, if The Boys Season 5 is the finale of the show, you can't have the side show go past that unless there's something that they can do to explain it later. What did he do just before he landed? Luckily it let up, and he went on stage as planned. Then smack dab in the middle of his speech, gun goes off and everyone runs to cover, terrified for their lives. Apparently. Apparently? Truth is, I only just shot at myself. Don't know a whole lot more than you do, sir. You think it was Herogasm that had a separate run? How many comics did... The best season 2 episode is probably the final one. Yeah, I was thinking episode 5 of season 2 was going to be your favorite. Because that had the Black Noir Butcher fight with Homelander there. But yeah, I get that. I think it was Herogasm that had its own separate run. I'm pretty certain that it did. Yeah, like Herogasm itself was a like a side, it was originally a spin-off. I guess that's also your favorite episode because that's the introduction to. In the comics, they actually introduced Soldier Boy in that, I believe, as well. That was his first introduction. It was fine. That fight didn't include. Oh, it was just Butcher and Noir. Ah, I see. I thought it was I thought it was like a fight between all three of them. Someone on short notice as well. Sure was, right in the middle of my day off. Yeah, because I remember someone's... Oh, the first time that it fights in here is Herogasm, yeah. I remember someone reviewing the Herogasm episode and talking about it and saying that it's like a... There's a lot that goes on in that episode. Like, there's just a lot that happens. Because I'm speculating how they're gonna finish season 5. Because obviously, like, stuff might change from the comics because, you know, it's happened before. Sometimes they don't do everything exactly the same in the way in the comics. It's not an example like Game of Thrones, where the last 2 seasons of Game of Thrones were... There was nothing that was written or explained for it. The boss himself caused you to the scene. Never a dull moment on, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah. Because some people get grossed out by the show, but, I mean, I think there's a good balance between, like, gross out moments and, like... Because to me, like, I don't think people are necessarily complaining about the violence on the show. I think it's more like the other stuff that they don't like. But I think that's kind of also just what makes it different, is like, you're not expecting it from a superhero show, and they're not even meant to be superheroes. Soldier Boy is meant to be a major part of season 5. Then you have Void Rising. I saw the costumes. They look really good. I like the costumes. The costumes look really good. First chance you got, you yelled at the top of his lungs. Get me Edgeworth right away, he's the only man for the job. Something like that. Is Jensen Ackles playing him in Void Rising, or are they getting somebody else to do it? Because, I mean, it's supposed to be a prequel, right? He was a scene stealer the entire season. Okay, so he is coming back. Let's see. Record the perimeter of the park as soon as it happened. You'll be happy to know. So we'll be assassin still here somewhere. Good. Now, because I'm curious as to how they're going to deal with Homelander. Because if in the story he's supposed to be... If the storyline is supposed to be that anything that they throw at him basically can't kill him, like a nuke couldn't kill Homelander or whatever it is, then I'm wondering what can. Like, something like supernatural has to kill, you know, something supernatural, like, not a weapon, but like, something with powers would have to, I would think. That's probably the only way that it makes any sense. Love Jensen Ackles as Soldier Boy, but Carl Urban is, yeah, I mean, he is the main character. All you gotta do is find him in the middle of that crowd before they strike again. I feel like Huey is also a fan favorite. I guess Huey's meant to be there as like the more normal, like, person in the team, kind of. The more relatable character. I think he's supposed to be the more relatable character. Huey is supposed to be the more relatable character for the show, because a lot of the characters in the show are either just straight up evil or do a lot of questionable things, I guess. Right, we don't know what else our culprit might be planning. These people are in danger. Yeah, there's no boys without the butcher. Don't even have a moment to lose. Let's begin with the basics. You're not the biggest Huey fan? Yeah. I can understand that, because I guess it's probably because he's the more down-to-earth, like, normal person, but amongst a bunch of characters that are just straight-up psychopaths or doing all these crazy things, it's like, I guess he's supposed to just be there for the relatable... I mean, it's kind of like Starlight. I know that you don't like Starlight either, but she's supposed to just be there to be the... Oh, I'm the actual good person in a group full of bad people, but that's what the show's meant to be. It's supposed to be about, like, the... Mother's milk, yeah. Search every inch of the crime scene for clues, man, how significant they may seem. President was shot at, which means a gun was involved. That's our first clue. Security was tight for President Wang's speech, but he was still shot at somehow. Alright, duly noted. Dr. Gumshoe? How exactly was the security detail surrounding the President's speech organized? Well, sir, our officers were mainly focused on securing the perimeter of the park. The President's people took charge of the rest. That actor played in Jason Statham's Wrath of Man. I've seen Wrath of Man only the one time, I think, and I really like that movie. Again, I like action scenes, and I like action movies. And I like heist movies, so it's like, you're gonna throw Jason Statham into a heist movie? I'll watch it. Heist movie with Jason Statham action scenes and cool moments. I'll watch that. You've rewatched it so many times. I think I may have only seen it one time. Maybe twice. So those guys over there, maybe we should ask them a few questions. I mean, I think I remember you saying it was your favorite Statham movie. Want to talk to them, mean to walk over and press X. Yep, sure. Walk up to the bodyguards and press X. Okay, so this is just a tutorial. Yes, okay. Okay, they want me to actually specifically, like... They actually just want me to just talk to the bodyguards. Fine, fine. This is the tutorial, so just follow along with what they're saying. I'm not sure what my most rewatched one would be. What have I seen them? What's the movie that I've seen Jason Statham in the most? I've seen Hobbs and Shaw a few times. It's probably that, actually. It's probably Hobbs and Shaw. I think. Not that it's a bad movie, like it's a fantastic movie. Dijon Wang, age 58, the current president of Shanghai. An attempt was made on his life as he gave a speech at an event in his honor. Yeah, about that. That was what was disappointing about the later two, Fast and the Furious movies is, Hobbs and Shaw is great, but nowhere near Turf Man. I mean, I can understand that. I probably was invested more in Hobbs and Shaw, but I've only seen Wrath of Man one time to really give an accurate opinion on it. I can completely understand. I like The Beekeeper as well. Again, there's been a lot of good Statham movies. It's not... But I've only seen them like one time. The score in that movie was so good, yeah. I think they called Wrath of Man something else. Was it called something else? I'm trying to think if they... here they called it Wrath of Man, but they... I think it was called something else in other countries. I think it was called... Oh, they called it Cash Truck. Oh, it's based off of a movie called Cash Truck, so that might explain why. Yeah. Yeah, I remember watching this movie, like, yeah, like, really liking it. Yeah, and for us it was called, Wrath of Man. One of the president's bodyguards, correct? Could you tell me how his security details were arranged during his speech? Well, senior operatives were attached to the president. The rest secured the stage. This isn't our first rodeo. Death Race is up there, Crank, so many good Statham movies. Yeah, Death Race is good, Beekeeper, you know, pretty much all the Fast and the Furious movies that he's been in, like outside of Fast 9, which he was in there just for a cameo. But, I personally like the Transporter, Mechanic 1 and 2, I liked both of those movies. Probably liked... I think I liked Mechanic 2 more than Mechanic 1. Death Race is great. Yeah, I haven't seen Wildcard or Working Man. I will probably watch a Working Man at some point. Prison security is tightly orchestrated for the duration of his speech. Okay, I'll probably watch it at some point or another. Let's investigate further. We should speak with the other witnesses and continue to look over the crime scene. Can't afford to leave any stone unturned. So that's how y'all gonna go about it, huh? Sure is something's in the pros at work. Mechanic 2 had more fun fights, like the submarine cave fight and the fun of both. Yeah, those were both very good. And also the way that he escaped. The prison escape sequence was good. When he broke into the third guy's area, like, and got into the safe room, that was also really good. I like that sequence. And they even went to Australia in that movie. They even went to Australia in that movie for the second target. The second target was killed in Australia. This one seems persistent, but I can't afford to get distracted. Hey, Ruffles, asked you a question, dang it. What happens next? Well, we put all the information together and try to find connections, right, sir? Detective? Don't be so hard on the poor guy. What connections, you say? And what next? Well, I guess you'd say we connect the dots, connect one piece of information to another. See, the Mechanic 1 was a remake of the original Mechanic, which I've watched both the original Mechanic and the Statham one. I prefer the Statham Mechanic over the original. To be honest with that. Meg 2. Oh, that's right, Meg 2 as well. Yeah, Meg 2 was, I liked both Meg movies, but yeah, Meg 2 was definitely the better of the two. Meg 2 was definitely the better movie. But both were still good. Mr. Woodrow's forte is a logic master. Fewer information I have with L1, then connect them with triangle. Should try it now, just a quick press of L1 and we'll be off down the path. Okay, so I have to pretty much just do this. Do it because the game tells me to. And then obviously the Expendables movies, again, I know that I am down on the fourth one. If I take away Statham as a performer in that movie, like, he's good in... He's good in the fourth Expendables, but you know, I think my favorite Expendables performance from him is the second one. I like the second movie. The second Expendables movie is my favorite one of those. And he also gets a really fun scene in the church. And the hangar fight as well. Despite the president's tight security, the perpetrators still managed to carry out their attack. Completely undetected by a contingent of highly trained bodyguards, no less. Homing feet. This would have taken some serious planning. It's been so long since you've watched all the movies. I've watched them countless times. Like, actually, that could also even be... I've watched them countless times, though. They're all just... They're just fun action movies to me. Like, I'm not expecting them to be an Academy Award-winning performance. I think people are way too harsh on them. Like, no one can tell me that they don't at least enjoy them. Like, I get it. People don't like Sylvester Stallone as an actor, but it's like... He makes fun action movies, and that's what all of those are to me. You've watched all those movies once except 4. I've watched all of them multiple times except for 4, which I've only watched once. And I probably don't want to go back and watch the 4th movie again, because it's like, I had a bad time with 4. There were parts that were good with 4, but stuff that I just did not like. Sylvester Stallone not being on screen enough, the villain being pretty bad, or non-existent it felt like, I think Donnie Yen and, what was the other guy's name? Their scenes were good, it felt like that there wasn't enough, like trying to use Megan Fox to replace Sylvester Stallone, that was not a good choice. Most of the characters just didn't feel like they would... You know, they didn't bring a lot of the characters back. So it felt like Temu Expendables, in some ways. Now, I know why there were problems, because Stallone and the director had a falling out from, like, years ago. There was a lot of rush to have... Like, I remember when that movie was first getting planned, that they were gonna originally... They wanted The Rock to originally be the villain, and he was like, I want to get paid $150 million, which would have been more than the entire budget combined. Like, it would have been more than the entire budget, and it's like, yeah, that was during the greedy Rock money days, where he would just overly, like, inflate himself in terms of wanting to be in every movie and stuff. I mean, Megan Fox is great to look at. Like, I'll say that. And she has had some... I will give Megan Fox credit, like... Even though I don't like her in action movies, she's usually very good in horror movies. I think it was called Subservience. She was in Jennifer's Body, I think it was called. There's a few movies that Megan Fox has been in where she's actually been really good as a... in like a horror kind of thriller, mystery kind of movies. Yeah, the Black Adam Rock phase, that's basically what I was talking about. That's what happened with The Rock during that point. He wanted to... How much did I'm pretty sure that was what it was. Expendables 4 cost, like... I can't remember how much it cost. Expendables 4 cost $100 million to make it. I'm pretty certain he wanted like $150 million. And it's like, look at what the original ideas they were going to do. They wanted to originally have Jack Nicholson as the villain. They wanted to originally have Hulk Hogan was originally in talk. Hulk Hogan was originally going to be the villain in that movie. I could not imagine that working. I remember Jean-Claude Van Damme wanted to come back at one point to play the brother of the character that he played in Expendables 2. Yeah. It's almost the cost of money that June had. Yeah, but these movies were never gonna make, like, the amount of money that June was. Again, people don't like, again, look at the, like, Expendables 4, this, Golden Raspberry Awards, it was nominated for Worst Picture, Worst Director, Sylvester Stallone won Worst Supporting Actor. Okay. Oh, what The Rock asked for? Yeah, it was more than what... Yeah, The Rock wanted $150 million. It was... I remember seeing this. This is what's so stupid, though. Like, Sylvester Stallone won Worst Supporting Actor for that movie. What was he up against? What was he actually up against? He was up against Michael Douglas from Ant-Man 3, Bill Murray from Ant-Man 3, Mel Gibson from a movie I've never watched, and a character from The Pope's Exorcist. And what was Megan Fox up against for Worst Supporting Actress? This is going to be fun. $150 million for... Yeah, it was, actually, it was less, I think. It was, how much was it for Dune? I think it was less. Dune Part 1 was... Let me check. June 1 was 165 million. June 2 was, June 2 was 190. So 165 for first movie, 190 for the second movie, and then June Part 3 is still getting filmed, so there's no actual, budget for that yet. Who did Megan Fox beat out for Worst Supporting Actress? I haven't seen any of these movies either. She beat Lucy Liu for Shazam. She beat someone from Five Nights. Like, yeah, I don't know. If anything, Megan Fox was like not even a supporting actress. How can she be the supporting actress? She would have been like the main actress in that movie. She was the only woman that was in that movie. Why would she be winning Best Supporting Actress? She'd be... shouldn't that be Worst Actress, not Worst Supporting Actress? Like, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't actually make any sense. What would she have won in that case? She won, never mind, she won Worst Actress and Worst Supporting Actress for, she won for 2 different movies. Part 3 is gonna, yeah, I think that's what's happening from what I saw. Yeah, this is stupid, like, Helen Mirren was nominated for Worst Actress in Shazam 2. She wasn't even the worst she wasn't the worst actress in that movie, no way. Like, no way. But then again, this is 2023, so... Yeah, who knows? Yeah, Part 3 is probably gonna... I would think Part 3 will make, again, if we go by... They like to do projections, right? So, first movie made 410 million. Second movie made 715 million. So, if we're on the same track, it's gonna make at least a I would think it's gonna make close to, if not, $1 billion. Because it's the third part, and then you can also get people in to watch the other movies. So that's the other thing. Like I think word of mouth is key with these movies. Megan Fox was good in Transformers. Not according to the Raspberry Award. She won Worst Actress in Ninja Turtles. In Transformers, I'm sure she was nominated. But again, I'm not a fan. I like Ninja Turtles, but I'm not like a... I don't really like the live action movies. And like, the Transformers movies I never really got into. But a lot of people hated it. Around that time when those movies first came out, she was like hated. It's the same thing with Shia LaBeouf. He was hated during that period of time. But the assassination attempt was almost certainly premeditated. That's some words. The old logic never fails. But yeah, the Golden Raspberry Awards are kind of garbage in the first place anyway, because they just... Again, Sylvester Stallone was barely in Expendables 4. He was barely in Expendables 4, and he won somehow Worst Supporting Actor. And it's like, what did he do in that movie that was like so bad acting-wise? Just certain people get hated for their acting, and it's like, who are the people that are judging this? Maybe they do the same thing that happens with, maybe they do the same thing that happens with, the Oscars, where they just don't watch the movies. But this year is gonna be interesting, like, how many movies are gonna get nominated for worst of everything? Like, there's gonna have to be...
Who's that Pokemon?
What we need to do is find the right clues, then make the right connections between them. So yeah, I don't know, I think people just like to hate. Again, hate gets more views than... Skibidi Toilet Transformers crossover, yeah, that's happening, I think. Again, Michael Bay just basically admitted, by accepting that movie, Michael Bay just admitted that he doesn't care about Hollywood, he just cares about... He doesn't care about making good movies, he just cares about making money, and that's all. If he's gonna make the Skibidi Toilet movie. Make the wrong connections, however, and will only wind up further from the truth, which means I must make well-reasoned connections if I intend to draw logical conclusions. Investigation started. Time to examine anything that looks suspicious. To examine things, I simply need to walk up to them and press X. If I wish to speak with the detective, I should use the triangle. Alright, well, we can do that. Check anything else? That's all fine. I mean, this is all using the same stuff. It's just like how there's fake praise, there's a lot of fake hate out there as well. Like, if people can't even get the genre of a movie correct, I don't know what they're thinking. Like, The Substance is a comedy musical, and it's a body horror movie. Doesn't make any sense. Great, Edgeworth's talking again. Is President okay? I'm not limited to share that information with you, local law enforcement. What'd you just say to him? You let us on that plane, Bella, or you might just regret it. Sorry, I can't let you do that. No one respects the badge anymore. Suppose this is something of an international incident. All the more reason to find the killer as soon as we possibly can. Time to go to bed. Today is Gamescom Day, hopefully with some good announcements, more updates for older announcements. Have a good stream till next time. No problem, thanks for stopping by. Have a good sleep. I will see you next time. Thank you for the chats as always. And yeah, Gamescom Day's tomorrow. Still unsure if I'm going to watch it live or not. Chances are probably not. But I'll probably know what happens anyway, because I'll probably just look it up. Or I'll see parts of streams. I don't really mind either way. It's not like I'm not going to say the spoilers anyway. I guarantee you it's going to appear in my YouTube feed as stuff. Biggest robbery was Nosferatu losing all categories and getting multiple nominations. Well, that is what makes me think that they didn't watch the film. Because again, this was the... Why is my chair looking like it's sunk again? I think it has. Hasn't it? They probably just didn't watch it. That's the only thing that I can think of, which is a shame. So pretty much all the Academy Award wins mean absolutely nothing. And this year will be the year that determines it, and if certain movies don't win, then there's going to be some problems. Because there's no way to even govern if people are watching the movies in the first place. Someone could just say, like, oh, well... someone could just decide, oh, you know, I definitely watched Sinners, or I definitely watched this movie, and it's like, well, what if they didn't? How was there any way to know? There's no way to know that they watched any of these films. Granted, like, the Emmy Awards, you know, The Penguin got nominated all those times, so someone at least watched... Like, Snow White might win Best Musical... Minecraft could win Best Musical, who knows, like, Best Stunts could go to Thunder Avengers, Best Narrative could go to Superman, I don't know, Best Musical could be Hurry Up Tomorrow, who knows? Who knows where it could go? It could be any of the... I just realised now, that's the Steel Samurai, I think, hanging upside down. That was a surprise to you, sir. There's no mistake here. Best stunts will go to Lilo and Stitch. Best actress would be Rachel Zegler for Snow White. Steel Samurai. Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. It's a popular TV show. Best stunts Lilo and Stitch. That wouldn't that be something? Old, young, it doesn't matter. Surely has something for everyone. These people are allowed to steal samurai balloon at a welcome party for a foreign president. It's a little odd. Well, now that I think about it, what better hero to represent our nation? Scout the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. I see that they've changed that. I think Sinners is gonna win something. Maybe F1 wins... Maybe F1 wins, best, like, audio design or something like that. Like, it wouldn't be the best soundtrack, but it'd be, like, best, maybe it wins, like, best audio, design or best sound design or something like that for the yeah, it'd be best sound, but it wouldn't be best soundtrack. Like, I think it could definitely win best sound if they did, you know, certain things like that. These flowers are in full bloom. They look exotic, but I don't know the species. What very flowers are maybe roses. Yeah, roses and lilies. Roses make me think of weddings. Oh, the romance. And lilies, well, that's funerals, I guess. Sad, but part of life, you know. Welcome in, Renza. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. We have just started the sequel game of the Investigations Collection, where the president has been attempted assassinated. Sinners best original song that was made by Haley Steinfeld. I mean, yeah, possibly. Possibly. I'm not sure about original song, because it's like, it's hard to... Like, she's obviously a singer. I'm trying to think if there's any other songs that would get nominated for that. Maybe something from Lilo and Stitch, but I don't know if that would work. It depends on what movies are coming out this year, if there's any other musical scenes. Frequencies of both types of occasions tend to feature a free buffet, I imagine. Best director, best actor, best soundtrack, best set design, best comic costume design. Maybe even best supporting actor as well. Because if Michael B. Jordan wins best actor, Remick might win best supporting actor. Yeah, Haley Steinfeld is really good. She's very good music. Come on, sir, that's not fair. Oh, I also listened to your Tokyo Drift track. It worked. I was able to load it up while I was packing up stream yesterday. The vampires were great and all practical, no CGI was used. Yeah, that's the other thing as well, is like, practical effects with no CGI is probably the way to go. Because I think Nosferatu was the same thing, right? That was all practical effects. And the town, I think you said the town, you said that they made the town. They made the town for the movie. So to me, that's even beyond, like, you didn't even rent a city, you didn't do any of that. You made a town, which to me is way better than just using a landscape that already exists. Yeah. Like, that to me is way more impressive than you know. Everything's practical, he hates modern technology, he makes everything himself. And he made a better movie than a lot of stuff. But yeah, it was a $50 million budget as well. Flag of Shank Far. The key motive is a blazing red phoenix. Wait, what's this? Something the matter, sir? I didn't see it, detective. There's something unusual about this flag. Compare it with the one on the other side of the stage, if you will. That's a beauty right there. Just look at it flapping in the wind. It's immaculate. Exactly. Just how a flag should look. And yet, here we see a quite different picture. One thing in particular stands out, don't you think? Really going now? It's been fun as always. No problem. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good sleep. And I will see you... Well, I will probably just talk to you tomorrow. Or later today, or... however else ends up being. There might even be more movie news, there might be more game news. Games comes tomorrow, so we'll see what happens, and we'll wait and see. Stretch? Okay. But yeah, I listened to your track yesterday. I was impressed that you... were able to rap in, yeah, someone wanted me to make VIP status. I don't like putting VIP on people, because I feel like everybody is important, but hey, if anyone wants to pay like $150,000 to be VIP, I can do it, but I consider everyone who comes to my stream as VIP, you know? Everyone is equal in the stream, in terms of, importance to me. Because it's a view, it's a chat, it's a follow, it's a subscription, it's everything. Like, there's no one person that's above another sort of thing. I don't want it to feel like that. I can't play favorites. But yeah, I know the music from Tokyo Drift, like that one track, because of the opening. I remember the name. I remember that actual music playing, but I can barely speak English properly, let alone sing in another language. And I mean, if I ever do Yakuza games, there is karaoke in those games. I don't sing for the karaoke, but it's like I cannot sing. I am tone deaf. But I will... I will be doing a subathon next month, and one of the sub rewards will be a karaoke stream. I'm gonna probably regret it, but I figured, hey, like, let's just do something that's funny, right? People like to make fun of me at my own expense, so why don't we just do a karaoke stream? It's just... Everyone can watch my voice just, like, not be good. You've heard some doozies, you'll be fine. Yeah, but if you look up the definition of doozy, you might see a portrait of myself. Of course, is it... I give up. Come on, spill the beans. Can lead a horse to water. Just have to move the cursor to the problematic spot and highlight the difference with triangle. I mean, my sister went and did choir when she was in primary school, but even she, kind of stopped after a while. I think I gotta do this.
Take that.
Closely, do you see the hole? Oh, look at that. You're right, sir. The burn marks around the edges. That's a bullet hole. There's no mistake. I remember, like, the last time we were forced to sing was in primary school, and I remember we had to perform on stage. I've had to do that at least multiple times, maybe like 2 or 3 times in my life, where I've actually had to perform a song or something on stage with groups of people, but it's like, I've never liked singing. I like listening to people sing. I like music. I'm just not, that's not me. I'm not an artiste like a lot of other people are. I just figured that I would do something like that for fun, just to see what people's reactions were. Yeah. I mean, what did I do? Primary school, we had to learn the recorder. We had to learn the violin. I didn't like either of those instruments. And then when it got to high school, it was like, oh, you go and do music class, and it would be like, oh, you can pick an instrument. And it's like, you would pick an instrument, and it'd be like, you know, guitar I didn't like because I didn't like the feeling of, you know, they didn't let us use picks or whatever. So I didn't like the feeling of, like, the guitar strings on my fingers because I felt like it was just annoying and irritating my fingers. The keyboards that they were getting us to use were basically, may as well have been made for children. And then a bunch of people just, like, were like, oh, they want to play the drums constantly, and all they were doing was just making noise from them, so drums got banned, so it's like, okay, no guitar, no drums, and no keyboard. And then it was just like, yeah, no fun, basically. And then it got to a point where the teacher that we were supposed to have for music class ended up, like, not even being there, so it was just basically like, hey, this is a substitute teacher's class the entire time. And what did people want to do when the substitute teacher said, oh, we want to go and play outside, they said. Okay, well, let's go outside and play, right? Okay, what happens? Well, nobody gets any of the work done. And of course, let's go outside and play in the summer weather, shall we? So, sure enough, that's what people ended up doing, and I remember coming home and I looked like a lobster. Because they wanted us to go and play outside in the 30 to 40 degree sun, and it's like, yeah, about that. Like, I remember for days I was peeling. For days I was peeling, and, let's just say my parents weren't happy that ended up happening. Then I remember people, like, were there was a fight that got started in the music room, I remember. Yeah, there was a lot that happened during that point. Bullet hole, as you were saying, bullet went through this flag. It's a flag of Shangfa, the key motif is a blazing red phoenix. Hey, what's this? The matter, sir? Didn't see, detective? There's something unusual about this flag. The fabric looks pretty fancy, I guess. Must have been expensive. Even more expensive than the drapes in your office, huh, sir? The price of my drapes is neither here nor there, detective. I'm concerned with rather more important matters. For example, compare this flag to the one on the other side of the stage. Wait, I read this already. Closely. Do you see the hole? And the burn marks around the edges? That's a bullet hole. It's no mistake. Why is this repeating it again? Oh. Oh, that's fine. And it won't let me skip it. Okay. So, I don't know. I never liked music class because it was like forced to play the recorder, forced to play the violin. Neither of those instruments I enjoyed, so I would often just try and avoid those classes. I would just try and hide away from those classes because I just didn't like them. And it's like, yeah, I don't like playing music. And then, of course, we had to do choir. We didn't have to do choir, that was an optional thing, but it was like, oh, during the end of year, every year at the end of the year, they'd have some sort of like, oh, ads. Works hard, don't it? It does. Villainy could have befallen him. Witnesses said he popped right out about when the gun went off, which would strongly suggest that a bullet struck the balloon. Popped the moment the gun went off, pierced by a bullet. Looks like we've got a case of cold-blooded samurai murder on our hands. This is sacrilege. I won't rest until the culprit has been apprehended. Detective, we cannot let this vile assassin escape. We won't, sir. You can count on it. Started out floating to the right of the lakeside stage, but has since been popped. I think I've gathered enough information for the moment. Congrats on almost reaching your follower goal. That's epic. Oh right, yeah, that stuff gets added to my. It gets added by Twitch, so I don't set the follower goal normally. Like the sub goals and follow goals and bit goals that are there, those are just set by Twitch. I never actually set those up. But yeah, I don't really have any goals. I don't really set goals for those. You don't know how to do that? I don't think those become available until after you've reached affiliate. I think that's why. I think those are an affiliate. I think those are an affiliate feature. Yeah. But yeah, I remember every year, at least in primary school, we had to go and perform. So I think one year, my last year or second last year of high school was the entire school did. It was like the circus. So everyone was doing stuff with circus. You had people doing the Diablo. You had clown shows. You had balancing stuff. You had stuff like that. I mean, that was at least fun because at least you could perform. There was drama. There was other stuff that you could do, but that was at least drama. Drama, or at least you can perform and do a bunch of cool things. And acting and stuff. Like, I was fine with doing that. Because acting, you don't have to sing, you have to just perform. You can be a stand-in, you can be... and you can do whatever you wanted to do. So, like... We did, like, a clown... I think my group did, like, a clown show where I was a trucker that was also a clown. We did that. And, you should recreate the costume? Oh, boy, that was... I mean, I do still have a clown wig. I do still have a clown wig lying around, I think. I mean, there is a redeem there. There is a redeem there for me to wear a Pikachu onesie on stream. There's a redeem there for me to dance. There's a redeem there for me to... Yeah, there's a few redeems. Oh... I mean, I have things. I have things that I can do. I'd have to prepare, though, to do that. I feel like I'd have to throw that wig away, though. That wig's probably, like, too old. It probably would be... We're getting you a costume. I don't think I have a clown costume, actually. I have a Pikachu onesie, but that's, we'll see what happens there. Oh. You really want me to perform, don't you? Is that what everyone wants? They want me to perform? They want me to embarrass myself on stream? It's not enough for me to just stream games for your entertainment. You have to... I've got to provide the, The president had a nasty surprise while he was giving me a speech. So it's like I've got karaoke that I have to do. I've got dress up that I have to do. I've got oh, I do have some ideas. I still have my recorder, but I could not play the recorder. I don't think I could remember everything that I would have to do for the recorder. I still have that. I still have recorders here, and it's like I don't want to play a recorder on the street. Oh, Hot Cross Buns, actually, yeah. I remember that. Look, what did people... Most people, the reason I also hated recorder class is because there were stupid people in my class that would just, like, blow the recorder in people's ears. Not even kidding you. Or they would pretend that it was a snake charmer, and they would go and do the... You know, the snake charmer music where you would just like blow it and just keep you put your fingers like and just go, you know, make this annoying sound where it sounded like a snake charmer was playing. Like, it was just noise for the sake of being noise. You know, nobody ever played this that played it seriously. Something happened to me when I was a kid, right in the middle of a public speaking contest, and then I remember a few times people whacking people over the head with the recorder because that was just what people were like back then. There I was jamming away when all of a sudden, your music teacher got so mad at one kid because he would always blow random... Yeah, exactly, like, that's what would happen in my class. Someone would just be like, you know what, I'm just gonna blow a random high note, and someone's, like, you would always know who it was, so you would... if you saw them approaching, you would make sure that you at least moved away, because you knew that they were gonna try and play a damn... they were gonna blow a random high note into someone's ear. It sounds terrifying. Even the word earthquake makes me queasy. You were listening, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were ignoring my little aside, like always. If I tried playing the recorder, it would make the, it would make the guy who plays, it would make that recorder, the guy who played the recorder for My Heart Will Go On, the Titanic song, it would make that sound like, a professional. If I tried playing the recorder. Shit, and I like a hawk, so she instantly knew. Yeah, that happened as well. Then I remember we'd have to take the violin home, and we'd have to like make sure we brushed we'd have to make sure that we brushed the bow, and make sure that we kept it up to thing, and then people would always. There were people that would try and use the bow as like an actual like bow and arrow. There would be people that would just like, you know, be like, it'd be like, oh ha ha, like when you flick the bowstrings or whatever, oh, white powder comes out of the thing, so people would be like running around like trying to get that on each other and stuff, like, yeah. I would say good times, but at the same time, like, if it's at your own expense, it's like, yeah, it's not as fun. The worst part, though, I mean, it never happened to me, but I remember where it was like, oh, it wouldn't happen nowadays, I don't think, at all, but I remember It was like, oh, if you didn't bring your recorder today, you would have to use somebody else's. You'd have to use somebody else's recorder. Or there'd be like spare ones. There'd be like a group of spare recorders like lying around, and it's like, that would not fly nowadays. Like back then, like 20 years ago, that was what people used to do. Like you would have to, you would have to use a spare recorder, or you'd have to use something else, and it's like, yeah, I guarantee that was a way to get sick. That would not fly now. Considering how people react to like, you know, when I was at school, if it was your birthday, like, they would celebrate your birthday with a cake, right? And you would blow out the candles, and, like, everyone would get a bit of cake, for example. You can't even do that nowadays, because it's like, oh, if you blow on the cake, you could spread your germs, and everyone else gets sick, so everyone gets an individual cake instead. They get, like, a cupcake instead. There was some that did, two boys had to share one, yeah. Yeah, that was the thing. It was, like, sharing the recorder, I remember when we had to line up for... We'd have to do roll call, where we would have to line up outside, so... We'd have to line up outside of the room when roll call would happen, and we'd have to do it in alphabetical order, right? And then it was like, oh, they would ask you to hold hands. They would ask you to hold hands with the person that was next to you. And a bunch of people would always put their hands in their sleeves, or they would be like, you know, because it was like, oh, I'm not going to touch your hand. That would always happen, like, back then. You had to do roll call outside. So roll call would happen outside in alphabetical order, then you have to go inside, find your seat, which wasn't always the same as well, because I know in the American system, everyone has their own sort of set seat, right? I think, from what I remember. Where we were, we didn't have set seats, so you know, every time you would go into the room, because multiple rooms would be used for multiple purposes, sometimes the tables would be moved into different ways, depending on what they were planning on doing. So you'd have different table settings and different things, which, you know, obviously people would move the tables at the time. And then, like, I remember people like, oh, they don't want, you know, you'd want to make sure that you had enough room for yourself, but then you'd get people on the side, and you get people on the reverse side. Like, there would be people that would be just, like, stacked on top of each other in terms of, like, their books were here. And then I was always someone that would bring my books to school, and it was like, oh, I'd always be stuck with the person that wouldn't bring their books to school, and sure enough, like, they would be, like, way slower than I am in terms of doing their work, because they get too distracted, and so I'm doing my work, and then I'm having to swap between different things, and I hated it. I hated it. I hated sharing stuff with people because it was just, you know. You had a good friend who always read during school. Teacher would get mad. I mean, I hated... I was fine with English class because I was very good with English. Like, my reading level for English when I was in primary school was, like, way high. What irritated me was in high school, when you would be reading, like, I don't know, Romeo and Juliet, for example, or any book, Animal Farm, or, I'm trying to think of, like, books, and then it would be like, oh, we have to read as a class, and so you would read it, you know, I would get up and I would read, and I'm pretty good with reading, so it's fine with me, but the worst part was when it was like, oh, go and get this person to go and read for me, and it's like, I feel like it takes you like 20 years to get through the first page. And it's like, I'm already reading like ahead because it's like, I can't wait for you. Like, by the time you finish that page, I'm gonna have graduated from high school. Like, that's how long these people took. And it's like, I can't deal with this. I'm not saying that everyone has to be on the same reading level, but still, like, it was so bad. Some people just could not pronounce words. And I'm not even trying to sound like I'm super smart or anything, but still, it's like, it's reading. It's reading. Got anything of note, officer? So not a thing. No fingerprints, no footprints, nothing. As to say, None to send out, sir. Not after everything touched and walked all over everything. Because, like, I just remember, English class was really slow because of the reading. It just took people forever to get through. And then that was the other thing, too. It was like, so normally we would have, like, English for 2 periods. You know, most of the major subjects would be 2 periods. And then it was like, oh, we have to get through this chapter, and get the work done, and because people were so slow at reading, it was like, oh, you can't go out for recess, or you can't go out for lunch until we finish the chapter, and it's like, can we please, like, hurry this up? Like, I've probably read this chapter like 50 times already by the time you finish the first page. Can we please just... Like, it got to a point where I had finished reading the chapter, and then it was like, where are you going? And it's like, I'm going to lunch because I've read this chapter like 5 times already, and I'm just waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and then waiting some more. And then math class, you'd always have to share a book with someone who'd be like way slower than me. People would be mucking around in science class. Computer technology would basically be like just a bunch of people playing games, which I personally liked doing computer tech because that's just what I'm good at. I was always good at making stuff. Detective Gumshoe, did you sound pleased about having no evidence to catalog? Well, speak to his commanding officer about it, sir. Salary review's coming up soon and all. Yeah. I had mixed science teachers, I would say. There was one year where we had, our science teacher, wanted to show us how, he wanted to show us about, liquid nitrogen. And so we got to watch him do liquid nitrogen, right? And he put a tennis ball into liquid nitrogen. And he actually, like, once it was done, he actually grabbed the liquid nitrogen ball and threw it at the wall, at the back wall, and it smashed. Which was pretty fun. And I remember we had to dissect frogs, we had to dissect, like, brains. Oh, you had one of those science teachers, the one that was like, you didn't do biology. See, a lot of people pick, when it came to like later high school years, you got to pick a couple of subjects, but a lot of people were just picking stuff. Like, I picked computer, like, let me put it this way. I remember in year 10, which is the first year of like high school, senior year, I guess you would say, around the senior years, the first year, because we have separate things, like, I know it's like, middle school and high school or whatever, so the last 3 years of our thing is considered, like, high school. So from that point onwards, we started getting electives, and so I wanted to do computer tech because I was into computers, and I knew that I would be good at that. And I remember lining up, because you had to get your electives in, right? So they had organized a day, and they said, okay, you pick all your electives, you pick all your subjects that you want, in the order that you want them to be in, and you have to line up. And I remember, I think I was like 8th in line, and it ended up being like 20-something in line, and I ended up saying, if I don't get into any of the classes that I want, because someone else jumped the line because of the damn, like, oh, your friend came over, I let me into the line. It's like, no, you actually, like, left the line, physically left the line, and... yeah. So I ended up getting all of the subjects that I wanted, but if I didn't get into computer tech, I would have protested and said, I was here from, like, 6th or 7th in the thing, and I even said, like, if you want me to verify, this teacher saw me here in the line at this point, and it's like, I'm not losing the subject. I am getting into the subject because I actually want to do this. I don't want to just be there to play games. I want to do this thing. And so, yeah, I got into everything that I wanted to, but they were, no joke, you could line up from, see, they wouldn't let you in until, maybe, like, 8:30 or something, so there were people that were there from, like, 6:30. I think I remember that day I'd already organized everything, and I said, okay, I need to be there as soon as possible because it was a cold day as well. I remember going out and it was foggy outside, so I was standing outside in the fog and the cold for like an hour and a half because you know, I wanted to make sure I got my subjects in. And the line was from like the office all the way to like the flagpole and beyond past that. And I also wanted to make sure I did it so that I got my subjects in. Because the other issue that I was looking at is if I don't get there early enough, I'm going to be late for the next class. So I wanted to make sure I, one, got the subjects that I wanted, and two, wasn't late for class. Because I figured if you were down, like, at 100 and something, you know, way at the back of the line, you're not only going to be late, you're also going to be, you're also not going to get what you wanted. Take you back to high school. But I don't know, it's a bright red balloon bobbing on the surface of the lake. It's good to reminisce about these things. Like, we even had robotics class as well, that I did for a semester. That was also very fun. You basically got a battery pack, and you got, like, Lego kind of stuff, and the objective was basically to go and make a... The objective was there to go and make, Yeah, for me, when did I finish? I finished 20... Well, I technically should have finished maybe a year or two earlier, so I would have finished, I think, 2010, 2011, around that point. So it's been like 15 years since I've been in, it's been 15 years since I've been in high school. And it's been 8 years since I've been out of university. 2017 was when I got my master's. So that was like 6 years of... That was like 6 years. You have a story for me, though? I can't wait to hear it, because I've had a lot of stories. What a lot of seat. And you tie it into a balloon and send it floating off to see if somebody writes back. It's quite an ingenious idea. Did anybody write back? No. Gonna need a balloon that actually floats first. That's what your plan fell apart. What is the officer here taking pictures of, Detective? The wicked will be crushed beneath the righteous hammer of justice. He's written off some papers there, Mr. Edgeworth. Pro speech tips number 3. Speak slowly and confidently to win your audience around. Hey, this is good stuff. Better get a shot of this one, too. Instead of focusing on that speech, how about you focus on your work instead, officer? He's actually just taking photos of the... He's just taking photos of the speech, instead of doing his job. Okay. I think that's everything done right. Suppose I gotta talk to you, right? Hey, Ruffles, how's the investigation come along? Anything you all want to share? Here we go again. I'm not in the habit of sharing the details of confidential investigations with strangers. Dang, you sure are one tough cookie. I ain't about to head back to Chief Lotter empty-handed. Did I know that name from somewhere? No, it must be in my imagination. No, we definitely know who Lotter is. Lotter Hart was the private investigator person from previous games. I don't know, I have a lot of stories that I could bring up with high school. Some of them aren't great though, but a lot of them aren't really. I just remember all these things happening with school. Like, performing was never my thing. At least at that point in time. I think, like, I mean, streaming in itself is a performance, right? You're talking with people, you have to express yourself, you've got to react to things that are going on around you. Even wrestling is like a performance as well. And I probably needed more confidence in myself, I would think, with some things. So maybe things would have been a bit different, but I can't think about it in that way. can't think about it in that way. I have to just move forward with what it is. I think I've done everything except for... Hang on a second. Let me read this. So when I was in grade 10, you were into this girl that was into dance and was into dancing as well, mainly Michael Jackson. There was a talent show that was taking place and asked her to join in a choreographed dance to rock your world, yeah. So she agreed, and we had 1 year to prepare. The year ended and we had practiced all that time and nailed the performance. We did our audition and they stopped us midway through the dance. Okay. I'm curious. We have to... Oh, whoops. Sure, we can just do this anyway. Well, the rain stopped. It was falling right up until the president got here. Even the mist is lifted. Barely a cloud in the sky. Sound disappointed, Detective. Supposed to be fishing, right here on this lake, in fact. And the big ones only come out when it's wet. The park was sealed off for the president's visit. No regular use allowed. You know the rules. Nothing regular about reeling in a whopper, sir. This was gonna be special. If your ideas of special might be rather different. Irreconcilably so, in fact. This is what he thinks about a time like this. Detective Gumshoe, you remember how to properly conduct an investigation, don't you? Sure I do, sir. First off, you gotta gather information. All the intel you can. Examine every nook and cranny. Talk to every single witness. Both of which I can do with X. If you get the chance, ask them about the evidence. Which means diving into your organizer and presenting it to them.
Who's that
Okay, open
Pokemon?
my organizer with R1. Present evidence with triangle. Been with you for a while, Mr. Edgeworth. I would have known this stuff by now. Yes, you ought to. Gathering information. First step in an investigation is information gathering. Everything else stems from there. Yep, once you get enough, you can start making connections between all the pieces, right, sir? Connect one piece of information to another, and everything will start to fall into place. Indeed, and to do that, I'll need to use my powers of logic. Check all the information I've gathered by pressing R1. That was one thing also that I noticed as well, is certain people were getting into certain things for certain reasons. Like, a lot of people wanted to go and do PC tech because, oh, I get to play games. A ton of people wanted to do home economics or, like, cooking classes because, they were just like, oh, I want to eat food. That was basically what it was like. Because I remember someone that I know wanted to be a chef. They wanted to actually do cooking. They wanted to actually do cooking, and they had to, actually talk about, they actually wanted to talk about, they wanted to actually talk about the, you know, they wanted to actually be a chef, and so they basically had to, like, petition themselves to get into that class, because that class was super popular, and it was like most people that were just doing it to eat, which is bad. Although we did end up having, like, classes before then, where it was like, we had, like, wood tech, metal tech, PC tech and some other stuff. And, like, always, near the end of the year would always be the cooking stuff, because, they had to keep it, they let everyone else do it at the end of the year, because, the seniors had to have those areas for themselves because of, them actually using it to learn. Draw connections between two pieces of information with a triangle. Alright, to the trophy, world-class inductions, as always, Mr. Edgeworth. But I never did cooking classes because I'm always very picky with food, so I figured that it would be better to not do that. And also not to take up somebody else's spot. And I've always been afraid of burning myself, and, things like that. Should we do this now? Yeah, okay. There's a bullet hole in the flag, and it seems highly likely the balloon was popped by a bullet soon. Which means 2 shots were fired, right, sir? Possibly even 3. The president was shot at as well, remember? Equally, the hole in the flag and the hole in the balloon could have been made by the same bullet. What we need to know is how many gunshots there were. Alright, on the investor... Oh, just... Ruffles! Ruffles! Y'all figured something out, huh? Care to share? Who exactly is she, and why does she keep shouting at us? Rubbernecker, I guess. Seems pretty interesting to guys. Come on, give me something here. We do need to speak with some witnesses to find out how many gunshots there were. Fine, let's see if she can tell us. Hang on a second, let me just pause this. Let me just snooze the ad for a second so I can read this this story. Because the second part. They stopped you because they said you were being too... Oh! You were being too seductive. Oh, right. Essentially just because of the way you were holding her. It's a... Oh, the dance move where you just drop her down. Oh, I know that move, yeah. The move where you, you drop them down in between your legs and then you pick them back up again. Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. Like, that is actually a... Yeah, that's a legit move. You definitely do not want to have her hit the ground. They can't allow it and asked us to do a different choreo, and that... Yeah, because you stormed off. Yeah, that is... So they said, are we going to cancel the dance and the talent show? You were thinking... Yeah, you literally just spent a whole year to have it end like that. You had a week to prepare and chose Billie Jean and Smooth Criminal. Turned out great with the amount of time you had, but it's... This is the killer. Because, girl who was into you never talked to you again, and even... when you would try and talk, just ignore you all the way through school. Oh, that sucks. That's so bad. That is terrible. Honestly, that's honestly terrible. That's terrible. Like, to work an entire year on a dance and to work on an entire dance and then just be told a week beforehand, oh no, sorry, you can't do this because it's too... Especially since it's an actual legit dance move. You could have at least cut that part out of the thing. Like, they could have... And then they still told you no, which is just stupid. It's stupid of them, like... It just sucks that she stopped talking with you afterwards. I don't know why that would be. I figured that you would have had good chemistry after, like, a year of practicing and a year of, things, so... I don't know if she just felt like... attaching herself to you would have meant that it would have brought back bad memories of what happened with the dance. Maybe that was the reason why, but still, like, that's also just, like... Come on, like, it wasn't your fault that it happened, it was, you know, it was the school. That really sucks. There y'all are. Tabloid at your service. Oh, I see what they did here. Tabloid. Tabloid. Yeah, it happens. I mean, that's just the way things are. It sounded like you had a lot of chemistry and were able to actually make something that was decent, but it's like, I don't know why she decided to back off after that point. Of course, it's tabloid. Look into the case for, well, just for me right now, but... Looking into the case... Yeah, not your fault. Definitely not your fault. Yeah, exactly. How old would you have been at that point? Because, I mean, even then, it's like, you could even say, like... you know, if you were like 18 or whatever, it's like, to me, it's like, how is that, like, it's dance. It's dance. Chemistry, dance and chemistry is just one of those things that exist. Like, to me, that's, like, yeah, that's weird. It's not like you were 12. It's not like you were in primary school and you were doing that. Like, you were mature enough to, like, be able to say, like, oh, this is actually a thing. But I guess they're like, oh, maybe it's one of those, oh, God, please think of the children. Like, you know, that crap where it's like, okay. Well, what can you tell me? Any exclusive details you want to share? Yeah, they knew that you practiced for 1 year, and they could have like asked like. They could have at least asked. They could have asked to see what the routine was from the start, and they could have just cut it out from that point, instead of just being like, oh, I'm gonna do it right before. How about the perk? They made any demands? What about them there, Ruffles? Where does a fella buy a cravat like that? You told them the song, they said awesome, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's also just it's weird as well. Especially since it was a Michael Jackson routine, I think you said it was. Which is already kind of provocative in the first place. Like, again, have they not seen Michael Jackson dance before? It does have a certain amount of provocativeness to it. Like, that's what's weird to me, is like, it's yeah, it'd be like telling someone, oh, we want you to do a song based on Dirty Dancing, and then it's like, oh, yeah, but we haven't seen it. Could you imagine if they do, you know, it's like, why? Like, don't tell someone, yes, you can, and then be like, oh, by the way, like, we don't want this.
Hold it.
Will you be quiet for a moment? I'll be asking the questions here. Yeah. Dang, and here I thought I could get me something juicy for my piece. Need to know about the shooting. Can you tell me how many gunshots you heard? You just kept it down. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting story. It's not a great story, like, by the end of it, but, like, yeah. That's your big story, yeah. That's a more interesting story than I can say that I've had. Yeah, rest of high school was kind of rough. I mean, that would be. You dedicated an entire year to, like, a performance and then got told, it's too bad. Yeah, you couldn't do your dance and you lost the crush. Yeah. Most certainly. Cannot. Beg your pardon? Can't just be handing out leads for free. That sells my livelihood. Oh, come on. Don't hold out on us. We're gonna share sometimes. It definitely is soul-crushing. Yeah, now you're a singer. And you can do whatever you want. Yeah, exactly. Do you still dance, though? Or did you give that up? Because maybe you can do all three. Or can you do all three? Perform, dance, and sing? Maybe you can be like a triple threat. Me? Hold out on you? Well, if y'all are gonna be like that, I'll be moving right along. Goodbye. On the app you sing on, yeah. You can make live video. Ah, I see, and sing. Wait for what exactly, huh? Huh? You got nothing for me? I'm gone. Fresh out of moves here. Imagine you dance and sing, do the entries. Oh. You don't know if you could hit it. Out of moves, I wouldn't be so sure. I mean, you could try. I don't know. were you able to, I know you said you only had a week, but were you able to actually still perform the... I don't know what's more impressive, the fact that you spent a year doing one dance, or that you were able to do 2 dances in the span of a week, somehow. Like, in 1 week you were able to get something down, completely new, and trying to break old habits, you know. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? You got a standing ovation as well? I mean, I hope so. I hope so, like... I hope that the school recognized that and was just like, oh, you know, you actually did, like, something impressive. Yeah. 1 week of practice, you had a standing ovation. If you had a year worth of practice, I would have been throwing roses at the stage. What does one do in chess when an opponent adopts a defensive position? Like, I think at that point, if that was what happened, Michael Jackson himself probably would have come out and applauded. That's how popular it would have been. Sorry, sir, but this is all going way over my head. No matter how impenetrable an opponent's defense may seem, it can always be overcome. What's your line, detective? The girl was doing the choreo that was done in the original. Oh, right, yeah. Which is also, that's hard. That's hard. When you think back to that part, though, with Michael Jackson's music, like... If you're matching the choreography in the video, you are an elite, like, level performer, I would say, because, if you've heard the stories about when he was making all those music videos, he was very, 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 particular. Like, you had to match things almost perfectly. Everything had to be in perfect sync, almost. Like, he was a taskmaster when it came down to choreography for the music videos, Michael Jackson. Like, it was very, very, like, you had to be the best of the absolute best. When attempting to draw an entrenched opponent, one must employ certain tactics. Let us picture the board and see if we can anticipate our adversary's next move. Wait, what? What is this? Really? Okay. Why is it... Yeah, that's boring. The girl that he got dancing in his video blew him away. No, you're not doing anything wrong. Nightbot picks up blew me as a sexual term, so it just blocks it, so I just added it so that it doesn't... That's what it does. Yeah, it's not anything that you were doing wrong. This is why... This is an example of why AI is terrible, because it just picks up on someone having a normal conversation and thinks, oh, everything that they're saying is sexualized, and it's like, no, it's just, yeah. This is why AI is bad. You ain't getting nothing out of me, not until you give me something in return. My opponent has dug herself in deep, her defenses won't be easily broken, but I can't afford to try her patience by taking too long to plot my next move. In other words, I must be conscious not just of my strategy, but also of the passing of time. That said, I can't afford to waste words either. In fact, it can pay dividends not to. If my opponent gets too agitated... You're fixing to ask me something you dang well asked it already. May be able to gain a tactical advantage by calmly biding my time. Then when I see a crack in my opponent's armor, I pounce. Should begin by finding out what it is that she does. Alright, time to make my opening gambit. You can do not bad with Michael Jackson songs wherein he's singing lower pitch, but once he goes higher, yeah, again, it's one of those, it's one of those situations where you can, often imitate and never duplicated. I think this is all set, so we're gonna buy our time, then scoops, and then a couple other things. You'd love to do the Rock My World track and sing it. Alright. Why don't you begin by telling me about what it is that you do? Sure, I could totally not do that. Think I don't know what meant to keep my mouth shut? That's my job. You could try it, like again, you're not gonna know until you try. The high pitch part, yeah, that's the part that's gonna probably get you, but at the same time, if you're think you're able to do it, then is it now? So you do something you won't or can't tell anybody about. Oh, shut up! Ain't no lawbreaker if that's what you're insinuating. So we want to bide our time here. I'm a law-abiding everyday citizen. You got no reason to say otherwise. Forgive me, I meant nothing by it. Yeah, there's ads. I can't. I paused them as much times as I could. It's something you can't tell me about. I imagine it must be very important work indeed. Well, sure, I guess. These ways, it will be the ones I bagged me my first big scoop. So we want to buy, we want to say about the scoops. I see, it's a scoop you're after. So you're a journalist, is that correct? Yeah. I don't have any more, snoozers for the ads. Because I don't have any more snoozers for the ads, it means that they will just keep playing until, the end of the stream. Sure, I'm your friendly neighborhood reporter. The hungriest cub on the beat. That's the mystery of what she does for a living solved. Okay, I think we're back from ads now. Yeah, I had to snooze the ad. I snoozed all the ads 3 times. I only get 3 snoozes per stream before it goes and just makes it play every half an hour, so yeah. I've used up all my snoozes for the ads today. You're looking forward to seeing how people do in the Tokyo Drift Trap? Ah, I see, yeah. I mean, I guess if reception is good, but if you've already got someone that wants to join in on that, that's also, like, collaboration is gonna help out. It's better to collab as much as possible than it is to try and do everything by yourself. Which is a good sign. It's a good sign to see progression and see how people are able to do. So Hungry Young Cub has gathered information vital to the case. Let's make that our next line of inquiry. The opening move's concluded, the mid-game approaches. What else does she have to tell us? Where's the record of your reporting? You're a reporter, which means you must have been making a record of some kind. Got more questions? You gotta give me something first. That's the deal. I am not in the habit of making deals. Now tell me what I need to know. Sorry, Ruffles, can't help you. Don't have a clue as to how to push the conversation forward. I'll have to try another tact. Is it the same things? I think I just asked that, didn't I? Yeah. Oh, never mind. I should have asked this first. So, the incident. Were you present at the scene of the crime? Come on now, Ruffles. You ain't gonna give little old Tabby something first? Absolutely not. And I ain't giving you nothing neither. You think I'm a sucker? Think again. This is where I need to figure out what I'm doing. Hang on a second, did I make a mistake? Stop clicking on the ads, I'm not interested in your TV show. Done that, she doesn't give me information easily. Bide. Oh, okay, this is where I'm supposed to bide my time. Bide time, heard gunfire, where's the record? Bide time, play the tape, okay. Come on, this is my career we're talking about here. You gotta give me something. Sadly, the more you know, the more you might find yourself in danger. I ain't scared, I'm a pro. Takes more than the sound of a little gunfire to faze me. You heard gunfire, did you? Maybe a pro, as you put it, but I'd say you're still a little wet behind the ears. You say you heard gunfire, which proves you were here at the time of the crime. Therefore, you must have seen something. Double dang. Fine, I was here. I saw it. Came to report on the big speech. Wound up reporting on a shooting. You won't get no more out of me than that. I'm done with your tricks, Ruffles. If she came to report on the event, she must have made a record of some kind. A record I would very much like to get my hands on. This is quite the clue as to where to take the conversation. So now we ask her about the record of the reporting. A question? I probably read this already. Let's play the clue. So we want to bide our time, I think. Hey, partner, this ain't no time for the silent treatment. You hear? I'm a busy woman. Seems like I misjudged that one. Oh, never mind. Okay, we are supposed to do that. More effective to bide my time, the more agitated or upset my opponent seems. When they're vulnerable, that's the time to go on the verbal. Okay. You were gonna make a Spotify account, so you can put your tracks that you want on it, then it's easier to listen to for people, not through Schmool. I mean, yeah, you could try Spotify, you could try uploading them to YouTube. It just really depends on, because if you're not making money off of them off of YouTube, then I feel like they won't take them down, or if they do, you can just make them private videos. But Spotify might be better, because I don't think, or SoundCloud. I'm not sure about all the copyright rules with all that stuff. Should be this. Okay, Spotify lets you YouTube a bit more, yeah. Yeah. No self-respecting reporter would leave the house without a means of putting things on the... Yeah, YouTube is way more sus. Even when I'm not uploading stuff, I get flagged down for some things. YouTube is very, very bad when it comes to... Even Twitch can sometimes be a bit weird. Like, there was a game that I played, that, a song gets flagged on YouTube for. It gets flagged for someone's cover. Someone's metal cover of a song from a video game gets flagged on as a copyright strike, and people have said to this person, like, you don't own this content, can you please remove this as the copyright? And they refuse to, even though it's a cover. A metal cover which isn't played in the game, and he refused to remove the copyright from it because he thought that they were using it's really bad. Really bad practice that exists, that someone who covers a song can claim ownership over a video game song they didn't even have in the game in the first place. So tell me, Miss Lloyd, where is yours? Of course I made a record, I told you I'm a pro. Didn't even run my shoes out running around on this one. That's why I'm not about to just hand it over to the first person who asks me. Just anyone, young lady. I am the prosecutor in charge of this case. Don't you young lady me, you ain't getting it. No matter how many times you ask. Bite my tongue. She's angry. You understand, don't you, Ruffles? Ain't nothing personal. Understand that your job is a difficult one. Dude, well, ain't that sweet. Such a competitive field, you must sometimes doubt that you'll ever succeed. Nah, I'll go plenty far, I'm sure of it, yeah. Just as long as I got my trusted tape recorder, I'll always be ready to nab me a scoop. I think I have to sound not interested in the tape recorder, right? No, just play me the tape. Play the tape and then... Yeah, okay, I'm going to get a trophy. It is weird though, like YouTube, how it is with YouTube. Again, copyright is, fair use exists, meaning like, you know, it... But I also get, like, monetizing the video, like... I remember somebody got YouTube famous for their baby dancing to a Prince song, and they uploaded it to YouTube and monetized the video, and Prince's lawyers sued her for using his music to make money, which, I mean, I get it in that situation, what happened there, but some people are more lax on copyright than they are on others, but again, YouTube is just a giant grey area at the moment when it comes to all these copyright things, especially with this AI Act coming in, where we're gonna have AI verifying music and AI doing stuff, like, even stuff that's in public domain still gets flagged down on copyright. Like some classical music pieces that don't have any copyright that are in public domain, they still get flagged down for fair use, even though they're free to use. Makes no real sense. Intriguing. Young reporter, hungry for success. So dedicated to her craft, that to leave such an important event unrecorded would be unthinkable. Indeed, she did not. She committed the entire event to tape. Dang it! This is my scoop you're messing with, my big break. Fine, sure. I recorded the whole dang thing. It's alright here. You got me, okay? Checkmate. Okay, mine chest, checkmate, and a trophy. Which we will sync up. You got something else, Ruffles. Trying to be all strong and silent, but you had me singing like a canary. Alright, sync up the trophy for this. It's an optional trophy anyway. Not an optional, I use story-related one. There we go. Successfully checkmating an opponent in mine chest without using story mode. Coolio. Never mind that. Now play us the tape. This should finally tell us how many shots were fired. Fine, you can hear it, but I got conditions. You played me like a fiddle, Ruffles. Only the chief ever played me so good. So you gotta agree to be chief number 2, and to be a mentor to a rising star, aka me. Chief number 2, huh? Kinda like a second parent. That's a big responsibility, sir. One more thing. I'm on exclusive reporting rights for the first 24 hours. Come on, you gotta say yes. What kind of mentor wouldn't give his star pupil the exclusive, huh? She's a difficult woman to refuse. I need to hear that recording. 24 hours is more than I can promise, but the story's yours until the case is solved. And the job of chief number 2? I think none. You're no fun, but I guess a girl's can't have everything. All for the sake of the scoop, huh? Alright, you got yourself a deal. Got exclusive access starting right this second, Ruffles. Good. Then our first order of business is to listen to that tape. Alright. Honored friends and allies, I am here today to deliver a message. The odious criminals that dogged my beloved nation are no more. President's speech. President passionately addresses the assembled crowd, as if trying to shake off the reports of his decline in popularity by sheer force of will. That there's me. Can't beat a little live commentary to set the scene. The meeting is scheduled for just after the speech, correct? He seems pretty pleased to be able to put the whole Yeti Gravasa situation behind him. As well as he should be. This is a great day for all of us. Oh, never mind. That wasn't her. Oh, they were these 2 old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole damn time. I know their voices from somewhere. Wait, the part where the gun goes off is right after this. The president thrusts his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. The battle against evil rages on. Here today I make you this solemn promise. We shall crush the wicked with the righteous hammer of justice. 1, 2 gunshots. That was 2 gunshots, not 3. Why did she stop recording? Recording of the president's speech, 2 gunshots can clearly be... That doesn't make any sense. Why would you stop recording when a shooting's happening? I feel like you would keep recording. For evidence. If I was in that situation, I would have kept recording. Because, you know... Obviously, if something like this happened, you would want as many vantage points and testimonies and eyewitness things and recordings as possible. I don't know why you would, outside of the fact of, I guess, you just didn't want to run away. You would want to run away, but at the same time, you would still keep the, keep it recording. I guess it's the way that you would do it. So, 2 shots were fired. Yep, man, that tells us something. It's so cold. Something very important indeed. It allows us to deduce the trajectory of one of your bullets. And one of our bullets, sorry. Of the 2 shots fired, one hit the president, which means the other must have passed through both the flag and the balloon in that order. Which, as you can see, allows us to deduce the position of our shooter. Only possible place from which a bullet could have been fired through the flag and the balloon is, well, if you look at the trajectory, you would assume it would have to be somewhere in here, so, yeah. Take that. I got any more trophies to look up for this? I don't think so. There is a trophy about to come up right now, though. There is going to be a, yeah, there's going to be that, and an examination. Examine, talk to these people. Okay, yeah, so we do get another trophy. We're going to get another trophy in a second. Yeah. Places our shooter on the left-hand side of the spectator area. Extrapolations from bullet trajectory suggest that the 2 shots were fired from the left side of the spectator area. You're a genius, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, I'll need to examine the left side of the spectator area. Would you like, sir? So you need me to clear all these people out of the way, I guess? I do. What evidence remains to be found may already be deteriorating, yeah. Usually when you want to do these things, you want to have everyone cleared out. But at the same time, yeah, I mean, you need to explore. So you need to be allowed to explore and be able to do other things. But the big issue is going to be, well, it depends on the shoot. Yeah, it's hard, right? Like if this happens in real life, which it has happened multiple times. Obviously, the first time people see a shooting happen where that something happens, their first instinct is to run, which obviously makes it hard to be able to figure out who did what and where, because it's just mass hysteria and panic. You're gonna head out, but you're lurking for you. No problem. Thank you for stopping by, Rinsler. Have a good rest of your time zone, and I'll talk to you next time. Thanks for the chats and thanks for the story reminiscing and the other stuff as well. That was quite interesting to just bring up randomly in just a conversation. So I need you to be quick about it. Yes, sir. Chief, hey, I'm talking to you, Chief. Felt like he needs to let it out, yeah. Again, my channel is all about that. It's something that, Sure, they do. You gotta help me. Gotta let me help out. This stuff's my forte. I'm the best crowd hunter you ever did see. I'll prod, pummel, and push them wherever you like. A very kind offer, but I think a less hands-on approach might be preferable. Also, about this chief business, I am nobody's chief. Whatever you say, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, your wish is my command. Somehow I doubt that.
Here you go, sir. It's all ready for you. Miss Lloyd here cleared everybody out, just like that. You should have seen it.
Oh, you ain't seen nothing. The chief, my other chief, that is, she sends him running twice as quick. She sounds like quite a formidable character. Perhaps I should go easier on the poor girl. Thank you, but you really shouldn't have all that running around. Your clothes are covered in mud. Allow me to pay for the cleaning. It's the least I can do. You mean my jacket? Oh, don't be so worried about your pretty little head about it. It's reversible. All you gotta do is switch it around, and alakazam, no more dirt. On the outside, perhaps, but you'd still have something of a problem with the inside.
We're ready to get back to the investigation whenever you are, sir.
Crowd has trampled the entire area. We're lucky to find any traces of our shooter at all. Alright, Gold Lake Spectator Area investigation. Let us begin. Oh, we still have tutorials we can do as well.
All these flashing lights and clicking cameras. Why do they need pictures of the crowd anyhow? Stupid nosy news hounds.
Well, that is a rather newsworthy event, Detective. Don't let them get to you.
They're taking your picture, sir, and mine. Never signed away my image rights, and neither did you. Wait there, I'll be right back.
He ran off before I could stop him. Now he's looking for whoever photographed him, and annoying everybody else in the process. Will he ever stop finding new ways to surprise me?
No, you can check the information you've gathered by pressing L1, right? Let's say you've forgotten my first name. You could look that up in your organizer.
What exactly are you insinuating, Detective? I know your first name perfectly well.
If you say so, sir, just remember that all the evidence you gather is in your organizer, okay? Including stuff like people's names and backgrounds, even mine.
Suppose I should take a look later with R1. Did I not do that before? Already saw that. We already saw. Already read this. And then you got one as well. Tabby Lloyd, age 20, a journalist who attended the president's speech, hoping to snap up a scoop. Of course. Actually, I want to quickly check something here.
Evidence is not good just sitting in your pocket, sir. You gotta use it.
By presenting it to people and seeing what they have to say, yes, I am well aware of that, Detective.
Sure, but you gotta look it over, too. The devil's in the details, as they say. Prod it, poke it, look it up, look it down. Heck, even lick it if it helps. Do whatever it takes. Smash it to pieces and put it all under a microscope if you have to.
I admire your spirit, Detective, but I'll stop short of the destruction of evidence if that's all the same to you.
Just my little joke, sir, because I got a little carried away.
Exactly my worry. If I ever met a man who would pulverize a piece of evidence, it's you. I wonder if that's a reference to another guy. There have been some circumstances where they've done that. There's been circumstances where they have actually pulverized the evidence. To get evidence. They've had to break stuff open. Alright, I guess we'll do our investigation then. I don't know where we're going to start, but we'll just go with, over here, I guess. There's a trophy here as well. You even got to pick through the trash yourself? Prosecutor's life ain't easy, huh? Detective Gumshoe? She just tells Gumshoe to do it.
Right away, sir.
Faith youthful detective scrabbles through the garbage as the prosecutor looks on, his hands unblemished.
Let's see now. Come to Papa, little treasures.
Is he enjoying himself?
Bingo, a popsicle stick. Gotta love the jokes they put on these.
Detective?
Sorry, sir. Relevant evidence. Relevant evidence. Huh? I think we got something.
Good work, detective. Let's take a closer look, shall we? By examining a piece of evidence from all angles, we can uncover hidden details.
Sure can. Just tell me which way you want it, sir.
You can rotate the item with R.
If you want, I can move it closer or further away, too.
You can use R1 to examine an object up close, and R1 to move out for the bigger picture.
When you spot something, just say the word.
You can point out suspicious areas with the cursor and press X to inspect them more closely. Alright, let's see what we can discover. Oh, this is different. This is a document of some kind. What have we got? So, presidential security. What is the presidential security plan doing in the trash? This seems like a classified document right now. Why is this in the trash? So we got lead. The lead security, I guess, is the Rook. He was the guy on the left. And Knight is on the right. What does it say? So the left side says less cover for Lakeside now, eyes on this area. Then it says Rook repositioned in light of Knight's injury. Then it says Knight to immediately escort President to plane in case of emergency. And then it says stay frosty, we know who might be in the audience. We know who might be in the audience, and it's underlined, so I'm wondering if that means that they knew that someone was going to be in the audience. So, I guess what we can gather from here is, there was less cover for the Lakeside. Rook was repositioned, so I'm assuming he was put originally on the left, but he's on the right because Knight was injured. Knight is responsible for escorting the President to the plane in case there was an emergency, and they're thinking that someone might be in the audience.
What are we looking at here? Presidential security plan. It's a diagram of the President's security arrangements.
Shows how the President's bodyguards were positioned.
Even has his people's names on it. Rook and Knight.
So his bodyguards aren't natives to Shangfa. He uses some private security firm. Why not employ people from his own country? I know, why not? Y'all want to hear a little tabloid exclusive? You really know something? Sure I do. I was over at their embassy not so long back, sniffing out a story. While I'm there, one of my sources tells me that the President's got more enemies than you got hairs on your head. Including a bunch of bigwigs in the National Police Force. Interesting. So he's unable to trust his own domestic law enforcement. Wonder if one of these enemies could have been behind the attempt on his life. Diagram of the President's security arrangements almost certainly classified.
What was it doing down there in that bag?
Raise an interesting point. Document relating to a matter of national security would surely be classified information.
Hey, there's something else in here.
Oh, gun with a sight. Although I don't remember seeing the sight with the gun that was shot.
What's a gun doing in there?
Also, why would you just dispose of a gun in the... Why would you just dispose of a gun in a trash bin when you could just take it with you, potentially? And especially since the whole crowd was still there. And...
So, this bag, it's gotta belong to the...
Yes, it could well have been disposed of by our would-be assassin. A revolver. It would have taken a lot of nerve to dump it here in the middle of the chaos. Found in a trash can, not easy to acquire in this country. Could this be the work of a professional?
That would explain the security plan too.
I think we need to take a very close look at our latest find. Okay. This part is called the Grip. I've held a few guns in my time, but they've never felt quite right in my hand. This one is no exception. Two spent bullets in the cylinder, matching the 2 gunshots heard on the recording.
That proves it. This must be the weapon that was used.
This is a laser sight.
Can be lined up with a target to make aiming a bit easier. If I press this here... Yep, definitely a red laser.
Could the assassin have used a laser sight to target the president? Attached to the gun that was used in the attempt shines a red laser. Found in a trash can on the left side of the Spectator Area, fitted with a laser sight, 2 spent bullets.
That bag is a real find, huh? Just goes to show, a bag in the hand is worth 2 in the trash.
Nice work, detective. Now, there's something else I'd like to ask of you, if you don't mind. I need you to take the bag and the gun to forensics to see if they can find any prints. Is there anything else that I can check with the bag? No.
On it, sir.
A good set of fingerprints could really help this investigation along.
Got the results for you, sir.
That was quick.
You bet it was. Top detection was ultra super high priority. But, they came up empty.
They checked everywhere?
Inside and outside, top to bottom, sir. They even took the bullets out of the gun and dusted them.
Should have known it wouldn't be that easy. Okay, we'll talk to you now. Well, this is quite the situation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Edgeworth? Who is he again? It's Payne, Mr. Edgeworth. Winston Payne. We work together at the prosecutor's office. He's a prosecutor? What brings you here today, Mr. Payne? What, indeed? Why, you earned the invitation of the chief prosecutor himself. His voice, I recognize it from the tape recording. Was he one of the men who was standing in front of Mr. Lloyd? Miss Lloyd? Where is the chief prosecutor? He had to leave, I'm afraid. He's a busy man. They let him, and only him, out to the cordon. So he had me summoned on short notice and then left before I even showed up. Rude. Okay. This wooden sign looks almost brand new. I imagine it was placed here recently.
What's it say? 50 yards to the Gaudy Museum. And 70 yards to the, never mind.
What's the matter, detective? Just read it, will you?
70 yards to the boathouse.
Feels like a million years since that whole story affair unfolded. Oh, the boathouse from, the first game, where Edgeworth was, I think that was case 4. Case 4 of the first game? Fun memories, detective.
Yeah, fun memories, sir.
Not really. Alright, there's our trophy. Let's sync that up. That's 2 trophies. I like that in these games, a lot of the trophies that you do end up being in relation to, like, either other games. Like, this one is in relation to case 4 of the first game, where Edgeworth was accused of murder. And, stuck with the boathouse, he'd swum out to, he'd taken a boat and swum out to the boat, up to the middle of the lake and, things, so... it should be right here. For examining the signpost on the left side of the Spectator Area. Okay, about the incident. Have I reached the next level yet? I don't think I have. No, I'm 98%. So maybe the next trophy will get us there. If it's a bronze, it might be 2. If it's anything other than a bronze, it should get us to the next level. So you attended today's ceremony in order to gather material for an article of some kind. You bet I did. Ain't the kind of thing that happens every day. When did the ceremony begin? Right after the rain stopped. We got lucky. It was raining all morning before that. Anyhow, the president's plane touched down right around 1:45 p.m. Or 1:45. The speech started at 2 on the nose. What about the shooting? Must have been maybe 20 after. So 20 minutes after the ceremony began. Yeah, shots rang out, tearing through air that only moments before had been alive with cheers. Then tragedy. The president dropped to the floor, felled by an unknown assassin's bullet. It's 2:25 p.m. on March 25th, and I've been reporting to you live from the scene here at Gold Lake. What was that all about? Sorry, just making some voice notes. Gotta get those ideas down the second they come into the old noggin, you know? And every day you get to report on the assassination of a president, after all. It's dramatic, it's emotional. It's got everything I need to write an article that put the readers right there on the scene. And did the president really drop to the floor?
Officers on the scene said his bodyguards escorted him straight up to the presidential plane.
You can't blame me for getting a little carried away now, can you? But take any testimony she gives with a good-sized pinch of salt. Legal report. Stop it, calling me a reporter and all. It's kind of weird when somebody else says it. Still, Tabby Lloyd, reporter at large. Does have kind of a ring to it, don't you think? You are a reporter, correct? Sure am, a reporter in training. Have you even had any articles published? Fixing to look at my work, huh? Well, that might be tricky. And yet, you call yourself a reporter nonetheless. Well, I soon will be, won't I? This won't be, this right here is a big old scoop. No mistake about it. I got the whole thing on tape. Didn't miss a second. Oh, I got a raid. Thank you, Fox, for the raid. Let me give you a, shout out real quick. Here you go. Welcome in, raiders. Do a lot of Switch games, speedruns, reaction videos, platinum playthroughs, and a double raid. A Fox and Otto have just raided my stream. Quick, everyone, hide the pantry essentials. Thank you, Taquito, as well, for the raid. Here's your shout out. Double raid. Thank you very much. How was Baldur's Gate 3? Did Fox simp over Astarion? And thank you for the follow as well, Taquito. Hope all is well with everyone tonight. Oh. No scuff today. We are playing some good old Ace Attorney with voice acting and other stuff. Whenever I see Fox playing Baldur's Gate, I keep thinking that she has to simp over Astarion, the greatest of characters from that game. Well, not really. Three? Oh, baby, a triple. Never mind. 3 raids. Thank you so much, everyone, for the raids. Thank you, Wolfie, for the raid too. Let me give you a shout out before I forget. Triple raid. Oh baby, a triple. I feel special today. Thank you so much for the raids and everyone joining. Did I read your description right? I need to read this out loud, actually. I think I actually read this. Did I read this correctly, Fox? Did you actually wrote 4 friends? How was the I was gonna ask how was the 4-way, but that sounds out of context for anyone who probably wouldn't have seen the notification. I think I read that correctly, right? Yeah, you did. All those entendres. All those double entendres as it is, of course. Oh. Looking for a bit, no problem. Take care. If you need to get some rest, or hydrate, or get dinner, or eat, or looking as well, Taquito, no problem. If you take care. Thank you for the raids. I was not expecting a triple raid today. I greatly appreciate everyone's support. And enjoy the rest of your time zone. I'll be here for a good amount of time, so if everyone wants to stick around and listen to some voice acting, I mean, I'll try and voice act, but it's hard. This is the start of the second Ace Attorney game, so a little bit too close to real life at the moment. We are dealing with a presidential assassination. And and we've just investigating the first crime scene. So it's all thanks to my trusty Mike, my even trustier tape machine. I'm about to set the journalistic world on fire, just like my mentor before me. Yeah, who is your mentor? So yeah, to put this into perspective, just an assassination attempt has happened. We are investigating the crime scene. We've already... But we haven't really established anything yet. We've just got a tape recording of what was said. We have the gun. We have a plan that was left in the trash for some reason by the security detail. And an annoying reporter that is constantly asking for scoops. So that's where we're at the moment. That is where we are at the moment. You know the Chief Ruffles? My mentor, my inspiration? No, but you have mentioned her repeatedly. Did I? Can't rightly say I remember. What kind of reporter forgets a thing like that? Well, it's just like the Chief always says. You gotta treat information as irresponsibly as you can. What kind of mentor says that? Oh, you should have heard the day she gave me this here tape machine. You be sure and bag yourself the juiciest, sleaziest scoops you can hear. You can now, you hear? Wonderful. So you're the kind of reporter who sees fire under even the faintest trace of smoke. No, I'm the kind of reporter who puffs on the fire till the smoke about chokes you. How is that any better? Nothing more from you. So this is, if no one's seen an Ace Attorney game before, expect a lot of puns and expect a lot of comedy. So, this character's name is, they're a journalist, and of course their name is Tabloid. So, Tabloid. A lot of puns in these games. This is the first case. I've never played the game before, so expect there to be a lot of shock, because I just have not thing before, but... And occasionally you'll see Edgeworth twerking, because my controller is playing up, but every now and then he'll twerk. And unlike all the other Ace Attorney games that came in the past, instead of investigating where we have a still screen, and we just move the cursor around, we get to move around as the characters instead, which is a neat little thing to have. You're with one of the news channels. Yep, can I help you? You must have footage of the event. Do you mind if I take a look? Wish I could help you, but it might be a little tricky. Why's that, pal? You got a problem with doing your civic duty or something? No, it's just my camera was knocked over in all the panic. Now I can't get it to work. That footage would have helped immensely. Just our luck. Oh, laughing? Okay, what are we? Who is this now? What the? You look like you need a little help, Mr. Edgeworth. I know that. Okay, who is it? Who's coming back? Who is coming back? Oh, you're back. The ninja is back. The Thief, the Great Thief is back. Okay. Good. Good. I wanted this character to come back. This was one of my favorite characters on the previous game. So, basically, Kay. In the previous game, she's the inheritor of the Thief moniker, I guess. She has this little gadget that basically allows her to, recreate the crime scenes, similar to like something from a Batman game, I guess would be the best way to put it. Where they do the reconstructions of the crime scenes. Honestly, I'll leave you alone for 2 seconds. But don't worry, your hero is here to save the day. That's right, the one, the only, Kay Faraday. Hero? Only you would give yourself a title like that. So you're not a great thief anymore. Not right now, but it's not like I quit. I'm just on sabbatical. Do I get a profile for you yet? Not yet. I'm taking time for some intensive training. Being the second year at Garassi doesn't come easy. Kay helped me out a few situations about 2 weeks ago when I was working at Case. Case of Yadagarasu, a mysterious thief who seemed to appear and disappear at will. So yeah, Kay was a very important player in, what, the last 3 cases? It would have been like, I think it was case 3, case 4, she was a kid, and case 5, so pretty much the middle part of the game to the end, so at least that she's here, that gives me some hope, because her feature was very fun, being able to recreate crime scenes, and just based on the information you gather, she will, like, change the circumstances and stuff. And of course, she's not subtle about wanting to steal things, she just straight up admits to stealing. Claimed only to steal the truth. She calls herself the second Yadagarasu, the successor to the so-called Great Thief. There's not a lock I can't open or a trap I can't escape. And when it comes to stealing, well, I'm still in training, but I'll get there soon enough. What are you doing here, Kay? What do you think I'm doing? I've been enjoying the festivities, of course. Suppose she did mention being fond of such things. Afterwards, I was thinking of dropping by your office to see you guys, but now I don't have to.
Good to see you, kiddo. You're as bright as breezy as ever.
Hey, Gummy, how you been? Looking pretty full of beans yourself. So, Kay, are you really here to save the day? Yep. Prepare for your jaw to hit the floor. Your best pal in the world here only went and took pictures of the whole shebang. Did you now? Then you better show them to me. Wow, your jaw didn't even drop an inch. What's a girl gonna do to impress you, huh? I know, right? Mr. Prosecutor here is about as much fun as a dang toothache. Won't even let me call him Chief. But I'm forgetting my manners. Tabby Lloyd, ace reporter at your service. Nice to meet you, Tabby. You're right, he's no fun at all. This one time he... You two can chat later. Okay, can I see those pictures? Ooh, fine. Here. Oh, I see the red dot site. Alright, what have we got? We've got, yeah. So, the president has the red dot on his forehead, which would imply... We have proof here. This revolver has a laser sight on it, so... Yeah. A laser sight on the, A laser sight on the what's the same thing here? As I said, this was a presidential assassination. This is the first time we're also seeing these 2 characters as well. So the guy on the left, according to this, his codename is, I believe his codename was Rook. And the other guy on the right, his codename was, Knight. So we've got Rook on the left, Knight on the right, and apparently these 2 were swapped because Knight has an injury, which I'm guessing is something with his neck. Maybe he can't turn his neck to a certain point or something, because he has a giant neck brace on. Also, why do these shields look like briefcases? I guess these shields look like briefcases. Do these exist? Bulletproof cases? I feel like they wouldn't be as effective as like a riot shield, but okay. I mean, this is a video game, so we'll let it slip. It was total chaos. People running everywhere. President and his 2 bodyguards. The names on the security plan were Knight and Rook, I think. What's that? Thank you indeed, Kay. I think you've provided us with a vital clue. Ooh-wee! Your eyes just lit up like a pair of dang Christmas trees. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, care to tell the readers what you've spotted? Contradiction. A what now? I see nothing strange. Let me just show you. This picture shows the moment of the incident, but another piece of evidence shows something different. I need to highlight the point of contradiction, then employ my powers of deduction. First off, on the contradiction in the photograph. Well, I was thinking it had to do with the how do you know which one's which? How do you know which person is which though? Because based on their look, I couldn't tell if one's rook and one's knight. Like, that doesn't really... I would assume that the guy on the left is... I guess their heads are modelled. One looks more squarish and the other one doesn't. So that's maybe what it is. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I know it has to be the security plan, but how do I... Oh, never mind. I just have to highlight over it. I didn't think that the... Alright, I guess I just wanted just to... present the evidence that proves the contradiction. Is it the red dot site? Because, I mean, we did highlight over his forehead. We did a highlight over the guy's forehead, and, Oh, that's what they're wanting to do. That's what they're doing. Oh, that's what they meant. They meant, like... They're saying that this is a contradiction. I was thinking too far ahead, so... the laser sight is on his head, and I guess they're wanting to say that the contradiction is his forehead doesn't have, on this photo, doesn't have the red dot sight. So then we're gonna have to say, oh, well, to explain what the red dot is, we have to then say, oh, this is what the red dot is. I think that's what they mean. So let's go and do that instead. Yeah. Yes, Eureka. Look close at the picture of the president in this newspaper clipping if you would, Mr. Lloyd. I'm Miss Lloyd, sorry. And look at Kay's photograph. Compare the two carefully. What am I looking for here? Well, I'll be. Indeed, there's something on the president's forehead, something that wasn't there in the other picture.
What is it? Some kind of birthmark?
Yeah, a guy's got a big red birthmark right in the middle of his forehead. Yeah, not a birthmark. Definitely not a birthmark. We have proof that it wasn't a birthmark anyway. Photo shows a red dot on the president's forehead during the attack. Well, we know that that is a laser sight. And not a birthmark. So I guess that's all they want us to prove. How did a birthmark just sprang up there since the other picture was taken?
Did he get bitten by a bug then, maybe?
Yeah, that's it. That right there's a big old bug bite. And here I thought it was something important. Look on your face. You should know that the road to the truth is paved with just such seemingly trivial details. Again with the face. Alright. Duly noted, Chief. Okay, sure. Am I supposed to present the evidence now, or do I look at something else? I'm assuming that I can look at the evidence and then... How do I present this one? Or have I still got something to look around for? I need to clear this out as well. Clear that. Okay. Let's do that. We still have some stuff to look around for anyway, I think. We haven't talked to Kay yet either. Television truck appears to be stuck in the mud.
Must be the time I pushed your car into that ditch, sir. Then you just drove away and left me there. Gotta admit it, felt kinda lonely.
Did I do that? I think I might have.
Came back though, Mr. Edgeworth, and left me there in the mud for maybe 15 minutes. You'd never forget about me, sir.
Of course I wouldn't. Barring those 15 minutes anyway. I suppose we can just talk to... Kay again? So we've already finished up with you. We've already finished up with you. We have not talked with you yet. Everyone else has already... I'm wondering why you were just jumping around for a second there. I'm not wrong. Wait, why did I see this? This guy just started jumping around and then he just sort of stops. I thought that was suspicious just then. Okay, never mind. Alright, we'll talk to Kate. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Kate Faraday. Alright, backstory time. Did you like my big entrance? Bet I really am your hero now, huh? Well, your evidence helped things along, certainly. Hey, I'm the second year at Gavasi, remember? Only in a day's work. Kinda wish I could have saved you kinda wish I could have showed you how far I've really come with the whole Great Faith thing, though. The training you mentioned, about that. Don't worry, I haven't stolen anything yet, I promise. So the whole Great Faith thing is just on hold for now. Yep, seems like it. It's a relief, I suppose. Yeah, I wanted to get out there and start stealing back the truth like my dad. I've still got a ways to go with my training. I need to find some partners in crime. Hope she means that figuratively. So at the end of the game, they did take a photo together, ourselves, Gumshoe, and Kay. The previous game, the Yadagarasu, was basically like an organization, so, comprised of a detective who could hide evidence, which was, Gumshoe. The previous equivalent. So, a detective that could hide evidence, a defendant who could, the defense lawyer who could do stuff with the security, and then the prosecutor who could do stuff with making sure that we weren't spotted or something like that. And essentially, Edgeworth, Kay, and Gumshoe are like the equivalent of that, but they're like the good version. In the sense that they're not using the law, they're not breaking the law, I guess. They're kind of just keeping it, keeping it just, I guess, is the best way to say. Can't be the only girl in the world looking to pull off the most daring heist ever attempted. True, but not many people are looking to pull off a career in larceny either, I'd wager. About the Lee incidents. Yep, no doubt about it. If you compare the pic I took to the newspaper clipping, the red birthmark standing like a sore thumb. That's a contradiction, alright. Indeed, though I very much doubt it's due to a birthmark suddenly appearing. That reminds me, I might have to steal that line of yours. The road to the truth is paved with seemingly trivial
Who's
fix.
that Pokemon?
I thought the saying was the road to ruin is paved with good intentions. I think that's the saying, right? I'm pretty certain that's the saying. The road to ruin is paved through good intentions, which would imply like, oh well, you know, someone could make a really bad decision thinking that it has good intentions for something. I think that's what I remember it being. At least off the top of my head, anyway. Why just rob a house when you can rearrange the furniture too? You may call it rearranging, but I call it irretrievably corrupting. Sure. Sure thing. I think that's everything, right? We have no other things to talk about. We have no other... I guess we put the logic together now, maybe? Have I done everything else? I did the newspaper clipping. I did the... There's no other trophies that I have to do, I think. I just need to put the, yeah, we've got a few other things to do. No other trophies right now. Put our logic together. So we want to put the birthmark and the laser sight together, because those are obvious two things there. Solve the mystery of the red birthmark. Really? So it wasn't a bug bite? No, what we're dealing with isn't something that would itch for a day and then disappear. It is, in fact, the beam of a laser sight.
But our killer was aiming to shoot the president square in the forehead.
Shortly after this picture was taken, a second shot rang out.
Yeah, that's gotta do more than itch.
Indeed, I fear the president may be in even more danger than we thought. I mean, I'm pretty certain if you got shot point blank in the head like that, you'd probably be dead. I don't know what the chances of you surviving are. The big issue is like, you can, because sometimes, I think some people have survived because the bullets ricochet off the skull. It can happen. People have survived being shot in the head. It ultimately just depends on where and like how, there's a lot of factors. But people have survived being shot in the head in the past, and people also underestimate how strong the skull is. It's not like it's immeasurably like strong, but it's stronger than what someone might think. The gun we found was the weapon used in the crime. Okay, revolver updated, sure.
Why would the pup use a laser sight then?
He's right. You stand out like crazy using something like that. Pew pew pew! It's like you can just go around shooting lasers all over the place. No, and anyone who saw it could trace it right back to the shooter.
Seems like a pretty bad idea all around.
I almost forgot. Took a couple more pictures. Maybe the laser sight's in one of them.
It's a long shot, but it's worth a look at least.
Alright, okay, let's see these other pictures. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. Let's see. First up, here's one I took just before everything started going south. Might be more useful to us if half the frame wasn't taken up with your face. Is it me, or does one of the people look like they're further back than they should be? At least when it comes to the guards. They look like, the guy on the left looks like he should be closer than the guy on the right. But it might also be the angle. Because if we look at the actual picture here, the security plan, they're supposed to be basically on the same path, but one looks further back than the other, but that might just be the angle, perhaps. So maybe we have to do something else. Hey, can you blame me for wanting to get a selfie with the president? Lucky for you, this was right before the gun went off. This one I showed you before is from just after the first shot was fired. Second shot came just seconds after this. Then there's... Okay, panicking. What's this? I can hardly see anything. I got knocked over when everyone started running right after that last picture. Guess I must have pressed the shutter by accident.
Not sure this one's gonna be much use, kid.
And that's all of them. Okay, 3 photographs taken before, during, and after the shooting. Time to take a closer look. I guess we can actually have a look ourselves and see what the 3 photos are, but... First one before the shooting, this was during the shooting. And then the after one. This is going to come into play later, for some reason. I can't spot anything right now to suggest that I would know what's here, but, there's going to be something, isn't there? I'm just trying to see if there's an umbrella that's here, or something that looks like an umbrella that's here. There's something that's fallen down on this side, too. I really don't know. I honestly don't know what it could be. It could be a few things. And then, yeah, K. Faraday, age 17, a self-styled great thief and so-called second Yadikavasu, who's always looking to bag the greatest treasure of all the truth. Let's examine the picture from before, during, or after the shooting. I feel like we have to probably examine all of them anyway, but for the sake of this, we'll examine the before the shooting one. Is there any hint of the laser sight here in this photo? Yes, right? Actually, wait a second. Oh, I just noticed this now. I just noticed this right now, that there's a laser pointing to this point. So there is a laser that's here. So if we say yes. There, I see it.
What is it, sir?
Look closely at the person with the red hood. Oh, there it is. Indeed, that's our laser sight right there.
So that's our pup. The one in the red hood must be...
the shooter, yes. We found them, and all thanks to yours truly. Indeed, you led us right to the greatest treasure of all, Miss Great Thief, the truth. May have captured our would-be assassin in one of your other pictures, too. Let's take another look. Alright. A red-hooded suspect could be in another of these photos. It'd have to be in the after the shooting one, because, I see a person in a red hood there. It's the person with a red hood here somewhere. Yes, I see someone with a red hood right there.
Take that.
Look, right there. A red jacket. That must be our suspect.
Looks like they took advantage of the confusion to make their getaway.
luckily, we can see exactly where they were headed. Samurai dog stand. Precisely, which means they escaped towards the right-hand side of the Spectator Area. Detective Gumshoe?
On it, sir. Consider it cleared.
Oh, good, I'm counting on you. Are we gonna clear out the second area now? I mean, why they didn't do that in the first place? Honestly, like... That's what I would have done, personally. Why does this remind me of another... I feel like I've seen another game that was like this. Was it Deadly Premonition? I think it was Deadly Premonition that had a raincoat killer in it, and they had a red raincoat. I think it was Deadly Premonition. I've not played the game, but I've seen someone speedrun it. I think the raincoat killer had a red raincoat on. I know I've seen something like this before. This does look very familiar. We have you now, my little Red Riding Hood. The entire park is cordoned off and we know which way you went. Now it's simply a matter of hunting you down. Now let us continue our investigation. There's evidence here somewhere. All we have to do is find it. Indeed we do.
There are points of interest in every crime scene. All you gotta do is walk up and examine them.
True, but simply examining them might always be enough, of course.
No, sir, sometimes you gotta spot where they don't match up with the evidence in your organizer.
When you find a contradiction like that, that's where our old friend deduction comes in.
Find the spot that contradicts the evidence, then present the evidence in question.
You can make deductions by pressing triangle and then presenting a piece of evidence. As long as we follow basic investigative procedure, the truth is sure to come to light. About the assassin.
Red Hood's gonna stand out like a sore thumb, sir. Our perp's as good as in the bag.
Don't let your confidence blind you, detective. We mustn't close our minds to other possibilities. Yeah, do not, like... Do not ever do this. Like, do not ever, like, think, oh, I've got the crime scene solved. It's absolutely... Nothing's ever gonna go wrong. Everything can and will absolutely go wrong in these situations. I can guarantee it. That's just the way things go.
I mean, yeah, it's like on that show. You made an arrest based on a jacket. I can't believe you, Gumshoe.
Something tells me whatever show this is, you watch entirely too much of it.
You bet I do. Kids' Mystery Theater is the best. They have this trivia quiz at the end and...
We should get back to finding our assassin.
Oh, sure thing, sir. Cut dead once again.
Alright, well, obviously there's a, umbrella. Hat. Can't investigate the hat. The banner advertising the rifle range has fallen over. It must have been knocked down in the crush. It's covered in footprints too. The crowd must have really panicked.
Hey, you know where I can buy one of these?
Why would you wish to? Don't tell me you're thinking of running Gumshoe on it and wearing it on your back.
How'd you guess? You a mind reader, sir? Is that it?
It was a joke, but I should have known that nothing impossible when it comes to the good detective. There are toy rifles lined up along the counter.
Rifle range, I'm good at these, sir. A regular sharpshooter.
I thought you said you hated guns.
Oh, I don't hate them, I just don't really like them.
Isn't that basically the same thing? No, not really. If someone loves or hates something, it's more like a strong version of a like or dislike,
I would say.
Like for me, I hate pineapple pizza. I hate pineapple on pizza. It's a strong dislike of pineapple on pizza, but it's not like a complete, like... I just dislike it. My childhood has ruined, like, has ruined pineapple pizza. Because, every time that there would be some sort of pizza thing that would happen, it would always be Hawaiian pizza. And I guess at least during my time, like, I guess barbecue chicken pizzas never existed back then with pineapple on them. So, like, the only time anyone would get pineapple pizza would just be Hawaiian pizza. So, I had it so many times, but I just hated it more and more. But yeah, no, a like or a dislike is like a softer hate, level hate thing, and then level hate is one thing as well. So yeah, carry on, shall we? What else have we got? Yeah, they definitely changed this. It used to say something different. It was like, I must explore every nook and cranny in order to find the truth. Now it says, I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. So they've definitely changed that. It's a flimsy-looking food stand made of plywood, and it sells samurai dogs. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got $1.50 if, you know... You're not actually suggesting I subsidize you eating on the job. I didn't mean to... That is, maybe when we're done. Fine. When we have finished investigating, you can have one. And only one, understood? Sorry, sir, I never should have... Wait, did you say I could have one? Yes, why, is something the matter? No, it's just... I wasn't expecting you to... Thanks, sir. Samurai dogs was also a key point. That's actually the reason why the last case was solved. It was solved from... The last case was solved because of a... the samurai dog banner being incorrect. That was how the final thing was solved. So very fitting end to a very fitting end to the case. Hot dog saved the case. We put a criminal behind bars because of hot dogs. The most patriotic of... Well, is it the most patriotic food? I don't know. I can't say. I'm not a... I don't live in the US. I would assume either apple pie or like some sort of hamburger or a hot dog. What is the most patriotic food in the US? Because I think of I tend to think it's like either going to be some sort of burger or like a hot dog. Or at least that's what I think about when it's that's what I think about with like sports foods, I guess. I feel like the US is more well known for maybe I don't know. I don't know. I think if like we're more well known for sausage sizzle stuff, but that's not hot dogs. Sausages are different to hot dogs. They're cooked differently. So we're more well known for sausage sizzles rather than hot dogs. And burgers are probably more well known here than hot dogs are. Says samurai dogs. Now is Sakura a relish, just in time for spring. Sakura, huh? What does that taste like? Well, Sakura is cherry blossom, so I guess maybe cherries? Cherries in hot dog? I guess? Would that work? Hot dog and cherry. But blossoms are blossoms and cherries are cherries, sir. They're totally different things. You're right, I suppose. So what does Sakura really taste like? This is my kind of mystery. Cherry and hot dog? Cherry and sausage? I mean, I know duck and cherry works. And duck and orange. I don't know about hot dog and cherry. That seems like a little bit of an interesting combination, but I mean, to each their own, I guess. Certainly better than pizza and pineapple. Or pizza and orange, which I saw someone do in response to people disliking pineapple on pizza. They were like, oh, let's do orange on pizza. Orange segments. What's this? Red button. Hey, do you think... Seems like it was torn off of something found near the samurai dog stand. Could it have been dropped by our red-headed suspect? Yes, it certainly seems likely. Puddle reflects the clear blue sky. All that remains of the rain. You're a regular poet, sir? Very funny, detective. How would you describe it, then? Let's see, a pool of water left behind after a real heavy downpour.
Just like I get left behind in a real heavy dose of Mr. Edgeworth's logic. I'm wondering if this is a puddle or if it's something to do with the card. Because there is water down in the bottom left here, but I don't... Did they say that there was a downpour or not? I can't remember if they did. I would say don't give up on your day job, but it seems you don't even have that down, Detective. And this is here as well. There's something red down there. Detective Gumshoe, can you see what that is under the sand, please? There's something down there, alright. Let's see. A red raincoat. This must be the one the suspect was wearing. They must have taken it off and hidden it under there before they made their escape. Seemingly discarded by the person in the red hood found under the samurai dog stand. Anything in the... Something unusual about the left sleeve. Nope, it's not inside out and the button's still attached. Seems entirely too neat to have been removed in a hurry and thrown on the ground. Have I investigated everything yet? I think so. I think everything's been investigated in this area, so we'll, I guess we'll just leave it for now. It should tell me if there is. No, there's still something. There's still something that I haven't found, or I have to deduce something here. Let me just see if there's any other flashes of something on the... Oh, there we go. The sleeve, it's inside out. The button is missing too. Right sleeve is inside out, the button is missing. Okay, well, we now know where the button is. I'm assuming that we can... I was going to say we could deduce this, but I don't think so. That's everything done there. Alright, good. Can I talk to... Nothing new with you. Nothing new with you. I think that's everything in this area done. So... Let's keep going. Done that. Done that. Done that. Done that. That's been done too. That's been done as well. Sure. I think that's everything. No other evidence at the moment. So let us... There's Edgeworth working again. Red button and raincoat sleeve, because obviously we know that they go together. The button we found seems to have come from this raincoat. Must have been pulled loose when the killer took it off. Red sleeve's inside out too.
Seems it was removed in a hurry, fast enough to tear a button off, no less. Surmise our assassin disposed of their gun and bag in the trash immediately after shooting at the president. Then they slipped into the panicked crowd and moved from the left to the right side of the Spectator Area. This was because they knew the trajectory of the bullet would point to a shooter on the left side. Finally, they removed the raincoat and hid it under the samurai dog stand. The killer would have needed to get rid of the coat as soon as possible, hence its hurried removal. The fact that the right sleeve is inside out is a testament to how quickly it was taken off.
Yep, that and the missing button.
Indeed. Indeed. What is happening? Question, of course, is, why didn't the same thing happen to the left sleeve?
Oh yeah, and the right sleeve is inside out.
Indeed, and the button on the left sleeve is still securely attached.
So what does that mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
If we're to answer that question, Detective, we'll need to inspect the raincoat in more detail. Why does this look like a plank? This looks like a piece of wood. It's got no, like, it's just flat. Also, why did the game just pause? There we go. Let's take a close look at the inside of the raincoat. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir.
blood. Okay, I get it. Stop. Just stop. Stop spinning. It's my analog stick on this controller. It's been doing that for a little while. Right sleeve is inside out. You can clearly see when the button was torn off. Yes, whoever discarded this raincoat did so in quite a hurry. This is a blood stain. Considering where it's located, I'd say that the blood belongs to our would-be assassin.
We're looking for someone with an injury.
Not just any injury, Detective. An injury on their left arm.
How do we know that?
It's simple. The right sleeve is inside out, suggesting that the suspect removed the raincoat in a hurry. Conversely, the left sleeve is just as we would expect it to be. Therefore, the suspect's left arm was never in the sleeve in the first place. And once we understand that, everything else falls into place. Now, Detective, there is a blood stain on the left side lining of the raincoat because
the suspect's arm was too injured to fit through the sleeve.
Precisely. Or at least we can say that there is a good probability that was the case. Blood on the inside, the person who was wearing it must have an injured left arm. This doesn't feel like a first case either, actually. This actually feels like a... I quite like this case so far. This might be, at the moment, one of my favorite opening cases, if not my favorite so far. It feels so much better. There's so much more life in this, because the problem with the first case in the original game was basically just taking place inside Edgeworth's office. And inside a building. This one here, it's like, you get a lot of vibrancy, you get a lot of character interaction because it's a sequel. There's just a lot more happening. I quite like this case, I think, so far. It's very, very fun. Gumshoe, I need you to go and search the crowd for likely suspects.
Yes, sir. Suspicious character with injured left arms coming right up.
You're even smarter than you look, Ruffles. Taking all them itty-bitty pieces and putting them together like that. You'll have your man in no time. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. Park is still cordoned off, so our would-be assassin should be in that crowd somewhere. Don't let me down, Detective Gumshoe. March 25th, 3:27 PM, Gourd Lake, Spectator Area.
Mr. Edgeworth, we found someone who fits the bill perfectly, sir.
Wait, not the assassin, Gummy. Hold on, Kay, it's a little soon to be jumping to conclusions. For the moment, they're a person of interest and nothing more, understood? Okay, no jumping.
He's our shooter, sir. I'm sure of it. He's the guy who tried to take out the president.
In broad daylight, surrounded by a crowd of witnesses, this is no ordinary assassin. Bring him over here, Detective, carefully.
Yes, sir. Come on, boys, you heard Mr. Edgeworth.
Wait. Wait 1 second. What? What? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? Also, I like that he has an ice cream that looks like it's... The ice cream looks... What are you doing? So, this is... I need some explanation here. How did this... this character? Very important character in the second game. I believe he was in case 2. Sorry, the second game, the 4th case. Because I think the fourth game, so I think the second game only had 4 cases. What are you doing here, sir? This guy is an assassin. This guy's a paid assassin, which is what he was doing in the... game that he was in originally, he kidnapped, our, like, attendant friend person. He kidnapped, Maya. But what are you doing here? Like... Are you the assassin? He's bandaged up on the left arm. I'm assuming, does that mean that he's the assassin? Because... I'm surprised that he got caught. That's... Again, we saw Shelly De Killer in the second game of the... Yeah, and... What? Okay, I have to know what's happening with this guy. Okay, let's just keep going. No umbrella and a bandage on his left arm. Well, Bell, state your name already. Will they know who he is? Because he technically was in the second game. Doe? John Doe! Charmed, I'm sure. Of course it's John Doe. John Doe? Not a name you often hear in real life. That's correct. I know this man from somewhere, I'm sure of it. Yep, it's the same man. I'm pretty certain it's the same man. This isn't John Doe, this is, an ice cream seller who's currently my prime suspect. He certainly ticks all the right boxes. We know that you aren't an ice cream seller, good sir. You are not an ice cream seller. Something's up here. You are Prosecutor Edgeworth. You know my name? Of course, I've been following the day's developments with some interest. Now, perhaps you'd care to explain why you've asked to speak with me. As you've been following our investigation, you're no doubt already aware of who we're looking for. So let me ask you, do you recognize this raincoat by any chance? Forgive me, but I'm afraid I do not. I see. Well, I believe its owner to be the would-be assassin we are seeking. Wait, for a second there I thought the ice cream started talking, but he's just moving it. My. Well, isn't that just shocking? And this same would-be assassin happens to have an injured left arm. Just like you. All I can tell you is that I had nothing to do with this unfortunate affair. Two adversaries stare each other down, their eyes like deadly lasers. Care to tell the readers what happens next?
Showdown, that's what. A battle of wits. A battle of words.
Dare I let him explain any further what he thinks about this upcoming, battle? What he thinks is talking about? No, let's not go there. Detective Gumshoe, if you're quite finished leaking my professional strategies to the press.
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Thanks a bunch, you big old grouch. As if it would have done any harm. Okay, battle of wits. Doe's deposition. I can understand why whoever wore the raincoat would be of interest to you. But you have no proof that this person is injured as you claim. My left arm may be injured, but I still use my right. When it started raining, I simply opened my umbrella. No raincoat required. So you contend that you were not wearing a raincoat, is that correct? It is, and is that so strange? Not everyone wears one after all. I happen to prefer an umbrella. Team raincoat over here. They're perfect for when a girl really needs to move. I don't use either. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty Parker every time. Not exactly the line of inquiry that I was hoping to pursue. So you see, I am not your would-be killer. And I am not in the habit of making baseless accusations, Mr. Doe. Please, I am just a simple ice cream seller. Oh, it just started bleeding. Forgive me, my wound seems to have become bleeding again in all the excitement. The owner of the raincoat is definitely our assassin. And said owner also has an injured left arm. I'm on to you, Mr. Doe. It's only a matter of time. Okay, so I guess this is where now we... Oh, I should have said, yeah, I should have had them explain what happened. That's just the, it was a tutorial. Don't know why I missed that. So, yeah, present on the second statement. Okay, so again, this is the introduction to the press stuff where, there's not bad endings in this game as far as I can tell. We don't need to press every statement, but I like to press every statement to get extra information, extra dialogue out there, because, I mean, these games don't last all that long as it is. And I want to be able to at least, see everything that the game offers, so we will, press every statement where possible, obviously. Just to see how things go. So you admit that whoever wore the raincoat is a person of interest. I know they are. I was able to follow most of your investigation from the Spectator Area. One never thinks one could get caught up in such an awful thing as an assassination. So you'd like to see some proof that the owner of the raincoat has an injury? I would certainly expect such a renowned prosecutor to have some. Still don't understand how you know who I am.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, you're famous.
You probably read that about you in the paper. I have also been observing you and your work, lest you forget. I don't believe a word he says. If I can prove he's lying, we'd be one step closer to apprehending our shooter. He of course knows who we are because of the past cases. Again, the second game, fourth case I think it was, had him in it. As the kidnapper slash assassin for I believe the storyline was that he kidnapped Maya and he wanted us to get the client that we had innocent, and the person who was the client ended up being the killer, and it was like we had to make a decision at the end of did we end up wanting to continue on our normal ways, or did we want to have some other thing happen? So we'll press all the statements first, and then we'll go and do everything else. It does feel like it's a little bit more active. That looks like a quite serious injury, Mr. Doe. How long ago did it happen exactly? Oh, not long. That's all you're going to say on the subject? Well, it certainly made serving ice cream more difficult, and stopped me from holding my umbrella while I work. My question is, why would he need an umbrella while he's working if he's in an ice cream van? And yet, you don't seem to have an umbrella on you at the moment. Didn't the rain stop only a short while ago, just before the shooting? Did indeed. I remember because I was suddenly inundated with customers. That was less than an hour ago. Are you trying to tell me you lost your umbrella in that short of a span of time? Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to tell you. After all, it only takes a moment for someone to steal an umbrella, especially in a crowd of that size. That's entirely possible, I suppose. I had my umbrella when it was raining, Mr. Edgeworth. That is a fact.
No, you lost that umbrella to the crowd, huh? Guess it's just one of those things.
I suppose you're going to tell me that his wound reopening is just one of those things, too.
Well, it, kind of is, though.
The assassin's left arm is injured. Yep, there it is. It's still bleeding. I also like that he's able to hold his ice cream like that. As is Mr. Doe's. Why, it's even bleeding as we speak.
Right, that is pretty suspicious.
Nonetheless, we need to find something concrete that will link Mr. Doe to the crime. Should press R1 to open my organizer and look over the evidence, or look over all the evidence again. We do have proof that they were injured, though, because we have the red raincoat. Seem like a careful man, Mr. Doe. But not quite careful enough. After all, you left something behind, something of vital importance. I'm afraid you must have me confused with somebody else. coat does not belong to me? Or do you claim to have some kind of proof to support your accusation? Your arm isn't troubling you too much, I hope. The wound seems to be bleeding again. I'll survive, although I can't pretend it's not something of an inconvenience. You have my deepest sympathies, because if it wasn't bleeding quite so badly, you could have perhaps made a clean getaway. What exactly are you insinuating? As we have already established, whoever wore the raincoat is injured, and now I can prove that that person was you. With this decisive piece of evidence. The ice cream is just melting. This music sounds different, actually, compared to the previous game. You see, Mr. Doe, there is a small amount of blood on the side inside of this raincoat. Blood that belongs to our assassin.
To the matter of a foreign leader causing a diplomatic incident, they'll throw the book at you.
Give us the silent treatment all you like, but we don't need you to talk. A simple blood test will give us the answer we require. All it takes is for us to compare the blood on your bandages with that on the coat, and that will be that. We have the evidence, why don't you make it easier on all of us and come clean? Admit that you were the one who attempted to assassinate the president of Shangfa. I am not your assassin. You're stubborn, I'll give you that. But if this were a game of chess, you would already be in checkmate. Now do the honorable thing and admit defeat. Doesn't look like a man with no moves left to play. Very well, you have me. I'll admit it, I was wearing the raincoat.
You confess. Say the word and I'll stop the cuffs on him right now.
But I did not shoot at the president. Mr. Edgeworth, the only thing you have proven is that I was wearing a particular raincoat. And as far as I am aware, that is not a crime. Okay, Doe's deposition, part 2. I am no assassin, I am a simple ice cream seller. One who happened to be wearing a red raincoat while watching the president speak. I was as surprised as anyone when his bodyguards sprang into action and the shots rang out. That's when the spectators panicked and started running and screaming for their lives. Now, are you finally satisfied that I am telling the truth? As if, your story stinks. Don't scare me. The evidence is on our side, you know. Look, it's right there, plain as day. The assassin, and they're wearing a red raincoat. Intriguing, but that is not me. Oh, come on! Tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think I was the only one in the entire park wearing a red raincoat today? I do, actually. But then why? Why does he seem so sure of himself?
Hold it!
Simple ice cream seller, but a knowledgeable one, I assume. On the subject of ice cream, at least. But of course, ask me anything you wish. Don't know the first thing about ice cream. You know what the most important thing about making ice cream is, of course. Mr. Edgeworth? Why, the most important thing about making ice cream is to approach it with a virtuous heart. And what does virtue have to do with anything? Without proper reverence for the craft, I'm afraid all you'll ever make are sweetened crystals of ice. There, I hope that you now see. I am nothing more than an ice cream seller.
Hold it!
Why a raincoat? Why were you not using an umbrella? Is that so strange? It was a rainy morning. Most people were wearing a jacket of some kind. Well, I'd say it's a pretty strange choice, considering you couldn't get one of your arms into it. Better that than having one of my hands occupied by an umbrella. I had ice cream to serve, after all. Then why go to such lengths to avoid testifying to that effect in the first place? Forgive me, I simply hadn't remembered until now. It's been an eventful day, after all. Eventful? Well, I hardly know what else to call it, Mr. Edgeworth. The president of Shangfar was shot at. Alright, we want to press this one, but we want to do it later, so we'll do that.
Hold it.
So you yourself didn't start running and screaming. I was hardly in a position to. Oh yeah, what position were you in? One of extreme pain. Somebody bumped right into my wounded arm. Hard. It was excruciating. I thought my eyes would pop out of my head. Yeah, well, they clearly didn't. Of course they didn't, okay? In any event, the shooter was wearing a red raincoat. We have photographic proof of that, and yet... Mr. John Doe here swears it wasn't him.
The guy's lying through his teeth, I tell you. No one gets away with disrespecting Mr. Edgeworth, pal. Not on my watch.
Calm down, detective. We will get the truth out of him by catching him in a lie. Yeah, so let's keep at him. He'll let something slip soon enough. Okay, so this is where we press this one.
Hold it.
So you saw the bodyguards move before you heard the gunshots? Yes, if I recall correctly, they moved first. At least, the one on the left did. You're rather observant, Mr. Doe. I am blessed with keen eyes. The names of the bodyguards were written in the top left corner of the security plan. And the one on the left was Rook. That's correct. Bastion Rook, I believe. I suspect he noticed the light from a laser sight. The man is no amateur. Mr. Doe knows a little too much about the business of being a bodyguard for my liking. I'd say our friend here is no amateur either. I'd like you to append what you just said to your testimony if you don't mind. As you wish. Alright. The bodyguard on the left, Bastion Rook, was especially quick to respond.
Hold it.
That is interesting that the bodyguards responded before the... They responded before the, thing. That's a bit interesting. By the smallest fraction, yes. He reacted admirably swiftly. His name was Bastion Rook, did you say? It appears you've assessed the situation quite astutely.
Who's that Pokemon?
No more so than anybody else, I'm sure. He's good. He didn't even flinch. Okay, so now I think we do something on that statement. Yeah, on that statement we present the security plan. And then... Okay, no more trophies here. This one only has a beginning and an end, so we might finish this case today, but if we don't, then we'll at least be close to finishing it. But we already have some trophies done. So this one has a beginning and an end. So we're going to present the security plan because he said Rook was on the left side, but he was repositioned because we have the proof that he was repositioned, so... No more trophies in this section, not until we get to the intermission. As I suspect, you are more than what you claim to be, Mr. Doe. You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. And tell me how a simple ice cream seller knows one of the presidential bodyguards' names. You jest, surely. You were the one who spoke their names aloud. Rook and Knight, was it? We only know those names thanks to the security plan. But look closely. Only their surnames appear. Oh, he said their name. He said their first name, right? Yet we all clearly heard you said the name Bastion Rook. How did you come to possess such information? Information we ourselves didn't have.
Seems pretty darn suspicious to me.
Well, how did you know? Explain yourself. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Not lying. He is the assassin, just like we said. Come now, miss. It's a little soon to be jumping to such conclusions. I did know their names, yes, and the reason for that is... Well? I know Mr. Rook. He and I are acquainted. What? We have something of a connection. And his is a name I could never forget.
You think we're stupid, pal? Stop lying.
I am not lying. I am, as I have always been, a simple ice cream seller. And an acquaintance of Bastion Rook, yes? I suppose Mr. Rook will confirm that. It should be easy enough for him to remember his good friend, the slippery ice cream seller, correct? Please, you are more than welcome to ask him. Although I think that might be difficult right now. I would imagine he's rather busy ensuring the President's safety. But suppose you are able to speak with him, and he does deny that he and I are acquainted. How will that help you prove I was the shooter? If you weren't the shooter, then why take off your raincoat? Because it was no longer raining. In fact, I had grown quite warm. Far better to let my wound breathe, no? Or would you rather I had let it fester? Is he actually going to worm his way out of this? What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Hurry up and arrest the man. He's clearly guilty. If I were you, he'd be in jail already. You might be willing to arrest a man when that's sufficient proof, but I am not. No, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. There's got to be something you can do. Shocking scenes here as the culprit seems all but certain to escape justice. Seems the court of public opinion has spoken. Very well. As I will clearly be viewed with suspicion no matter what I say, I might as well share what I know. What do you know? What's his angle here? I saw them. I saw another person with a red hood.
Are you kidding?
It's the person you captured in your photograph. I first noticed them just before the President's speech began. It was still raining then. Their outfit was the same color as my own, which is what drew my attention. As did the laser beam that was aimed directly at the President's head. Just claiming there was another red-hooded person, preposterous. I knew that if anyone saw me dressed similarly to this individual, I could fall under suspicion myself. And so, naturally, I removed my raincoat. So not only did you see the assassin, but they were exactly the same thing, wearing the exactly the same thing as you. How very convenient. I had thought you might find it far-fetched, hence my not mentioning it until now. I know you law enforcement people are very skeptical types. You would never have believed me. Yeah, that is true. Especially not if I had said that the shooter was standing right next to a certain prosecutor. Well, I know you don't mean me. It wasn't even summoned until after the shooting. No, not you, Mr. Edgeworth. Your colleague over there. Me? Yes, the photograph will prove it, I am sure. Oh, right. She's pointing it at, someone's pointing it, that's where Payne is. You see, right there in front of the person with the red hood. That's me, yes, but what exactly are you saying? What's his endgame here? As I mentioned, I have been following your investigation with some interest, Mr. Edgeworth. While pondering the details, I noticed something strange. Strange? What exactly? Come now, a man of your talent should be more than capable of spotting a contradiction such as this. I'm afraid I don't follow. The picture shows the Chief Prosecutor, Mr. Payne, and the shooter. There's nothing weird about that, is there? Think carefully. The picture was taken right in the middle of the President's speech. One of the other pieces of evidence you've gathered is inconsistent with what we see here. What is Mr. Doe talking about? Which piece of evidence is inconsistent with what is in this picture? It'd be this. The tape.
Take that.
Yeah, it'd be the tape.
So you have noticed at last. What's he going on about, Mr. Edgeworth? Someone's missing. Someone who should be here. But who? Who indeed? The person who is missing from this photograph is, well, if Killer's there, so Killer wasn't there. Gumshoe was not on the scene. The only other person that could be is Tabby herself.
Take that.
It's Lloyd.
How do you figure that? Mr. Payne's voice can clearly be heard on Miss Lloyd's tape. considering that he was conducting a private conversation with the chief prosecutor, there was two old guys standing right in front of me. They were whispering away to each other the whole damn time. Oh, right. So, yeah, if that was the killer that was under the thing, why? How was she able to capture this conversation? Yeah, I get it now. That's absolutely, one thing. She must have been very close indeed to capture it on tape. You're right. She's not in the picture. Precisely. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you still believe that you have been hounding the right person? Miss Lloyd, would you mind answering a few questions? Oh, y'all are fixing to put me under the microscope now? Alright, sure. Knock yourselves out. I got nothing to hide. Is this now just the next testimony? Yeah. Alright, yeah, we'll worry about that in a second then. Ain't like I was standing still the whole time. No, I was running all over, roving reporter style. And that was a big old crowd. Guess the picture must have been taken while I was in one spot, the tape from when I was in another. So quit giving me the evil eye. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding. There's no doubt about the voices on the tape. That was Mr. Payne and the chief prosecutor, I'm certain of it. Tabby wouldn't lie to us, I know she wouldn't. If she did, that would mean...
But she's our pup.
Will y'all quit messing with me? As if I could have done a thing like that, little old me. Might be inclined to believe you if your testimony didn't contain a glaring inconsistency. It does? I thought it was pretty good. Seems I have no choice but to present her with the evidence and expose the contradiction.
Hold it!
Why would you be moving around if your main aim was to record the president's speech? What now? How do you mean? Sure, the speech would have been best recorded from a single consistent position. Well, see, that is oh yeah, ambience. That's the word I was looking for. Gotta capture the ambience. Can't put that electric atmosphere down in print if I don't have a bunch of it on tape for inspiration. Surely all you achieved was to fill the tape with unwanted background noise. Y'all are questioning my methods now? I don't do standing still, alright?
Hold it!
We're running all over. Where exactly? Here, there, and everywhere, I guess. What, y'all don't know what all over means? You think I remember exactly where I was and went in a crowd like that? What do you all want from me? I'd like you to at least tell us whether you were to the left or the right of the stage. Left? Yeah, left, I think. The suspect in the picture was on the left-hand side too. Coincidence?
Hold it!
So the fact that you were not in the picture is to be expected. Is that what you're trying to tell us? Surely is. I caught your pals, the prosecutors, on tape while I was in one part of the crowd. Then that picture was snapped while I was off someplace else. Look at it that way, and it all makes perfect sense. Your assertion, then, is that the picture and your recording were taken at different points in the speech. Yep, timing's everything. You learn that soon enough in this line of work. So if I can prove that the two things did happen at the same time, her entire defense would come tumbling down.
Hold it!
Evil Eye, are you suggesting that I might be attempting to intimidate a witness? No, I'm just suggesting you would lighten up a little. Frown that way for too long and it'll stick. Ain't nothing so bad that a little smile can't, make better, wouldn't you say, Ruffles? I am investigating the shooting of a president, Miss Lloyd. A smile is highly unlikely to help with that. So proclaim the prosecutor, all the while beaming from ear to ear. Paragraph ends. Perhaps what I ought to do is deploy my even evil eye on her next time. I just can't get a read on her. But I don't feel like she's hiding anything super bad either. I agree that she doesn't seem to be ill-intentioned. Who knows if that's something, means something much worse is lying just underneath. Regardless, we must put aside our immediate impressions. Her actions are on the record. And I have proof that contradicts her testimony. Alright, so now we... That's present on the third statement, and then the arm, and then we're on to the next part, so... That's examination, actually no, that's logic, so... Right. So present the...
Objection!
Lloyd, it's imperative that for a reporter not to lie, wouldn't you say? Dang right it is. I don't lie. And yet the photograph and the recording were definitely taken at the same time. Can't prove that. Oh, but I can. The evidence is right here in this picture. In these pictures. This one in particular shows something that lines up precisely with when you were making your recording. One part of the picture indicates that it must have been taken at the same time as Miss Lloyd's recording.
Take that!
See here, the president has his fist raised. And what about it? Would you be so kind as to play us the tape again? See, it ain't that simple. What if I were to tell you that you don't have a choice? You don't make it easy, do you, Ruffles?
Who's that Pokemon?
Remember, we are concerned with the moment the president raised his fist. No criminal organization, no matter how big, is above the law. The president thrust his fist into the air as the excitement reaches fever pitch. There, that's the moment right there. Correct. We've now confirmed when it occurred in the recording. Which means... Tabby should be in the picture too. And she is. Right there for all to see. For Miss Lloyd is in fact the person with the red hood. But she has a bear trap? I just realized she has a bear trap on her back.
So you're our shooter, huh?
No, don't even own a jacket like that. That's right, from everything we know, the owner of the red raincoat is, John Doe. We've already proven that the raincoat belongs to Mr. Doe. You, Miss Lloyd, were wearing something else. Something that also happens to have a red hood.
So there were two people with red hoods all along.
Indeed. Mr. Doe's last statement was true. Wait, but we only found one raincoat. Where's the other one? Our ice cream seller never mentioned a raincoat. Only a red hood. So tell us about your jacket again, Mr. Lloyd. Or Mr. Lloyd, sorry. This whole thing, well, the best thing about, like I said, is if you get mud and such on it, it's reversible, see? So you just turn it inside out and... Just as I thought. The inside of her hood, it's red. That's right, and when the incident occurred, that's the side of the hood that was visible.
What's going on here? What were you really up to, huh, pal?
Wait, I never even wore it that way round. Perhaps if you would allow us to examine it, we could confirm that for ourselves. And you're gonna confirm that how, exactly? It was raining right up until the president's speech, correct? That much has been established already. And as you yourself said, don't use neither. Come rain, sleet, snow, or shine, it's my trusty Parker every time. If you haven't reversed your Parker since the rain, welcome in Havoc. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for stopping by. Hope all is well. We are just about to reach the, like, first intermission section of the game after nearly 4 hours. Which, granted, like, some of that was me talking anyway, but still. Hope all is well. You've got the test running in VC as you speak. Oh, nice. The, trying to remember what test it was for. You said yesterday. I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. Hopefully it's working. And the inside should be dry. Wait a second now. I got this big old backpack on. See it? So I can't take my jacket off. Yeah? Maybe I should show y'all some other time. Yeah, I think it's over. Think an excuse that week is gonna watch with Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, right, the Tiny 11. You've got the Tiny 11 installed and have the complete series of Sayaki involved. Oh, you're watching the Sayaki anime. The other anime based off of, I think you said that was kind of like Dragon Ball, but more accurate to the Wukong stuff, from what I remember. At least you were able to get it installed correctly and stuff's working now. You're not watching it, you're just letting it play, you're in VC with your buddy and just... Ah, I see. It wasn't me, I swear, I never shot the dang president, I could never. That's true, Miss Lloyd, then your best option is to cooperate and tell us the truth. Yeah. I saw the meme as well. I saw the meme as well that you posted up in the Discord. It's like, yeah, there are some... That reminds me of Fortnite, kids. That reminds me of Fortnite kids that, like, are gonna pick up that game and think, oh, like, that's Goku from Fortnite. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. Just takes people to be informed. I guarantee that happens with so many things on Fortnite now. Like, there's gonna be kids that play Fortnite, pick it up and see Godzilla, Power Rangers, Dragon Ball characters, and they're gonna say, oh, that's not... They're not from this, they're from Fortnite. I've had people actually say that before. Hey, that's Goku from Fortnite. Is there a particular reason why you chose to wear a parka with a red hood here today? Yet another reason why I dislike Fortnite completely. Sorry, Ruff, was there something I never told you? Something I couldn't? I'll come clean, I promise. Just go easy on me now, you hear? Yeah, about that. Yeah, now what's gonna happen? Who said that? Hold your horses, a little soon for the end game. Who is this? Wait, what? Oh, that's the... Is this Knight? I think this is Knight. Okay, now I gotta put a voice on for this guy. He's the bodyguard for the president, so... It goes for you too, Mr. Prosecutor. You lost this one the moment you made your opening move. That's one of the men from Case Photograph. Guess I better introduce myself. What is this guy doing? Like... Name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard. I'm second in command of his security detail. This guy just pointing his knife around? Like, when his knife is, So, Bronco Knight, age 24, second in command of the president's security detail, appears to be something of a specialist when it comes to handling firearms. No, I don't think, like, flinging around the rifle like that, is it? You also finally got the VPN sub you told you about. Oh yes, I think I remember you mentioning about the VPN. Hide.me? Is that an actual website or is it a... that's the... Sorry, that's the actual VPN site. Ah, yeah, Hide.vpn. Yeah, the one that I know of is Nord. I've not used virtual VPNs. I don't really have any need to use one, but Nord is like the one that keeps getting advertised to you. NordVPN is the one they and then like there's a few YouTubing people that like advertise VPNs as well, but it's like yeah. Yeah, that actually linked to a site. That actually is a website. Hide.me is actually linked me to a site because if I highlight over it, it's actually it links to a site, but it's fine. It's not like it's anything that's. So you actually did link to the site. Yeah. I think I only know of Nord, but I've never had any need to use a VPN because it's like, well, why? I don't really feel like I need it for anything that I can think of. Wouldn't think someplace else, pal? What the heck's wrong with you? Sorry, can't help myself. It's just too much fun being this good. You're not a member of law enforcement, so how'd you get a gun? This old girl's on loan from Shangfa, temporarily issued to us presidential bodyguards. Anyway, never mind that. I got 2 tidbits of news for you. Since you went half with your friend, you each paid $35 for 27 months. You each get 5 devices. Nice, nice. I'm sure you'll be able to find some use for that in that time. It's at least useful for something. It's also got other tools that help, like plugging a DNS leak. Yeah. Yeah. Really, you're giving up the first move advantage just like that. Whatever, you're a loss. Guess I'll push out the first pawn then. So you play a little chess, I take it. Fellow fan, are you, Mr. Red Suit? Name's Edgeworth. You could say I dabble. Duly noted, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, I'll start with the good news. The president's okay. Didn't suffer so much as a scratch. You didn't? That's a relief. Particularly for the young lady. Oh. I've got to put the... Particularly for the young lady here. That means there is no longer a murder charge on the table. It's good news, huh, Tabby? Yeah, because I'd never... Now for the bad news. The only reason the president's alive is because we bodyguards did our job. One of us did anyhow. Our boss. Put himself in the line of fire. You're referring to your colleague, Mr. Rook. Yeah, it's game over for him. No way. Rook is dead. A genuine loss. So you're saying that Tabby... Yeah, your friend here killed my colleague, my brother-in-arms. Oh, heck no, I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody. I could never. Shut my mouth, why were you, murderer? Oh, Havoc, I'm not sure if you saw, Terrence Stamp passed away. Which Terrence Stamp was like my favorite, my favorite Superman movie was, the second one. Superman 2. And so I remember him playing as Zod. And I really liked that film. Like, most people would say either Superman 1 or 2 is the best one. I'd say Superman 2. I think I prefer Superman 2 over Superman 1. But I thought he'd already passed. I must have been thinking of somebody else. Because now they both went in the same year. Yeah, they both went in the same year. Gene Hackman and Terrence Stamp, both of them passed in the same year. Sure, we did what we had to do. Sacrificed one of our pieces to protect the king. To lose someone like him during a castling, it's a real shame.
Castling, what's that even mean?
It's chess time. Very simplistically speaking, it's a move where a rook switches place with the king.
Then why didn't you just say so?
It's the knight, was it? You know what? We'll need to see the victim's body right away. And if possible, I'd like to ask the president a few questions. Sorry, no can do. And why not? That's the third piece of news, and it's the piece you're gonna like the least. I thought you'd said there was only two. The National Police Force of Shangfa will be handling things from here.
Better be kidding, pal.
This investigation was assigned to us. We're not about to hand it over. You're the Edgeworth, right? The one who solved the Yadagarasu case. The president mentioned you. I'm honored to have warranted his attention. Makes sense the chief prosecutor would assign this one to you. Wait, did the chief assign me to appease the president? That was a mistake, a big one. This guy is just so gun happy, just spinning his revolver around like as a toy. This is how people get killed, folks. Like, you're gonna handle a gun, handle it responsibly. Don't spin it around like the Wild West people do. Or if you are gonna do that, make sure it's not loaded, and make sure that its safety is on, and make sure that it's not a real gun, and make sure that you don't point it at someone. Like, yeah, just be responsible with your damn firearms.
Who's that Pokemon?
Should have given the case to somebody with a spine. You're free to take it up with President Wang. If you enjoy diplomatic incidents, that is. So, do you have any plans to use the VPN for anything? Or are you just going to, you just want to... Because I know most people usually use it for everything. Yeah. Most people just use it to hide their, history and hide, like, where they live or whatever. Especially streaming, yeah. I've not really thought about functions that it could be useful for in a for streaming, but, like, again, I'm also just a small streamer, so I'm not really thinking about, like, the big picture. Of, like, oh, a security thing or something like that. I'm not really thinking about that at all. We'll continue this on the presidential plane. Oh, what? I never did nothing, I swear. We can do this the hard way if you like, but in Shangfa, justice is served one way or the other. Yeah, it hides where you live. I mean, yeah, I get it. At the same time, I don't even know anyone that I follow that... I only know like a couple of people that live in Australia. I've not really thought about it. Come on, you gotta help me out here, please. She was the one in the red hood. There's no denying that now. You wanted it since you use... yeah. You watch TV and movies on the legal way of watching it. Absolutely. Through streaming services and television and physical copies of the shows and the movies. That's what I read right there. Absolutely. Although if you really, really, really want to get onto the technical side of that, it's technically not illegal to watch TV or movies online. It's only illegal to upload those videos. So you're technically not even like breaking any... You're not even breaking any rules there. Like, yeah, it's only just if you host it or if you are uploading yourself. If you happen to come across the Superman movie on YouTube, for example, and you watch it, you're not going to get into trouble for watching it because you haven't you just came across it. You just happened to come across it and watch it. I can give you a good example of that, actually. In, I think, 2008, an Australian guy got a hold of a Mario game a week before its release, and he decided to upload it to the internet, and I think 30-something people, or however many people downloaded it, and he got sued by Nintendo bad. He got sued for multiple millions of dollars. He's never going to be able to pay that off, because, well... Where's he gonna get umpteen $1 million from? But yeah, sure enough, he got sued for uploading a video game onto the internet, and was sued for a lot of money. I'm innocent. You gotta believe me. It's not illegal for you to view it at all. It's just only illegal if you upload a video. And because the other thing is also around it is, like, even if you download it, it's like you're using it for the way out of that one is you're also using it for your own use. So as long as it's for your own use, you can, it's just like how, back in the day, if you were burning DVDs, you can say that those are for your own use, because you might want to preserve the original copy of the DVD, so you burned a copy to watch that instead of using the original. Because I have a bunch of DVDs that I bought, and obviously you want to try and preserve them as best as possible so that they don't have problems. Yeah. Same thing for me too. Can I really let this happen? Is this really how it ends? The look in her eyes, the crack in her voice as she begs me to help her. This is not act by a criminal, she's genuinely scared. If I let him take her, you'll never know what really happened. Is this the intermission? I think so. What the? What's happened? Get your filthy hands off of... Wait, what? Quiet now. Is that really any way to greet me? Your neck has barely begun to heal, and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. It's you! So you do remember. What do you think you're doing, pal? Put the knife down and give it up. You've got some nerve pulling a stunt like this in front of a bunch of police officers. Don't even think about it. You don't stand a chance against this guy. Who are you really, Mr. Doe? Let's just say that I am no simple ice cream seller. Guy's a pro, a hitman. His name's... Shelly De Killer. Yep. De Killer? There's not a legal professional in the country who doesn't know that name. An assassin capable of taking down any target, any place, any time. This isn't true, the first time our paths have crossed. It's been too long, Mr. Edgeworth. But of course, this is the first time we've met face to face. You're the assassin we've been looking for. In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. I swear I've seen his picture in one of my old files before, but... Has it updated, actually? Oh, you've got stuff here too. Sebastian Rook is age 35. The victim, he was the leader of the president's security detail and appears to have died in the line of duty. Yeah, it was still happening here for a while too. Let's just put it this way, back in, like, maybe, like, 20 years ago, it doesn't happen nearly as much now, because there's just no need to, let's just put it this way, certain, shops that you would notice were, like, boarded up and, not boarded up, like, boarded up and had curtains and stuff over them that were advertising themselves as, massage parlors and stuff, would often be selling, burnt DVDs back in the day, and other services. Because I remember when that was a thing, and yeah, a lot of people were getting caught doing that, and a lot of like trade shows and things like that. There would be people that would sell fake trading cards. Just tested it, no DNS leak, yeah. Fake trading cards, burnt DVDs, people would be selling those. I don't think it's nearly as much now, like, even like the internet, like, it's not, a lot of these services just don't exist anymore. They still exist, but they're not to the level of how they used to be, like how widely accessible it was to, like, get access to TV shows and movies. A lot of stuff just gets uploaded, or it's, you just gotta find specific, places for them. Like, I still remember getting those getting DVDs and videos in like the early 2000s when they would advertise like the, you know, the, oh, you wouldn't steal a car or something like that, or you wouldn't like burn a car or whatever it was called. I can't remember what it was called. That stupid advertisement that they put on the thing, where they tried to get people to not pirate DVDs, which of course, like everything, when they tell people not to do something, of course it works, 100% of the time. Now they're trying to get people on like, oh, if you download stuff off the internet, it's gonna be, there's a chance that you'll get viruses and a chance you'll get other things. But you're already risking that in the first place with other aspects. How could I have been so careless? My bandage proved useful for bringing a knife into the park undetected. But I miscalculated in certain other regards. You didn't bring a gun. Now, shall we play a little game, Mr. Knight? I know how fond you are of such diversions. The stakes must be high in order for it to be fun, of course. Shall we wager, say, your life? What do you want from me? I would like for you to allow Mr. Edgeworth to remain in charge of the case. What? What are you up to, De Killer? I would simply like our mutual friend to see things through to their conclusion. Why? Bastion Brook was a man of great skill, one with whom I felt a certain connection. It is only right that the truth behind his death be brought to light. With Mr. Rook's departure, the case is now yours to investigate, is it not, Mr. Knight? I'm simply asking you to transfer that authority to Mr. Edgeworth. It's not something worth losing your life over, surely. You're just using the investigation as an excuse to get close to the President. Am I really? I suppose it is true that in order for the investigation to proceed, we will need to enter the presidential plane. You think I'm gonna let you near him? I'm his chief bodyguard. Are you? And here I thought you were only second in command. Rook's not around, that means I'm number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. Of course I do. I'm the leader now, me! If that is indeed the case, then I would ask that you make a choice worthy of a leader. Will you needlessly throw away your life, or you can allow the investigation to continue? Is he really doing this to gain access to the President? Does he even need to? What is he plotting? You have no objections, I trust, Mr. Edgeworth. Come, let us continue the investigation. What do we do, sir? It's just like how, You know, I remember the days of like Blockbuster and Video Easy, all the rental places. Those were like, I missed those days. I missed those days of the rental stuff. You can still get rental stuff here, but it's like not nearly like I think there's only one Blockbuster store in the rest of the world left. It's just one of those last of a dying breed kind of things. I miss a lot of those places. It's still there, I think, the original Blockbuster. The one store that's still there, I think it's there. It should still be. I think it's over in the UK somewhere. Because a lot of them went to doing the booth things. They've got like, you can still rent DVDs, like there's these little booths, but who's gonna pay for that when they can just stream something or watch it online? Seem we have little choice but to do as we're told. It said, listen detective and listen well. I'll buy some time as I investigate, meanwhile you gather the other officers. Have them surround the plane and make absolutely certain that there is no way he can escape.
Just so you got it.
Alright, there's our intermission. Now I don't know if I should save over the other save, or if I should, I feel like maybe I should just make a new save. It shouldn't matter, I don't think. I'll just make a new save in case it's something that's... there's some sort of mistake. This is Bastion Rook and the revelation that Shelly De Killer was in our midst. The case had taken a turn we could have never predicted. Yeah, I'm trying to think of actual, like, things where they've told people not to do it and it's actually helped out. Like, burning DVDs and people kept doing it. Saying no to drugs, that didn't seem to help. According to people that I know in the US that went through that DARE campaign thing for the drugs, I think it was, that didn't work. And that was government approval on both sides. There's one going on right now for vaping, which people complained about because the ad was too scary. Although I argue that if the ad is scary, then that means it's achieving its purpose. So that's the idea is supposed to be that you don't want to do something. So then why would you then complain that it's I can't really think of any of these campaigns. Maybe the only campaign that I could think of that probably would have worked, maybe if they did something with seatbelts. Because as long as I've been alive, seatbelts have been legal. So I've always wanted to wear a seatbelt. Maybe that's the only time that I can think of with a campaign where it actually works. I mean, people still don't wear seatbelts in some circumstances, but that's probably one that's gone across the majority of people the most. I would think in terms of impact would be either that or maybe cigarettes. Because cigarette usage has definitely died down from what it used to be. But to me, like, because I haven't had to do any of that stuff, it's worked for me because I wasn't interested in those in the first place. But I'm trying to think of it in a general perspective. Most people, if they have, like, depending on if they want to try something, they'll try it anyway, regardless of an issue, because it'll be like the idea would be, oh well, one time couldn't hurt, kind of thing, and then at that point, then they determine from there if they would or if they wouldn't. Mr. Knight ordered that the door to the presidential plane be opened. The emergency personnel attending to Mr. Rook's body was asked to leave. So I don't know, there might be maybe there's a campaign out there that would have worked in some regard. Maybe something with HIV or STDs, but even then, like, that still is a question mark, I guess. So maybe it's something else. Seemed clear we stepped cautiously aboard. Aboard. March 25th, 4:15 p.m., Shengfa Presidential Plane. Oh, we still had a knife point as well. No president in sight. Now where could he be? Who knows? Ah, so he's hiding behind the bulkhead door over there, is he? As courageous in the face of danger as ever. Sorry to disappoint, but... did you seriously expect him to be standing here waiting to meet his assassin? As we have already established, my interest lies only in the successful conclusion of this investigation. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would be so kind as to examine the body.
Well, the option right now is to play along. The rest is up to you, Detective Gumshoe. Oh, boy.
3 hours to go. Or around that. But I didn't see Allison coming out earlier today. So the attempted assassination of the president has become the murder of a bodyguard. Looked like you could use a little help, Mr. Edgeworth. Not that I need it, but yes. That's what I thought. Then there's nothing else for it. Okay, Faraday, Great Fifth Extraordinaire, we'll just have to take it from here. Oh, really? You mean you're going to solve this case for me? Nope. But I will provide vital assistance.
Now let's get to scouring this crime scene
from top to bottom. But why am I so tired? I got a good sleep last night. I know I've been talking a lot, but still, I would like to... It took the Gumshoe a while to assemble our backup, so I'll need to draw this part of the investigation out for as long as possible. I don't know how De Killer's gonna plan to get out of the situation, considering that if they do surround the entirety of the plane with police, I would think the only way for him to negotiate his way out of it would be by... what do you call it? Being escorted out, but even then, that doesn't really work, does it? Because... how many times do these things not work? I mean, this is a video game, so anything can happen. It's not real life. Alright, Shengfa Presidential Plane. It's not real life, so we can obviously just throw certain things out of the way. And I guess now that Kay's with us, we can talk to Kay. Two red-hooded assassins.
I don't know if we can say that with any certainty just yet.
Mr. De Killer's a professional assassin, right? And Teddy was pointing a laser sight at the president. Don't give up. This one's a real mind bender. If the truth cannot be discerned, it is because something is obscuring it. Oh, I gotcha. So if you can swipe at something, the next treasure we bag will be the truth. Yes, I suppose you could put it that way. Okay. Been studying up on how to investigate like a pro, you know. Have you really? That's good to hear. Yeah, so basically you examine stuff, and that helps you figure out what evidence and information to bag. Then you connect some of that info you picked up, present some evidence you pocketed, and poof, you've suddenly making off the greatest treasure of all, the truth. Well, can't say I haven't been putting work in, can you? Hold the effort, Kay. That's the case. I can't believe a real-life assassin is asking us to investigate a real-life crime. Indeed. Just what is his game? I mean, this is just like what happened before, in the case that he was in originally. Either way, all we can do now is push on ahead. Let's do this, Mr. Edgeworth, for Mr. Rook. I see gas masks, I see a life preserver, I see what looks like keys, a bag, a riot shield, monitors. Where do we start? I guess I should start at the bottom. Work my way around, maybe? Because I feel we have to examine the body last, right? So, maybe we do that. Two gas masks in case of a poison gas attack, I suppose. The President clearly, certainly seems to think he's at risk of assassination at all times. Gas masks, I've never seen one before. I've heard plenty about them, of course. From a fellow thief, I presume. No, from the German Ninja, you know, my favorite kids' TV show. Princess Murasaki was getting married, but toxic ninja Wolfsbane showed up to lay down some sick burns. And time to tune out. Might save myself a brain cell, too. I mean, it should be fine if I do. I have to investigate everything anyway, so. Oh boy, am I tired. Maybe it's because I haven't eaten anything today, but I also don't feel hungry right now, so that's probably why. Like, I just don't feel hungry at the moment. I'll eat something like later or for dinner in like 3-4 hours or whenever that is. I'll figure it out. Probably so it's ready to go at any time. Wait, but there's only one ore. You can still row with one ore, you know. It's a wide selection of protective equipment here. Bulletproof vests, hazmat gear. No way, there's even a spacesuit. Get the sense that the President thinks he's very much in need of protection at all costs. What if he was in a gunfight and there was poison gas everywhere? And he was in space, what would he do then, huh? Then he'd simply put on the bulletproof vest, the hazmat suit, and the spacesuit. That's probably easier said than done. Suspicion of murder, which at this point I'm guessing that like the reason why Shelly wants to do it is maybe because he knows who the real killer is. Which I guess now makes sense that he's no longer just a shopping, an ice cream seller, he's being the assassin again, so he must know something that we don't, if he already knows who's done it. Didn't do it, I'm a reporter. Bag scoops, not souls. But then why lie about your jacket and the laser sight? That was... I just, knew y'all would think I was fishy. Is that really all it was? Please, you gotta believe me. I could never do something like this. I'd like to tell you everything will be alright, but just try not to worry too much. If you really are innocent, I'll prove it, one way or another. Thanks, Chief. I believe in you. How many times must I tell you I am not your chief? Sorry, Ruffles. Clean forgot you were Chief number 2. That's not what I meant. President is on the other side of this door. What a door it is. Bet I could get the better of it, though. Get the better of it? Doors aren't there to be beaten. But look how heavy it is. Look at that lock. It's just sitting there begging me to try it. Calm down, Kate. Think. Why might this door be locked? Oh, I also saw, something about, Dragon Ball Super. Or Dragon Ball in general. It sounds like there's a little bit of, there's a chance that we might not be getting anything for a little while. It sounds like there's a big debate between Shueisha and, Capsule Corporation Tokyo about rights for stuff, and, yeah, that is what's making me wonder if we're gonna get anything. I knew that something like this was gonna have to happen. Like, there was gonna come a point in time where Toriyama was gonna pass, and it was like, if he's not gonna pass it to his family, or if he's not gonna pass it to someone else in a certain way, there's gonna be a massive argument, and sure enough, Shueisha and Capsule Corp arguing over the rights, and nothing good's gonna come from this. Instead of celebrating his work, it's gonna feel like it's just a battle for who can make the most money off of it. I'm not saying that I would know the best way of dealing with it, but, I feel like storyline-wise, and if they're gonna make more episodes, I feel like Toyotaro should be the person who is in charge of that. Let him take the reins. We not only know he's a capable artist, but he's also capable of, you know, continuing the story after with the manga. So I feel like if anyone should take over from that, it should be him if they can do it. But I don't know if they want to make more movies. I don't know if they want to make more episodes. It makes no sense to not want to make more stuff because there's so much money that can be made, but at the same time, is it going to be the same thing without Toriyama there? Is it going to be the same thing with, you know, executives making decisions? I would like them to make more stuff because it's my favorite anime, but at the same time, you want it to be good and not necessarily just a cash grab, kind of. I still haven't seen Dino, so I can't comment on that, but...
Who's that Pokemon?
There's a chance that, like... I still think we see things in the future, but I just don't know. Like, all these characters are getting old. And the voice actors in that are getting old, and... You know, Masako Nozawa is like in her 80s at this point, and I feel like... In Japan, at least, like, she's like, irreplaceable as Goku's voice actor. Voice actress, she's almost irreplaceable at this point. But... Yeah, I don't know. For me to open it, of course. Precisely, for you to open it, of course. Wait, what is the right answer anyway? Like, they have to respect the property and the rights that the family has. They have to respect Toriyama's work, and... You know, if we had it... If the executives had it their way, they would probably want to have, like... every single color rainbow under the sun for Goku and... transformations for the hair, you know? Because it's just so marketable for them to sell toys. But at the same time, would the quality still be there? And I just don't think so. Spanker monitors displaying camera feeds from in and around the plane. Like, maybe the next thing that we get from it is a live-action show, because we haven't had a live-action thing since Dragon Ball Evolution, and outside of the stuff that people have done on YouTube, like Light of Hope and stuff like that. And I guess they're going to look at it and think, well, One Piece has a show, and, you know, a few of these other animes have shows, but I can't comment on those, because those probably work better as shows anyway. And even then, I'm not a big fan of One Piece and Naruto. I really don't care about those, and, you know. I always hear people say about One Piece, like, oh, like the first 100 episodes, it gets good after the first 100 episodes. It's like that's a poor TV show then if it takes. I don't even know how many episodes. You know what? Let me actually check this for a second. Everyone claims the first 100 episodes for One Piece are the best, right? Or to skip them, right? So that would mean that like how many seasons of the show is that actually skipping? How many seasons of the show is that actually skipping? If I skip the first 100 episodes. So you mean to tell me that if I skip the first 3 seasons, basically, because the first season is 61 episodes, season 2 is 16, season 3 is 15, so that's 31, 61 plus 31 is 92. So you're saying, like, I would need to start watching the show from season 4, episode 6. And we're at 21 seasons. And even when you look at the amount of episodes these seasons have, like, the 20th season has 197 episodes. That is a long season. And people want to complain about Dragon Ball Z having long episodes? Like, let's go and see what the longest season of Dragon Ball Z was. What was the longest season of Dragon Ball Z? Should be a list here. Where's the list of the episodes? Like, so I would be starting, you would be starting season, you'd be in the middle of season 4. Yeah, the longest season for DBZ is 39 episodes. And if you really want to go in depth on it, like, you could say, like, at least the sagas anyway. One Piece is way too long. Just admit that One Piece is way too long. And it's also so inconsistent as well. You've got, like, a season that'll go for 14 episodes, that then goes to 35, then 60, then back down to 50, then 118 episodes, then 38 episodes, then up to 109 again, then up to 200, so up to 197, then back down to 52, which is where it's currently at. What kind of bizarre thing is this? We have a season that's 13 episodes, then 52, then 33, then 35, then 73, then 45. The first season alone is 61 episodes. Which is like, almost like... It's almost double, like... What is this? But skip the first 100 episodes. Because it's slow. It's like, no, it's just like what I've said before, like, you reach episode 100 in DBZ, and they're up to the 100th episode of Dragon Ball Z, they were in the Frieza saga. The 100th episode in Dragon Ball, they were up to where were they up to in the 100th? But let's go and check. Let's do some research. Where were they up to in the 100th episode? 100th episode of Dragon Ball was Tien and Goku fighting. So, at that point, that's already, like, deep into the anime. Tien and Goku's World Tournament fight, the first one, is the 100th episode. And yet, you're supposed to skip the first 100 episodes of One Piece. Even Super, I think, is... Super is at least... Super doesn't really count in the same way as thing, but like even Dragon Ball Super, I'm pretty sure has like over 100 episodes, and it's still, yeah, it's 131, and then like where is that exactly in the how many episodes is that? What's the 100th episode of what's the 100th episode of this? It's like 20 minutes into the Tournament of Power. The 100th episode ends with, it's the episode where, Jiren, knocks out Kale. with one blast, and then Goku challenges Jiren right at the end. Like, that's episode 100, so it's the, episode where, Khalifa and, Kale transform and do their, fight against Goku. And then, yeah, that's the 100th episode. But you gotta skip three seasons of One Piece. Be back, MK is live. No problem, thanks for stopping by. I know that you're still gonna be lurking, but enjoy the MK stream. I'm just ranting and raving about anime episodes being considered too long when there's literal filler arcs in Naruto and Bleach. Am I scared of the scene? Okay, it's the same thing. Okay. This monitor is displaying a feed of this very room. They didn't go cheap when they bought these, huh? Very high res. I'm afraid I can't quite tell myself, but... Can't even see the little crow's feet around the eyes. My bad. Just the usual deeply etched lines, you know, on your forehead. Quite finished. It's just like when people were complaining about, damn, like, oh, it takes Dragon Ball Z episodes, like, 5 minutes ends up being a thing, but, like, at least I have an explanation for that. The explanation is actually pretty simple. The time that they're doing the fights for, like, is them fighting not even in seconds, it's like seconds of seconds of seconds, like milliseconds beyond, like, that. They're moving at such a fast pace that time is almost, not essential. Suppose to explain the cockpit and parts of the plane's exterior, but I don't see anything out of the ordinary. What on earth is this? That's the president's favorite plushie. It's a memento of something. Anyway, don't touch. But if that's the case, then why is it being left up there like nobody cares about it? Yeah, that is pretty weird. Certainly wouldn't be the first place I would think to display a beloved item. Wait, are those shards of glass underneath it? I thought something seemed strange about this cubby hole, but now I'm sure of it. There was almost certainly another monitor here. Okay, screen showing footage from in and around the aircraft. One monitor is missing. That's the outside of the plane. Most intruders could hope to approach without being spotted. But such measures would be mere child's play in my case. Whoa, you're saying you can get past cameras like these without being seen? Of course, with ease. You have to teach me how, please. Are you taking on apprentices by any chance? Okay, you do realize who you're talking to, don't you? Sorry. I had to ask, though. What a great skill for a great faith to know. Unfortunately for you, I am not the type to take on understudies. You're not, huh? Shame. Shame? In what way, exactly? Yeah, let me just be trained by an assassin, you know? As we would always do. Just people getting trained by assassins. Alright, what have we got? Documents of some kind. You could always steal a glance. Oh, this is different. Another security plan. This is the different one. Okay, this is a different one to what we had before. Presidential security plan, March 19. So, Rook is the lead, Knight is the second, as it was before. They're in different spots, though. They were swapped in the other one. Also covered in case amphibious assault. The president's safety is paramount. Spectator area should be covered at all times. Oh yeah, I like the one from the trash can. Precisely. But wait, something feels off. It's the same rough diagram of the stage area. Yeah, like the other security plan we found. The one from earlier, you mean? Something's different, I'm sure of it. What could it mean? Time to put my powers of deduction to work. See if there's any other... It's the same rough diagram of the stage area. Yeah, like the other one. Okay. Why is it repeating the same thing? I'm assuming it's the placement of the, I'm assuming that's the placement of the characters. What are we gonna do? Yeah, knight's position. Deuce. Oh, it's either of the pieces. Yeah, as I thought, it was either of the pieces then. And then compare with the other security plan. Two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point? Oh, you're right. Yeah, we made some last-minute changes yesterday. Cullen's orders. Why the urgency? Because of what happened the day before. De Killer here tried to take him down. He infiltrated the security detail, posed as one of us. Rook figured it out first, but not before the guy got within striking distance of the president. Oh, he came very close. That is extremely close. You've literally got the, actually no, that's, oh, never mind. There's Rook and then Knight's being grabbed by the throat. If our leader hadn't stepped in just then, we'd all been out of a job. But he made it, and our friend here wound up with a seriously twisted arm. Rook put a bullet in it for good measure, too. Where were you while this was happening? You were the first one I overpowered it, were you not?
Who's that Pokemon?
That's embarrassing. Shut up, kid. Now I get it. Your neck has barely begun to heal, and you've already forgotten who I am. I'm disappointed. It's you! Busted up my neck so bad I couldn't even look to my right. I was somewhat astonished to have sustained an injury at all. A testament to Mr. Rook's skill, he was truly a master of his craft. Unlike a certain other summon I could mention. Just as good as he ever was. You were a pawn to his queen, my young friend. What the heck do you know? So that's why you remembered Mr. Rook's name. You admired his skills as a bodyguard. Indeed, while I was serving on the team, I learned the names of all the operatives. But his in particular stayed with me. It joined the very short list of those who have ever successfully wounded me. So that's the connection he was talking about. That's why we changed up the security plan. I had to be sure there weren't any more assassins in the ranks. The president didn't want anybody on stage he didn't trust, and he only trusts two people. Me and Rook. How does that explain your change of position? Oh, yeah, he switched over to the right-hand side. Told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. Could only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. Knight can't turn his head to the right. Yeah, you know about that. That looks heavy. So this is what a president wears, huh? Must be made of something super special. Yes, to protect him from bullets. What? So it's not just for show? Of course not. This is a bulletproof vest. Found desk has a bullet lodged in it is the president's. So that's what one of those looks like. Why didn't you just say so? Now I feel silly. Can I use some of the bullet? I guess not. These personal safety alarms are very colourful. Looks like they get a lot of use as well. I like the president. He seems like a thoughtful guy. Buying these for his kids, maybe his wife too. Why would they all be in here if that was the case? No, these are for his own personal use. Objection, Your Honor. It is simply not possible for one person to use this many personal alarms. Are you asked because he is human and therefore possesses only 2 hands? 20 hands wouldn't be enough to count the number of objections I have to that objection. Curious figure of a curious animal with a curious expression is staring straight at me. And look, there's a big lever right by its butt. Don't even think about it. Oh, I wasn't thinking anything, I swear. I imagine the lever opens the panels beneath my feet. Ah, I see. So he's standing on a trap door. I strongly advise you not to pull it. Do so, and you will regret it. You know I'm okay with taking some advice, especially when it's from a professional killer. I'm wondering if this is going to come into play later. This feels like it's a Chekhov's gun kind of situation. If you're not sure what Chekhov's gun means, basically means whenever something's introduced into a piece of media, then it's usually bound to be used at some point in time. Like, I can imagine this being used at some point. Maybe he escapes. Is that everything? Is everything investigated? Ah, I see. There's like a giant trapdoor on the ground. Solid circular life preserver designed to be used in case of an emergency on the water. Or rather, the sea to be more precise. Oh, the sea. I love the sea. We should go sometime. Sorry, but you'll have to make that particular trip without me. Don't be like that. Come on, it'll be fun. You can have lobster rolls, ice cream, all that good stuff. Something tells me the sea isn't the main attraction for you, is it? Riot shield. Next to it, a canary in a cage. Oh, she's so sweet. I want one. Did you ever see a cuter partner in crime? Partner in crime? Oh yeah, she could help me with lockpicking, stuff like that. Great food, there's no greater ally than nature, Mr. Edgeworth. Sadly, such birds are mostly commonly used for detecting poisonous gases. Wait, this one isn't actually for that, is it? Okay, nothing there. Can I talk to Kill? High hopes for your investigation. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. A mutual understanding. Things are progressing well, I hope. What am I getting notified for? Is that another stream, maybe? Oh, it is another stream. So no need to worry. Things are progressing just fine. Remember, I absolutely despise betrayers of all kinds. Yes, I know. Indeed you do. So please, do take care not to double-cross me, accidentally or otherwise. Really have no choice but to say, as he says for now. Assassination attempts. Can't believe I let an assassin onto the president's plane. You know very well it was for the good of the investigation, Mr. Knight. Don't give me that, I know what you really want. You do indeed. Because you heard me say it already, I wish to know the truth behind Mr. Rook's death. But you did also say you were asked to assassinate the president by a certain someone. You seem to have forgotten that there are more pressing matters at hand. I don't often carry out unpaid work, but it's not entirely unheard of. Fine, I'll get back to the investigation. Good, I am expecting great things from you, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, now we can investigate the body. I don't think there's anything else left that we can do in this particular point. Yeah, that is a briefcase. The briefcase looks like it's padded with something. So that would be the shield, right? That's probably like the riot shield. Although I'm pretty certain I also probably wouldn't want to have that be something either, so... yeah. It's the victim is Sebastian Rook, bodyguard to the president of Shangfa. He's one of the guys that brought the president inside as soon as the shooting happened. Which means he's continued to do his duty right up until his dying breath. These two get posthumously promoted. Okay, it's better to know when to say nothing at all than to end up with your, foot in your mouth. What do you mean? I mean, bodyguards don't even operate in the same rank promotion system as the police in the first place. Bullet seems to have entered just under his armpit and went clean through his body. He was hit in an area his bulletproof vest didn't cover. Like it was on purpose or something, huh? Cause of death would appear to be loss of blood. Attempts were made to stanch it, but to no avail. The medics must have been brought in to try and save him. Sadly, it was too late. Too little too late. The victim was also carrying a revolver. Looks like he was trying to use it. Probably drew it on instinct when he felt threatened. We should check to see if he managed to fire any rounds off. All there, no other signs of the weapon having been used. Is this on loan from Shengfa too? Yep, sure was. Always issued with the same model gun. Can I check this evidence or not? It's a bulletproof attaché case. Bodyguards use them to shield their clients from gunfire. There was some in K's photograph too. Looks like Rook and Knight each had one. Designed to provide protection from gunfire, Knight and Rook were each issued. I wonder if this is a thing. I know that attaché cases are a thing, but I don't know if people have attaché cases that end up turning into riot shields. Or at least shields for... I'm sure that there is something like that. It's the photo I snatched. You can hardly steal a photo at a public event, Kay. But I'm snatching up a moment in time with every picture I take, you know? I take it snatch is your new favorite word. Maybe? It's a trapdoor connected to the lever on that curious figure. If someone would open it, everyone would fall through. Mr. Rook, Mr. De Killer. Don't even think about it. I wasn't, I mean, I wouldn't dream of thinking up ways to take you down. Might I suggest you keep your monologues internal? I get the feeling he's gonna use the trapdoor somehow. Any other bits of interest? Doesn't look like it. No, nothing else. Alright, so now we can do some logic. So we want to connect the bulletproof vest and the bulletproof body. Get skip there, and then we have another mine chest section, which we have to take our time with. 2 bullets were fired in total. We know this because 2 shots were heard. One travelled through the flag into the balloon, the other took Mr. Rook's life. But there's a bullet in the president's vest too, right? How is that possible? How indeed, the numbers don't add up. However, there is one possible explanation. There is? After passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged into the vest. In other words, 2 of our bullets were in fact 1. No way! He's right, if the president hadn't been wearing that vest, things could have been a lot worse. He wasn't injured at all by the impact. Even when obstructed by a vest, a bullet can inflict serious damage. Sure, I've known guys who've got broken bones that way. Just want to quickly check something again. President's okay, he's made of strong stuff. Sounds like you didn't even need a vest. The let's not get carried away here. Have that bullet's ballistic markings analyzed. Remind me what those are again? Guns leave a unique pattern of grooves on every bullet they fire. By examining these grooves, we can use them to identify which gun it came from. Think of them as fingerprints of a sword. You can tell all that from a bullet, and what are we waiting for? Analyze away.
Might be easier said than done.
That bullet hit solid armor. The impact will have completely flattened it.
You'll be lucky if there's anything left for forensics to find.
I was all set for some analyzing.
Stop the bullet that passed to the victim. The bullet itself was crushed flat by the impact. Which is the idea that you want. Do I have to do another logic thing that I missed? I just clicked off of the ad and now it's gone again. Oh, that's fine. Never mind. I hate these ads. I guess I have to do another lot of logic. Did I miss something? Yeah, I did. I missed the Rook's gun and 6-shot revolver.
Two guns are exactly the same, meaning it's likely that the one that we found is also from Shengfa. Bodyguards all got their guns from the Shengfa authorities, right?
Yes.
Are they, like, super rare or anything? No, I don't believe so. This model isn't exactly easy to come by in this country, but it's certainly not impossible either. Ooh, and here I thought they might be valuable treasures. Yes, it is something of a shame. No, I just mentioned treasures and you actually responded for once. I only mean to point out that if the guns were rarer, it would be much easier to trace them. Which would have made them treasures of the evidence variety, I suppose. See, everything's a treasure hunt one way or another, including this investigation. You could say that. Alright then, it's treasure hunting time. On with the investigation. She certainly seems a lot more enthusiastic all of a sudden. It's quite enough investigating for now. What is taking so long, Detective Gumshoe?
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, have you solved the case? No, not yet. Is that so? Then perhaps interviewing another key witness might help you to do so. Another witness? Who? You don't mean... The most important witness of all, the man on the other side of that... The man on the other side of that door. You really intend to have me question the President? Now, if you would be so kind as to summon him, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop right there, De Killer.
You're nuts if you think I'd let him anywhere near you. Well, Mr. President, I'm sure you are watching us through your security feed, aren't you? In which case, I politely request that you show yourself. That is, if you value your bodyguard's life. Well then, if nothing else, we know now what kind of a man you really are.
Mr. President! Stop! You can't do this! Let's all just calm down, alright?
Come on, Detective, where the blazes are you? The lights, what's happening? Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth. I would advise you to stay very still. It seems I would not be granted my audience with the President after all. Even with Mr. Knight's life as my bargaining chip. No, stop! Okay, you won't get away with this, De Killer. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. Where are you? Where did you go? Yep, I hear the truck door. I leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe?
Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
March 25th, 4:45 p.m. Shengfa presidential plane. How did he get out of the plane? And then also nobody... I must have been knocked unconscious. But he got knocked unconscious, I guess. They didn't really explain it at all. So, you're okay? You alright, Mr. Edgeworth? Never mind me. He didn't hurt you, did he, Kay? Nah, I'm fine. I just woke up myself. Head will be sore for a while, but that's about it, so you can stop worrying. Detective, did you manage to stop the killer?
Well, see, Miss Lloyd came running out of the plane and, she told us he'd fly in the coop. We were too late. I'm sorry, sir. Bodyguard over there told us something, too. Seemed there's an inflatable boat missing from the window. The killer must have stolen it and rowed himself across the lake.
What about the cordon around the park?
It called everybody back in to stake at the plane, including the guy stationed across the water.
So he's completely slipped through our fingers.
Not the best look for the department, but yeah.
Hey, Edgeworth. Mr. Knight, you're alive. Yeah, no thanks to that murderer.
Oh, that reminds me. I found this lying on the ground next to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
A calling card? Marked with a seashell?
Guess he wanted to leave a message.
Left behind by the assassin Shelly De Killer when he made his escape, adorned with his distinctive seashell emblem. I guess that makes sense that Shelly likes seashell. I guess, like, it just makes sense for Shelly to like seashells. I was about to start doing that. What is it? Seashells by the seashore? Seashells by the seashore. Seashells by the seashore. I can get that one. The killer usually leaves these next to the bodies of his victims.
But you're not dead, sir.
But I could have been. Maybe that's the message. I can't stop thinking about his parting words. I have seen enough, and now I know the truth. I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. Edgeworth. Now I know the truth. The truth about what? Roger that. All clear out here, sir. Over. What's going on? That was the president. He's coming out. Now? Guess we get to see him. Yep, there he is, with his two bodyguards as well. So he's the president of Shengfa, Mr. Dijon Wang. And you are? It's an honor to meet you, Mr. President. My name is Miles Edgeworth. The honor is all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Dijon Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Shengfa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. You must be referring to the Yadagarasu case. Thank you, sir, but all I did was solve a few local cases of murder. You are too humble. I have been observing your investigation. You are an impressive operator, Mr. Edgeworth, even if the killer did get away. It's very kind of you to say, so he was watching through his security feed. Sadly, I must inform you that this is as far as your investigation goes. What do you mean? Hear me, foolish prosecutor, for I shall say this only once. Knight has apprised me of the state of affairs, and from this point forward, the case will be handled by Shengfa's police force, the finest in the world. Even with the killer out of the picture, they're still looking to get me thrown off the case.
What do you think you're doing, pal? Nobody talks to Mr. Edgeworth like that. Had it been for him, the killer would have...
Detective? Forgive him, Mr. President, but I must confess to being somewhat confused. Fair to see how or why this case falls within Shengfa's jurisdiction. You fail to see? Enough, puny prosecutor. You seek explanations from a head of state? I say no. 1,000 times no, I will not explain myself to you. Now hand over the evidence you have gathered and remove yourselves from this plane. I'd do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth. This can't really be the end of the line, can it? Case evidence handed to Mr. Knight. I'm just got forced out of it, I guess. Why? Why let us come this so far and then to pull the case out from under us? Now, you may leave. Knight, detain the suspect. Yes, sir, right away. To make an attempt on my life? To murder one of my faithful servants? The effrontery. The villainy. I didn't murder nobody. Cause Shut your mouth, Miss Journalist. Answer me this. In a world lousy with lies, with deception, with sin and iniquity, can we stand by and suffer yet another crime to go unpunished? I say no, 1,000 times no. There can be no forgiveness. There can be no surrender. Why you ask me, then I will tell you. He's hiding something, I'm certain of it. If I leave now, we'll never know the truth.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, there's gotta be something we can do. Think, Miles, remember. How many times have you faced situations like this in the courtroom? You've confronted the lies of witnesses and countered the arguments of other lawyers. Has the critical evidence always been laid at your feet? No, and yet you always got to the truth of the situation in the end. Your greatest weapon of all, your words. Now, let us analyze the state of play. Begone, puny prosecutor, do you dare defy the direct order of our president? He's not gonna listen. He clearly means to drown out any objection by means of pure rhetorical force. When an opponent is on the offensive, the best thing I can do is bide my time away for an opening. To said himself, he's a head of state, a seasoned politician, he won't open himself up to attack easily. Welcome in, Kaisex. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for stopping by. Hope all is well. Good morning as well. Hope you have a good rest of your day. We are currently investigating the attempted assassination of a president and who killed, who was involved. We've just reached the second, section. Okay, so we're going to say that, then by twice, and then that second option. So first, by second. I'm a bit tired, but I'm doing okay.
I'm starting to think we might not finish this case today, but we might
barely finish it. I guess we'll just wait and see what happens, but... I mean... Last time we only had like 3 hours to do the first case. This time we've actually been able to start on a weekday that doesn't require me to finish super early, so... We're getting close to... We've got about 2 hours before I would realistically want to finish. So we'll wait and see what happens with... We'll wait and see what happens with the game. See if we can't make some progress with other parts, I guess. Alright, so this is where we do mind chess. Basically what we have to do is, we have a timer on the top of our screen. We have to ask certain questions, and then we have to determine whether we bide our time. Usually if the person gets angry, or they're aggressive, we want to bide our time and just let them speak. And then when they make a mistake, we then want to pounce on them with the other option and do that. So it's essentially like just well-timing our attacks and figuring out, like, you know, taking advantage of them when they're at their most vulnerable, I guess. Can't let him bully me into submission. I have to stay calm and alert. If we also do the wrong thing, we lose time, so... If I can read his movements and expressions correctly, I may be able to find my moment. My first aim should be to find out why he's insisting on Shang Fa taking up the case. The board is set, time to make my opening gambit. So who will take over the case? Please, about the case. Did I give you permission to speak? No, 1,000 times no. Bide our time, because he's aggressive right now. I am the leader of Shang Fa. I have no time for your insolent backchat. I was simply hoping to confirm one basic fact. You say that the investigation will now be assigned to your National Police Force. I do. Now enough of your pointless questions. Yeah, bide time again. Good boy. The interior of this plane is the sovereign territory of Shang Fa. You have no rights here. Is that so? Could it be that our current location serves a significant sign? That actually does matter. I believe that actually matters with boats as well. If you're whatever flag the boat waves is considered the jurisdiction of that particular thing. So if there is a boat, if you're on a boat and that boat is waving the American flag, that means that the laws that that boat entails goes by what the American laws are. Even if the boat is docked in Australia and you're going from the US to Australia, for example, if it's got an American flag on it, you are under American jurisdiction. So that will come up, I'm thinking, at some point. If he's using the excuse of, like, oh, Shang Fa, this is the country of Shang Fa's plane, even though it's in Japan, they're probably going to try and use that as a way out. Should keep that in mind. It could be a useful clue. Explain to me why I'm off the case. Could you at least explain to me why I'm off the case? Imbecile, cease your insolent jabbering. I need not explain myself to you. My reasons are my own, and they are none of your concern. Perhaps it's time to employ my clue. Again, I at least want to be able to pause to do this. So we want to ask the two questions, and then overplayed the hand. So, are they related to our current location? In the course of our conversation, I've deduced certain facts from your behavior, Mr. President. For example, you seem particularly aggressive when discussing our current location. That is also true. You smarmy smart aleck. Good thing that the timer doesn't go down when I'm just lingering and chilling like this. You said yourself, the presidential plane is the sovereign territory of Shang Fa. And from that, we can infer that you believe the rules of extraterritoriality apply inside here. Is that correct? So this is, again, just like what happened before, where in the previous case that we did, there was a murder that took place in Alabas with a Babar weapon, and a murder in Babar that took place in Alabas, and the guy was trying to use that he had extraterritorial rights to do whatever he needed to in the countries, and also, like, he got that stripped, obviously, but this is a different character. Enough! Cease your objectionable whining. Are things getting too hot for you? You can rant and roar all you like, but you won't escape my scrutiny. It was unmistakable. The moment I mentioned extraterritoriality, you became visibly agitated. This guy is the jack. Like, keep in mind, this guy is the president, and he's got bodyguards. But you look at the guy is jacked. This guy is jacked to the gills. Is this like Senator Armstrong? Where they're just completely. This guy is jacked. Look at those muscles. You think you're clever, don't you? Let me answer your little question. It's true, extraterritoriality applies. Your laws mean nothing here. And why does that matter, you ask? It matters because it means you are powerless. You have neither influence nor authority here. Interesting. So the extraterritoriality issue does have something to do with all of this. Let's dig a little deeper into the claim that the plane is sovereign territory, shall we? This next move will surely decide the victor. You may be the president, but nobody's untouchable. I just have to find the right angle of attack. You've overplayed your hand. that. Then we bide out time again, and then we does bide, and then checkmate them. What is that? Hang on a second. What is this? Everything is on fire. Welcome back, Havoc. Nobody asked for your opinion. You need only obey one, nothing else. Bite out time. You dare tell me how to govern, how to lead? You dare contradict me? On the matter of Miss Lloyd's guilt, yes, I do. No, she is guilty. She is the culprit. No, there's nothing left to debate. Bide out time once again. Who else could have fired from outside the plane? There is no other viable suspect. So he's claiming that Miss Lloyd fired him from outside the plane. This could be a vital clue. Does this really apply? Will really apply here. You believe that extraterritoriality applies here, but can you prove it? This just reminds me of that Lethal Weapon movie where the guy is like, diplomatic immunity, and then he just gets shot in the head because, well, okay, your diplomatic immunity may make you immune from the law, but it doesn't mean that I can't just shoot you in the head and just end the movie right there. If they weren't going to be able to put him away for what he did, they were just going to kill him, so this feels like a very similar situation. At least that's how I look at it anyway. Do you even understand what you are asking? Of course, if I didn't, I wouldn't ask it. Have you no shame, calling into question the good word of one such as myself? You're the one that should be ashamed. This is probably a mistake. You must have realized by now what a massive corner you've talked yourself into. Worthless, meaningless bluster, some pathetic ploy to buy time. Oh, that was the wrong one. Was I supposed to buy time and then do it? Hang on, I think I was supposed to buy time first. Yeah, I was supposed to buy time first. My mistake. It's fine. This one, and then bide time. Bide time, and then we do the other thing. Gotta remember that if they're aggressive, we bide time so they can keep talking, and then they eventually like pick up on what they're doing wrong. I have no more time for this. You clearly cannot be saved from your your own foolishness. I was about to say foolishness. You needn't worry about me. I'm not the one who needs saving. That would be Miss Lloyd, the woman who is being wrongfully accused of this crime. Your chivalry is admirable, but it changes nothing. The right to extraterritoriality cannot be denied. This is Shang Fa. Time to deploy my clue. She fired at you from outside the plane? Just realized that it's like a lot of the stuff that I have to really talk about is going to be mostly about this one case. That'll be at least easier. I'll probably finish a little bit later anyway. I'm going to be able to call the extraterritoriality of the president. That is a long word for me to try and say. Extraterritoriality. Trying to say that word. Like extraterritorial I can say, but extraterritorial... Extraterritorial... I can say extraterritorial, but that's fine. But when I try to say extraterritorial... Extraterritorial... I can't say it. Extraterritorial... Why can I say extraterritorial, but I can't say extraterritorial reality? That's not how it's said.
The presidents were playing it down. However, it was like word salad right there. According to you, she shot at you from outside the aircraft, correct? In which case, extraterritorial... Oh my god, stop repeating this word! Extraterritorial real... It's not extraterritorial reality, it's extraterritorial... Extraterritoriality could not possibly apply in this case. It's not... It's such a stupid sounding word. That last part is just... Your assertion is entirely without merit, and the entertainment of Miss Lloyd cannot be justified. I'm trying to think if there's other words that I can't say properly. That's definitely one that I'm getting annoyed with. Extraterritorial reality. But you've got to try and say it all as one word without pausing. How could I have... Bested by a mere prosecutor, but I am the president! The president! Checkmate. Why can't I say words? We just checkmated the president. Trust you won't mind if we continue our investigation now, Mr. President. He is not happy. Words are hard sometimes. That one there was annoying. I'm trying to think of there were some other words. I know some people can't say Irish wristwatch without stuffing that up. And hereby officially and unreservedly confer my approval. Consider it as a gesture of the magnanimity and generosity for which my good office is known. Yes, for without noble acts such as these, unmistakably and irrefutably, for which reason we hereby... There can be no other outcome, for our goals are lofty in our hearts. Just give me a speech? People of Shangfar, I swear to you, here and now, this investigation will continue. All that when he could have just said, okay, you got me? Yeah, words are hard, but, I feel like I've gotten worse with them through time. It almost sounds like I'm slurring my words. It's like I don't even drink and I'm slurring my words. I'm speaking English and gibberish, and I applaud people that can learn multiple languages because I just could not. I had to learn Italian when I was in school, both primary and secondary school. I cannot tell you a whole lot that I remember from that, and honestly, a lot of the stuff that I remember from Italy and Italian is food. Is food. And pasta. So, and just more food. Granted, I also probably rushed in my words as well, but still, it's also just extraterritoriality. How come I can say it fine now, but then I can't say it when I need to say it? Mr. Knight, if you would care to return the evidence. So you could. Case evidence retrieved from Mr. Knight. We did it, Mr. Edgeworth. We sure did, and now the investigation can continue. Whatever, enjoy your pocket full of pawns. I'll be over here enjoying how you put them into play. This guy's still pointing his gun at us, just casually, just spinning his gun, just pointing it at everyone, of course in a presidential aeroplane, after an assassination attempt has just happened. This isn't telling of the American, like, gun system. I don't know. I'm not trying to say everyone is like this, but still, like... There's a reason why our guns are banned. They banned our gun, you know, they banned guns here for a reason. Which is also another argument that I always keep seeing in stuff as well. Oh, well, like, the gun laws in this country and that country don't work, and this is what things like, well, not every gun law is perfect, you know, but there's some that are way better than others. Like, to put it this way, outside of, like, if I saw a police officer walking around, I've never seen a gun in my life. Outside of, police officers just walking around with them. And I've never, like, seen one actually have to pull them out and just, like, and maybe, like, museums. Like, museums and things like that. That's the only time that I can really think of that I've actually seen
guns in person. Mr. President, one more favor, if you would be so kind.
What is it?
Would you please give us your testimony concerning the incident itself?
Now you want me to testify? Whoa, whoa, that's your next move? If you want the president to testify, you'll have to take him to court.
Only in good time, Mr. Knight. He will get his day in court soon enough. But if a person of interest refuses to cooperate at the investigative stage of the process, they are obliged to provide detailed justification as to their reasons for doing so. What's the matter? Is there something you'd rather we didn't know?
Stand down, Knights. I'll do as the prosecutor asks.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Now listen, and listen well.
That's why at the same time when it comes to, like, international laws, it's always just a hard thing to discuss. Like, should, like, Second Amendment rights or whatever be, you know, removed? I think it's Second Amendment, you know. Should they be removed necessarily? Maybe not, but, like, from what I remember anyway, it was almost like they were supposed to not be there. It was only supposed to be there as a temporary, like a temporary solution kind of thing. Like, oh, we just gained independence, and we have a right to, like, preserve the land that we own, I guess. And I guess it just continued on from there, even though it's long past. It's long past that point now. Because I don't know what our gun laws were like before. When I was born, like, I think I was only like 3 or 4 when they changed our gun laws here. So I wasn't old enough to understand. But I know why they changed them, like, after having gone back and looked through all the archives and stuff, and seeing why they changed them. Same thing that's happening here. In September, they're banning machetes. Machetes are being banned from September onwards. Granted, it took them like 3 months to go through and get that approved, but yeah, they're banning machetes, which is still not going to stop knife crimes, but I mean, it'll at least maybe make it harder for people to access weapons. But again, you can do damage with a fork, you can do damage with a spoon. People do makeshift weapons, like, as well, like, you can do damage with a damn box cutter. So there's no actual proper solution for a lot of things. And then there's gonna be loopholes as well behind what people consider as a thing or not. Like, is a Swiss Army knife considered a weapon? I mean, it's called a Swiss Army knife in the sense, but it's like it comes with a whole bunch of other things as well. So a Swiss Army knife is still considered knives, even if it, you know, it has all these other utensils. Where was I when the incident occurred? The stage, of course. Suddenly, Rook and Knight jumped in front of me. Then, bang, a shot rang out, and a plain, unblemished balloon of red exploded nearby. Not hesitating for an instant, my bodyguards tried to escort me back to the safety of the plane. And then, the second shot. The bullet went right through Rook and lodged itself into the bulletproof vest I was wearing. This guy looks like he'd be able to absorb a bullet with his muscles, like... This guy is jacked. I guess if you look at it in one way, the president is also a victim here. Yes, the victim of an attempted assassination. Rook was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. That makes it even weirder. Why would the target of a crime try to obstruct the investigation? My guess is that there's something behind all this that he doesn't want made public.
Cover up, huh? I knew there was more to this case than meets the eye.
The president isn't the only one who knows the truth, isn't that right, Mr. Knight? Time to get to the bottom of this once and for all. he has a lot of testimony. Lots of testimony here. This is just a present, so we will, this is just a present, so instead we'll just, press other statements. How would you describe the incident exactly? Oh, you naive little man. Do you really think your silly, simple question will shake me? I was involved in a craven attempt to silence me with cold steel. And while I was speaking to my adoring public, no less.
Hold it.
When they stepped in to protect you, were you aware of the fact that you were being targeted? Was I aware of the... No, I was aware of my audience, nothing else. When I step up to the podium, I enter another world entirely. A place of rapture, a place beyond words. Yeah, I think that's called stage fright. I bet you were like a deer in headlights. No, 1,000 times no. I remember every second. Each moment is indelibly etched in my memory. When Rook and Knight stepped in, I was shocked, overwhelmed, taken aback.
Hold it.
About that red balloon. Are you trying to test me, Mr. Prosecutor? No, Mr. President. I simply wish to confirm what you remember. Very well. There were two very large, very round balloons, one on either side of the stage. Their deep crimson hues stood stark against the sky, just as the security plan said they would. The same security plan we found in the trash can, I assume? Rook and Knight leapt to my aid just before the balloon exploded. You said they tried to escort you back onto the plane. Yes, that is exactly what I said. They threw up on their attaché briefcases. That must be the moment Kay captured on camera, and immediately moved to help me back onto the aircraft.
Hold it.
Do you know where that second bullet went? Is this how you treat a foreign dignitary, or do you really think such needling questions necessary? Well, what's he so upset about? Must you insist on going over the same details over and over again? My patience has its limits. You know full well where it went.
Hold it.
If I may ask, what was the victim like in that moment? He was a man amongst men, a real hero. The mere impact of the bullet took my breath away, and yet he had the strength to grab me and rush me back inside the presidential plane. Yeah, that's also one other thing as well. It's like, this president is like really bulked and swole. Like, I would imagine he'd be pretty hard to move. So you and the victim entered the plane together, is that correct? Yes, he offered his noble protection, and I gladly accepted it. All was as it should be.
Sounds nice and all, but doesn't that just mean he always is the first to make his escape?
He's the present detective. It's basically in his job description to do so. Nothing he's saying seems too off base.
Goes the victim here. It wouldn't make much sense for him to lie to us, you know. Guess we gotta assume he's telling the...
No, one of the things he said is clearly wrong. Think back to the scene of the crime. Did you miss something? Alright, let me see that evidence again. Might as well take another look myself. Alright, we're back at the start. So, the balloon in the third statement, and then the trajectory, and then that profile. Okay, present the balloon. It was really cold here today. Like, when I got up in the morning, it was 0 degrees. And it was 0 degrees, and Allison, before she went off to work, not once, but twice, she had to fill the kettle and pour it over the car so it would defrost. It wasn't snowing or anything, but it was icy. So, 0 degrees at like 7 in the morning. And it's only 13 right now, and we're at like 3:30 in the morning. 3:30 p.m. and it's 13 degrees. So it's been a cold one. So we beg to differ. Take a look at this. I think you'd agree that it's hardly plain, wouldn't you say? Can't recall the last time it was a 0 degree temperature. I know it's been a couple of like single digit ones, but 0? We haven't had a minus one yet though. Who is that? Mr. President, meet the Steel Samurai. I would have hoped you might recognize him. Especially if you were hoping to ingratiate yourself with the people of this country. Yeah, you need to watch the German Ninja too. He's amazing. So you see, the balloon that was struck by the bullet was anything but plain. It was in fact of the Steel Samurai. But the briefing mentioned 2 plain red balloons. And there they are, right on the security plan. They do look pretty plain, don't they? Just simple round balloons. Mike, what is the meaning of this? Explain yourself. Yes, Mr. President. Seems the Steel Samurai balloon was borrowed at the last minute, sir. Borrowed? That's what we were told. Guess they only reported the incident to us bodyguards, though. Seems there was a little trouble here on site last night. One of the original balloons burst somehow. So they swapped it in as an emergency replacement. Yeah, one of the stall holders happened to have it. From what I hear, he was more than willing to lend it out. A very happy-go-lucky kind of guy, they said. Happy-go-lucky stall holder with a Steel Samurai balloon to spare. They filled just the bottom part of up with air to make it look like the other ornamental balloon. Oh, I see. So while it was a Steel Samurai balloon, it was made to look like a plain red one above water. Is that the long and short of it? Knight, why was I not informed of this? Sorry, sir, I didn't think it was a pressing issue. And indeed, you saw it and you know different, correct? Yes, I suppose so. Could he really have mistaken that, the Steel Samurai's pants for a plain red balloon? Still, Mr. President, I struggle to see how you wouldn't have noticed something different about the balloon. Of course! What's that outburst for? Now I remember. I could barely see the balloon. You couldn't see it? That's right. The wind was blowing too hard. The flags to the side of the stage were flapping incessantly and blocking my view. That's so? That would make sense for the bullet, though, because the bullet, keep in mind, the bullet, there is a bullet hole in one of the, things. Yes, those 2 flags. They were being blown back towards me. There would have been a strong wind blowing right around the time of the incident. Strong enough to blow the flags in just such a fashion. But does that conflict in any way with our understanding of the case? It does. Thank you, Mr. President. Your testimony has revealed yet another contradiction. It has? Yes, a contradiction that could turn this entire case on its head. When I arrived on the scene, the wind has died down and the flags were resting calmly for the most part. But the wind had previously been blowing the flag as the President describes. A certain piece of evidence suddenly takes on a very different meaning. Which piece of evidence contradicts the stated arguments of the thing? It'd be the bullet trajectory, because if we think that the bullet was yeah, this thing here. So we saw that the target came from the area, and a bullet was shot through. The second shot was shot through the flag and into this balloon to deflate it. But if the wind was blowing them upwards to back towards where the President was, then how did this flag end up getting? How did this flag end up getting hit? So that's what it contradicts right there. Earlier we introduced that the bullet that struck the Steel Samurai balloon. and the bullet that passed through the flag were one and the same. From these two things, we further deduced the trajectory that the bullet must have taken. And we concluded that our shooter must have fired from the left side of the Spectator Area. But if the flags were blowing as the President describes, our conclusion becomes quite different. Right, if the flags are pointed in the other direction... Exactly, our trajectory changes completely. And if we trace that trajectory back to its source, we can ascertain who really fired that shot. Wait, but Mr. Edgeworth, that would mean... Yes, I know. We may not yet understand the reason why, but it can only have been one person who did it. Who does the bullet's new trajectory implicate as the one that fired the shot? It would be Bronco Knight, because he was the one standing in the best possible position to be able to shoot that right there. Stretch? I can do that. Ugh. Only like an hour and a half or so to go before I finish. It's good to stretch a little bit. Been going for almost 6 hours, but that's all good. Just wish that it wasn't as cold. That's the one problem with, like, getting up in the morning is, like, you feel so warm, and then you realize, oh, at the second that you get back up, it's like, oh, it's now gonna be cold again, so you kind of have to stretch. You kind of have to stretch beforehand, otherwise, yeah. It is what it is. Alright, obviously, let's present this.
Take that.
I'm still not sure what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Like, I could very well not stream tomorrow. I could very well, do Gamescom maybe, but it depends. If I'm not able to upload this video today, it'll be tomorrow. There will be probably no stream tomorrow, I would say. The person who fired that shot was none other than you, Mr. Knight. The path from the balloon back through the flag leads directly to the spot where you were standing. The guy is one of the president's bodyguards. Why the heck would he go around shooting balloons? Indeed, why? This is absurd. What exactly are you trying to imply? That Mr. Knight, a man who has saved my life countless times, is my would-be assassin? Seriously, Edgeworth, we put up with a lot from you, but this? We're President Wang's bodyguards. We're the pieces that put on the board to protect the king. I'll handle this, Knight. Sorry, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, the wind was indeed blowing quite fiercely around the time of my speech. But the wind can pick up and die away in an instant, can it not? Therefore, I need proof. Proof that it was blowing hard enough to lift the flags during that crucial moment. First shot was fired right around the time the President raised his fist. Have I got everything here? Okay, so it's photographs, flag, and then not the assassin. Okay. Have a piece of evidence that shows just that. Perhaps it can also show us what's happening with the flag then too. Yeah, if this is the case, I think we're getting close to... We might actually finish the first case today. Oh no, my sound just went out. Sound's out completely for... Sound completely out for... How do I fix the sound usually? For the game. Do I usually just reopen it again? I think I do. No, that didn't work. Maybe I just close it down. What do I do to fix the sound? That usually doesn't go out. Yeah, I can probably close it down and reload it again. Do not do that, please. I'm not running rest mode. Where's my play? Let me load it back up again. Let me fix this problem. Okay, there we go. Just close it down and reboot it up again. Oh, I gotta re-put this on the screen. Alright, at least this sound is picking up. I just need to reset this, It's weird that I went to a white screen of all things instead of a... just nothing being there. There we go. Alright, there we go. All set. All set and ready to go. So we're going to present the...
Take that.
Your proof is in this picture right here. This should be good. Which picture? Where? We can see which way the flag was really blowing right here. It would have been like where the flag is, I guess. That's what it would have been, yeah. Yeah, this is the flag here. We can see the flag blowing in the wind.
Take that.
Well, do you deny that it clearly shows the flag? There we have it. Proof that it was blowing towards you at the moment of the shooting.
So that means our pal over there did shoot the balloon.
Yep. Making him the assassin. Mr. Knight is not the assassin. Because again, he was... yeah, he's not. Because he pointed at the balloon. Because we know that there was 2 shots, and we know that they came from different places. He may have shot the balloon, but the president was on the other side of him entirely. Therefore, he can't have been aiming at his boss. Yeah, besides, why would I even shoot the balloon? What would be the point? We'll show you answer, I might aim for something else next. Yeah, please, no. There was a point, I'm sure of it. If I can figure out what it was, perhaps I can finally put this whole conundrum to rest. Knight definitely shot the balloon. Revised trajectory data shows that Knight shot the right side balloon. Welcome in, George. You're doing well today. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing well. Less work today for now, so you joined to see how the stream's going. It's going good. This is the first case of the game. I apologize for the ads. I can't skip them, unfortunately, because I already used up all my skips, but I hope that you were doing well today. Yeah, this is the first case of the game, of the sequel title, so we are investigating a presidential assassination attempt with a killer who an assassin who the assassin got away. He tried to they tried to put the blame on a reporter. That didn't work. The assassin kidnapped another person. He ended up going and allowing us to do what we needed to do, and now we're investigating who shot at the president right now. Is basically what we're doing. But I'm doing very well today. Hopefully your day at work is good, considering you said that there's less work to do. I guess, is today the first day back? Because I know that they usually do a bank holiday for... The guy in the middle with long hair looks like an 80s character of the old beat-em-up titles. That's actually the president in this game. That guy's actually the president. He definitely does. If you see, once I show him his other picture, he does look like he looks like he's got a lot of muscle under his suit. You'll see him in a second. Hopefully we'll see him. But that guy in the middle, he was the president. So, we want to connect up the change of plans. So we want to connect up the Knight shot the balloon with the position. Why did Knight's assigned position change? Let me get to the guy first, and I can show you.
Told you, I can't turn my neck to the right. I could only cover the president's left side. So I wound up moving to the right side of the stage. But I get what you mean. He does look like an 80s beat-em-up character. He looks like he'd be like a Streets of... Not a Streets of Rage boss, but like one of those beat-em-up, yeah, titles where they would just come in to be like a boss for something, maybe. Yeah, Final Fight, that would probably fit, for sure. I played Streets of Rage. I've played Streets of Rage, Final Fight, Double Dragon. They weren't my childhood games, but I'm sure that they were probably yours. They were probably the ones that you played quite a bit of. Let us suppose that the plan hadn't changed, that Knight had remained positioned on the left. Given that he was unable to turn his head to the right, would he even have been able to shoot the balloon closest to him? Could it be that the security plan was changed for the express purpose of popping one of the balloons? If we suppose that to be the case, the two plans are different. Was the security detail reorganized at some point? Yeah, I was more of the fighting game. I think I played more fighting games than beat-em-ups. Like, I've played Street Fighter, I played Tekken, I've played Mortal Kombat. But I played them all at different eras. Like, Street Fighter I played more... Street Fighter was more like, the mixtures. Like the mixture games, like Marvel vs. Capcom. Tekken, I played more on the PS2. Same with Mortal Kombat. You prefer Double Dragon Final Fight. Oh, the Punisher game. I forgot about that. Yeah, they recently released that, I think. I forgot about that new Punisher game. The older Punisher. I think it was like, was it Nick Fury and the Punisher or something like that? I'm trying to remember what other game I played. I know I've not played the Punisher game, but I've played the others. Because a family friend of mine had a arcade of... I think they had Streets of Rage 2? They had an actual arcade machine in their house for Streets of Rage 2. Which was, I remember playing that as a kid. And I think I made it to the very end on the arcade machine. It was, yeah, the Cadillacs and the dinosaurs, yeah. Oh, Cadillacs and dinosaurs. I remember there was a little mini games as well. There's a lot of fun beat-em-up games. They weren't my favorites because I would normally get stuck, but I liked playing the shooting ones as well, like Time Crisis. Time Crisis as well was something that was very fun. In the arcades. The arcade that I went to had Marvel vs. Capcom 2 at one point, and I really enjoyed playing that. I made some last minute changes yesterday. President's orders. That's right, the president was the one who ordered the change. Then some of the side-scroller shooting games as well. I think there was a game called Gunsmoke. That was around at that point. Ghosts and Goblins. I remember... I've played some of those. They're quite difficult, but... Yeah, Gunsmoke. I think I remember talking to you about Gunsmoke, actually, a while back, like way back when we were on, I think there was like a collection that you were playing, and you mentioned that Gunsmoke. I think you said Gunsmoke was one of the harder trophy things that you had to obtain for a certain score, I believe. It was way back, like back on, back when we were talking on the internet forum, the chat forum that we were on. Your Gamer Cards, ages ago. And I think I remember you talking about Gunsmoke. And trying to get high scores for a trophy or something like that. If I'm reading things right, the president knew in advance about the balloon shooting. Which means he must have had foreknowledge he would be in someone's crosshairs today as well. If that's true, then everything else that's been bothering me falls neatly into place. Because I never grew up with those arcade games.
Extremely hard, those skills would increase your skills. One trophy that you had to beat the whole game, yeah. Yeah. Now I remember. I mean, the idea was they were supposed to be hard. The games were incredibly small for the time, and very short, but they were extremely hard, because they wanted people to keep playing them, so... I would definitely agree with you there. They do, when people say Souls games are like the hardest games that have come out, I don't think a lot of people have played those 80s arcade games, like, Ghouls and Goblins and, you know, Battletoads, things like this, where they were... A lot of them were not very generous at all. They were very difficult, just stuff flying all over the screen. Even stuff like Galaga and, you know, the space shooting games were very fun, but they're also just very hard to be a master at. You really had to have some quick reflexes and knowing when to... You know, games were much harder back then, for sure. But I think I started gaming when, like, point-and-click adventure games were popular. And then transitioning into the platformers of the PlayStation era. That was like my introduction to games. Dark Souls feels like a 5. Hard at the beginning, average after, yeah. Old Demon Souls 7 out of 10, yeah. I'm not saying that the Dark Souls games and Souls games in general aren't hard. There are some that, like Sekiro. Sekiro, from what I've seen, that's probably the most skill-intensive game, the one where you probably have to be really good at those types of games to be good at them. But there's usually something that can allow you to get through the Souls games without too much frustration, but it depends on the player. It honestly depends on the player. There are some people that can play those games without taking damage, without getting hit. It's really a matter of practice, it's a matter of dedication. Sekiro was out of hard and unfair. Oh, yeah. That sounds like Ninja Gaiden to me. I like the Ninja Gaiden games, the Sigma games, but those games are very difficult. I think they read your movements as well. Ninja Gaiden is... It was hard enough for me to get through on the easiest difficulty. Those games are if someone wants to really get good at them, they would be thing as well. Yeah, Ninja Gaiden is very unfair. Even the platformer one, the side-scrolling platformers, I'm not sure if you played those ones, but I just remember the bats just constantly flying around, you gotta dodge a lot of things. It's a very unfair title. It's a fun title, but it's very unfair. Why would they then carry out the shooting wearing such a conspicuous item of clothing? Why use a laser sight that would give away their location in an instant? How did the president suffer no injuries at all despite a direct hit to his vest? I still need to play the new one. I believe they're releasing Ninja Gaiden Full soon, sometime this year. They did release a new side-scroller one recently, Ragebound, and then they also released, I think it was called Black 2, Ninja Gaiden Black 2. All of those I need to play at some point, probably. Even if I know that I'm not going to be great at them, I just want to at least play them to continue the story, because I did quite like the fighting ones. And then I remember the character. I think the first time I saw those characters was from Dead or Alive. I'm not a big Dead or Alive player or enjoyer. I played Dead or Alive 2 a lot when it first came out on the PS2, but it's not my favorite fighting game franchise. I think my favorite fighting game franchise is probably... My favorite fighting game is probably Mortal Kombat Deception on the PS2. But I liked that game because it had a story mode that was like an RPG. You could go around and complete side quests, you could find the other fighters and do stuff with them. There's only one possible reason for Mr. Knight to have fired his gun. To create the illusion of an assassination attempt. But there's kind of like a fighting game renaissance at the moment. Street Fighter, Tekken, Mortal Kombat all having games released very, close to each other. Then all the animated ones that are coming out as well. Invincible Versus next year. There's a Marvel game coming out again next year with the Marvel characters. I think that those will be fun. It's kind of like last year. I think was it last year? Like 2023 and 2024 felt like the RPG kind of revival of like just a bunch of RPGs coming out, and then now we're starting to get a lot more fighting games. Oh, I understand all too well. I understand everything now. Most of all, I understand why you were so keen to take this investigation off my hands, Mr. President. You wanted your real plans to remain hidden. There, here's the guy here that you were talking about. This is this guy is the president of the, in the game. He's the president of the, one of the provinces that we're gonna probably end up visiting, but the guy does look like, even he looks like he's, very, very muscular. He definitely does look like he would be a boss fight in one of those games. For sure. Absolutely. Oh, it's no joke, I assure you. It is simply the truth, as revealed by the careful application of logic and reasoning, nothing more. The first shot was fired by Mr. Knight with the specific intention of hitting that balloon. The sound of gunfire and the bursting of the balloon were guaranteed to cause a panic. And then he fired again. He did? Yes, he fired 2 bullets, both of which were aimed at the balloon. As for why he did so, it's because the second shot was designed to create the impression that the president had been hit. So then what's the deal with the one on the vest? Willing to bet that bullet was planted there long before the shooting ever occurred. So Mr. Heroic President didn't take a bullet after all. That's not true. I was shot, I tell you. We'll be able to verify that for ourselves once we take a closer look at the bullet. At the very least, we can expect to find traces of Mr. Rook's blood on it, correct? Also, more survival horror games as well. Well, not survival, just horror games in general. Another Silent Hill game, I think, scheduled for this year. I think, is it Silent Hill F? Silent Hill F for this year. Resident Evil Requiem for next year. Where we actually get to go back to we get to go back to Raccoon City for the first time after the nuke in the 3rd game. So that's gonna be interesting. And then there's rumors that Leon might be in the game, and it might be the last Leon game. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Leon is my favorite protagonist from Resident Evil. I do understand it. I would like him to be in the game. At the same time, I also feel like it's going to get to a point with these characters where they're just going to get too old. Especially since the Resident Evil games take place in the year that they're released, usually. So I would assume that RE9 takes place in 2026. Or 2025, so that's gonna be... How many years out of that is that? That's like almost 10 years out from RE6, which was Leon's last appearance. So we're looking at a Leon that's like 10 years older. But I guess we'll just wait and see with that. I would hope that it's good, but I'm not entirely sure. I guess we'll just wait and see. But new Silent Hill, new Resident Evil. I'm not sure if there's a new Fatal Frame coming. I don't think there is. I know there's a new movie of Resident Evil coming next year. You said it yourself. You found the shooter in a photograph, the person with the red hood.
Objection!
thought I made myself clear. Trajectory points to only one possible shooter, Mr. Knight. Then where does Tabby fit into all this? She was simply one part of their plan. In order to place the suspicion elsewhere, they set about creating a fake assassin. The highly suspected person with a red hood? I've yet to ascertain exactly how complicit Miss Lloyd was in the whole scheme, but I can say with some confidence that none of the shots were fired by her. I suspect her only job was to point a laser sight at the president. That's right, then I was tasked with turning your jacket inside out the moment the crowd flew into a panic, yes? Thus making the mysterious red-hooded shooter disappear in the blink of an eye. Then, when the gun and the security plan were later found in the trash can, would have all appeared to have been the work of an assassin so skilled they could vanish into thin air. Then the case would have gone cold. Exactly what our friends here were hoping for. Makes sense now they wanted you off the case. Indeed, because the entire affair was a cheap ruse perpetrated by the president himself. This is also a Capcom game as well. So it actually makes sense that you drew some things from this. I'm sure that they model some of their characters off of actual... Oh, that's why. The guy's just full of air. That's why he's got muscles like this. So he didn't have muscles at all, it was just air. The presidential mask has well and truly slipped. Admit it. The entire assassination was a lie, wasn't it? That stupid chief prosecutor hadn't insisted on assigning you. How could I let this happen?
Objection.
That's enough, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Knight? Sorry, but I'm speaking with the president right now. Uh-oh. Yeah, well, I'm not done as a knight and protecting my king. I thought he was gonna start shooting in us. Especially since you reloaded his revolver, aka Resident Evil 2. Yeah, I think there's something like this that happens in, Who does that, usually? There's usually somebody that goes around and starts... Yeah, it is a revolver, though. Someone usually starts spinning their gun around. I can't remember what it was from, though. Perhaps it would be better if we stuck to threatening each other with words. For some reason I was thinking it was Metal Gear Solid, that they did something like that. I think it was Metal Gear Solid, but there was a guy that was, that used to... The revolver also exists in Metal Gear Solid, but I can't remember if he does, like, a bunch of tricks with the revolver or not. Wouldn't, would he? But yeah, the revolver is the murder weapon in this case, but this guy is doing tricks with his revolver. Don't need this thing to shut you up. Alright, my move. Question. Claim I fired my gun on stage. How do you know I figured that in front of a crowd of thousands? Excellent points. Time for my counter move, I suppose. You had a certain something that allowed you to conceal your actions. Certain something, huh? Mighty specific. What did Knight use to hide his actions from the crowd? Probably would have been the briefcase. That's what makes the most sense. He would have had a briefcase on him. Because the briefcase would open up and make a shield, but at the same time it would also be able to conceal a loaded weapon. Yeah, we might finish this case today. We have about an hour before I would realistically want to stop streaming, but... Take a look at case photograph. You can also see he might be hiding something behind the case. Yeah, and he's pointing it at the area where the balloon was. Your right hand is completely obscured by the case. The very moment this picture was taken, you were firing your gun. And in such a way that you wouldn't be detected. You don't like to let the facts get in the way of a good theory, do you, Edgeworth? Shame you don't seem to have noticed. Noticed what? The theories are all you have. Conjectures, nothing more. flag was billowing in the wind at precisely the right moment. I hit my gun with my attach case. I changed the security plan because I couldn't turn my head. It's all just speculation, circumstantial evidence. At best, you can't prove any of it. I might turn the light on, in case it gets too glary. If you at least had the bullet that burst the balloon, you might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine, you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. But no, that bullet is at the bottom of the lake. You're gonna go dredge it up? Hate to say it, but he's right. Don't have anything concrete. I thought not. Maybe now you can shut your mouth. You know, I'm gonna probably turn the light on right now, because it is getting a bit glary, and also I don't want to, like, feel tired. I want to try and get through this for the next hour. Just give me, like, 2 seconds. Close this so that if it gets too... so it doesn't get too light, it turns the light off. Do that there instead. Alright. Let's fix this up again and continue. Yeah, we might finish this case today. If not, I can just save beforehand and we'll do it right at the start of the next time we play this game. It should be fine. Not in a rush to complete the game. Let us keep going. Of course, she could shed some light on this whole situation. I just need her to get it to her. What's the matter? Something you want to say, Miss Journalist? No, never mind. That's what I thought. This guy, yeah, this guy's definitely threatening her with something. Because why would he? Yeah, she was about to say something, but then she decided against it. So she's definitely, she knows something. Miss Lloyd, I need you to be brave. If you don't speak up, the truth will be lost forever. You are a journalist, after all, are you not? You need to go now. Talk to you soon. No problem, George. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good rest of your day at work, and safe travels home, as always. And I will talk to you another time. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the chat. Dang it. I can't stay quiet any longer. Hey, you understand what you're doing, right? I'd think carefully before opening that mouth of yours. I was so focused on bagging me a scoop, I forgot the most important thing of all. Real journalists don't lie. Ain't no dang scoop if it ain't truth. Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, I should have shown you this before. Oh, she had her own laser pointer. Okay, I see. What is it? It's a laser pointer I used on the president. That's all I done. Never shot nobody. You stupid, Knight is. I thought I told you. You squeal and you go down as an accomplice. It was him. He told me to do it. I was at Shengfa's embassy sniffing out a story like I told you. This was 3 days back. He comes up to me out of the blue, just starts talking. Help me out and I'll give you exclusive access to the president, that kind of stuff. But what about the gun in the trash can? That I don't know nothing about, I swear it. All he's told me is to wear a jacket with a red hood and to point their pointer at the president. Never thought for a minute to blow up in my face so bad, I'm sorry. Truly I am. Thank you, Miss Lloyd. I'd like you to testify to that effect when this goes to trial. Or to go a long way towards proving that the assassination was a sham. What's wrong with you people? Don't any of you know what's good for you? My sympathies, Mr. Knight. Had you successfully removed me from this case as you intended, perhaps then you could have kept your pawn quiet. She just misfired that gun. That is... Yeah.
So let me get this straight. You told Tabby, if you let slip about our fake assassination plot, we'll have you convicted for murder.
Sounds like it.
Or something like that.
Of all the dirty...
I said no such thing. Oh, there's the president. President Wang?
Give it up, Knight. It's time you came clean. It's our only choice.
So, Mr. President, you admit it. You admit that there was a plot to fake an assassination attempt.
I do, I'm sorry.
Why would you fake an assassination attempt? As well, I guess that... There were people that thought that the... You know... I'm not gonna get into that.
Why? Why do something like that?
Oh, that's what it was for. My popularity has been on the wane back home. I thought surviving an attempt on my life might give me the boost I needed. Yeah, this was the only reason I could think of, is just boost your popularity. I survived a thing, but it's like, yeah, I would hate to do that. No, what we did was wrong, so yes, it was all lies, all of it. And the bullet in the vest? It was planted ahead of time. I wasn't hit by anything today.
But then what was up with De Killer?
Our plan got out somehow. Then he just appeared, hell-bent on turning our fake assassination into a real one. Hence the red raincoat, I suppose. He'd hoped to get in close as the fake assassin to finish the job. There is one thing I don't understand, though. What would that be? Why did Rook have to die? If the whole thing was fake, how did he wind up getting killed for real? That's true, and therein lies the real question. Okay, yeah, how did he die for real? That's the one other question. Because, if he... The only thing I can think of is that he thought that it was a real... Could he have thought that it was a real hit? Maybe it was only between certain people. That's a possibility. I guess we can see. He was a fine bodyguard, the best in fact. He may not have been a native of Shangfa, but he was someone I could fully trust.
Mr. Rook must have been really something to gain the trust of someone who'd hide from his own shadow.
So I think he was as trustworthy to the president as I am to you, huh, sir?
Believe that's for me to decide, Detective, not you. Mr. Rook must have known about the plan too, then, correct?
He wasn't aware of any specific details, not really. I tried to involve him, but he refused.
And you would have done well to listen to him.
This is a tragedy. The life of a good man has been wasted. What was so great about him, anyway?
Yeah. Knight sounds like he killed him. He was, like, upset with... What's gotten into him?
He was just another piece on the board, there to protect you, nothing more. Mr. Knight, how could you? Who was it that actually went along with your plan, huh, Mr. President?
Well, that pious coward backed down when you needed him to step up the most.
I value your support too, of course, but...
Look, I'm your chief bodyguard now. That's all that matters. Now that this spineless fool Rook is gone, things are going to change around here. Thanks to me, genius strategist, Grand Master, rightful leader of this team.
We are all well aware of your ambitions, Knight.
But doesn't this seem a little imprudent to you? Why, my plan this time was perfect, and as they always are, and as they always will be. That's quite a statement, especially considering that your perfect plan was an abject failure.
Yeah, no thanks to you, and that buffoon Rook.
And how exactly was it Mr. Rook's fault? If you hadn't died, De Killer would have never come after me. And I wouldn't have had to let you on this plane.
Please, Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk like that.
Fine, the guy protected you, Mr. President. I'm sure that's what he's always wanted. But did he die protecting the president?
Mate, I thought the whole assassination thing was fake.
Oh, come on, do I have to say everything twice? You planned a fake assassination. Somebody else came along and tried to make it look real. 2 shots were fired, remember? Like you said, Mr. Edgeworth, one of them was the bullet I shot through that balloon. But the second, that wasn't me.
Oh, really? Then who did fire it?
The real assassin, but not De Killer. His plan was to come after the president with a knife. No, the most likely suspect here is the peace cup cowering quietly in the corner. Our lily white queen over there.
Miss Lloyd?
Again with this, I'm not your danged assassin.
But is that really true? I, for one, don't believe it. The gun in the trash can, it can only belong to you.
Alright. Knights, Gambit.
As soon as I shot that balloon, I rushed over to help Rook escort the president back onto the plane. I left Rook here in this room while I secured the president. In the safe room. When I came back out, Rook was lying there on the ground. Miss Journalist must have shot Rook while we were escorting the president off stage. That single killer shot was fired by the gun you found in the trash can.
Alright.
So you don't actually know when the victim was struck by the bullet, do you? The knight doesn't protect the Rook, Edgeworth. He protects the king.
You want to translate?
He means that his only concern was protecting the president. Lose the king and you lose the game. Isn't that the first rule of chess? But a win in which a key piece is sacrificed is a hollow victory indeed. Doesn't matter, it's still a victory. I kept the president safe, I win. Well, it's a bit early to be calling our little match in any case, for this is where our battle really begins. Alright, I gotta press everything.
Hold it!
Victim really didn't take part in your little plan then, did he? Nope, we kept him in the dark on the details.
So you really thought the president was in danger? But wait, you must have noticed the shot came from right next to him.
Maybe he did, guess we'll never know. Even if he did know, it was a sham. He still had a job to do. He still had to protect his king.
He was able to make a judgment like that in a split second. Impressive. He really was as capable as they say.
Not so capable I couldn't read him like a book. I made it so he had no choice but to go along with our little performance.
Hold it!
Why do that? You and the president both knew the whole thing wasn't real. But it had to seem real. There were people everywhere. It's not a good look, right? Imagine if someone had spotted a man who'd just been shot at, hanging out in his plane, sipping grape juice like he didn't have a care in the world. And what was the victim doing during all this? Who knows? I was in the safe room, like I said. Anyway.
Hold it!
Where on the ground exactly? Right where he is now, in the middle of the floor. The door to the outside was shut, though. Guess the bullet must have hit him right before he closed it. Thanks to his little blunder, my whole plan fell apart. Mr. Knight, you mustn't talk that way. You may have kept me safe, Mr. President, but he isn't here now to save your good name. I'd call that dereliction of duty. What would you call it? An honorable try, which is more than what you'd give, I'd say. Sorry, but that's just how it is.
Hold it!
Weren't you and Mr. Rook both carrying bulletproof attaché cases? Yeah, opened them right after Rook spotted the laser sight. We moved into covering positions and used them to shield the president. So the bullet that hit Mr. Rook traveled through a gap in that defensive shield. Do you really believe Miss Lloyd to be that skilled a marks person? No, she was aiming for the president. That makes her a lousy shot. So it was pure coincidence that Mr. Rook was hit.
The bullet simply happened to find its way past your attaché cases and through the gap in his vest. Seems crazy to me too, but the facts are the facts. It was a shot in a million and the shooter hit the bullseye, and the proof is in your hands.
Hold it.
So the second shot had nothing to do with you. Right, that one was fired by your little friend. Imagine the script she'd have bagged if it hit his mark. I'm a journalist, you hear? I don't make facts, I report them. Yeah, a journalist who signed up to be a fake assassination plan in the hopes of getting a story. That's not... Look, I'll admit it. I set the whole thing up. Your role was to aim that laser pointer at the president. It's not my fault that wasn't enough for you. You were the one who decided to bring a gun to the party. Who knows, maybe you thought if you kept on shooting, you could shut me up too. So Mr. Knight's suggesting that he first fired one shot and then Miss Lloyd fired one more. Yeah, basically implying that Tabby also had a gun on her. Beats me where she could have got one from, but hey, his entire testimony is pure conjecture. You can't prove any of it. You're right, let's hit him with some cold, hard, undeniable evidence. Okay, so I think the evidence that we've got to do is right here. So the revolver on this statement, and then his profile, and then...
Objection.
So you contend that it was you who shot the balloon, and Miss Lloyd who shot Mr. Rook. Are you sure about that? Sure, I'm sure. While what you've proposed would indeed match up with the total number of shots heard, the gun from the trash can itself has also been fired twice. Now why would the supposed number of shots heard from this gun differ from the number of spent rounds? It's simple, because it was planted. Planted by the real perpetrator of the crime. Somebody faked the evidence. Yes, and if you think about it, their reason for doing so is obvious. To ensure that whoever found the gun would conclude that the shooter had been in the Spectator Area. And in order to do that, they had to make it seem as if both shots had come from this one weapon. I get it, that's why it's got 2 spent rounds, huh? Precisely. We have already proven the bullet that burst the balloon came from a different weapon. Which makes it entirely possible that the bullet which killed Mr. Rook didn't come from this gun either. Nice work, Edgeworth. That's some high-grade sleuthing. Why don't you get to the point? You've come this far, spit it out. Oh, I intend to, don't worry. The person who really shot Mr. Rook was you.
Take that.
You, Mr. Rook, you're the one who murdered, Mr. Rook, sorry. Finally got the courage to say it, huh? Surely not. Surely you wouldn't have. Was it only De Killer who tried to take advantage of this fake murder plot? You killed Mr. Rook, hoping that he would look like an accidental victim of the bungled assassination. With the president locked away in the safe room and the door of the airport tightly closed, it was just you and Mr. Rook, alone, together. And that was when the third bullet was fired, right into your colleague's body.
Objection.
Wait, you're really gonna claim there's a third one now? You just said only 2 gunshots were heard. Wanna tell me how that works? Airplane cabins are practically soundproof, Mr. Knight. If you close the door, nothing can be heard from the outside. Not even gunfire. Wasn't the president right next door? Very true, which means he may have heard the shot himself. Well, Mr. President? I didn't hear anything. But you can observe this room through your security feed, can you not? The camera in this room isn't normally on. I have to manually switch it on when I enter the safe room. And that's what you did this time too, right? Well, that is... What's gotten into him? Mr. President, this is vitally important. Please, President Lang. Fine, I was busy hiding under the bed covering my ears. Even though you knew the whole thing wasn't real? Yes, because I hate the sound of guns. Just the slightest hint of that awful noise and, oh, it's just too much. They're sadder than a pot of overcooked crawfish. No, not the overcooked crawfish. Not the overcooked crawfish. Mr. Knight, you saw that President Wang was cowering beneath the bed. And what's more, you knew from the monitor bank that the security camera for this room hadn't been switched on. Which means you knew that the circumstances were perfect. For you to fire the third shot straight at Mr. Rook. Knight, how could you? Could you really have betrayed my trust so horribly? Think I killed the old half-wit? You don't trust me much, huh? This is the thanks I get for putting my life on the line for you day after day. I want to believe you, but... I don't get it. I just don't get it. What is there to doubt here? What, you don't believe that the girl over there couldn't have done it? No, because this gun isn't the murder weapon. We know this from the number of bullets fired. Yeah, well, how do you know there wasn't a spent bullet from the start? Someone could have fired a bullet from that gun yesterday or the day before. Then today another bullet. The bullet that hit Rook. That's pure speculation, pal, and you know it. Maybe, but can you prove that it's not true? Not with any certainty, no. You're nothing without conclusive proof, so come on. A single piece of evidence straight through my heart, I dare you. Well, what are you waiting for? There must be something. Mustn't there, Mr. Edgeworth? If you can't prove it, Tabbies. Please, Ruffles. I messed up. I know I did. I should have never have done what I did. Not even for a scoop. But murder? No, that ain't me. Ain't a murderous part of my body. Conclusive proof. If only I could prove that Knight's gun is the murder weapon. Wait, perhaps I can. You at least had the bullet to burst the balloon. You might have a scrap of credibility. Imagine you could have run forensics to see if it matched my gun. If we had the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, forensics could tell us which gun it was fired from. No proof, no case. End of conversation. Hold it right there. What now? You're not about to claim you do have proof. Of course I do. This ought to be good. Alright, bring it on. Show me this proof of yours. The bullet that killed Mr. Rook is the key to ending our little game. Very well, my conclusive evidence is not in my possession. Yeah, we've got about half an hour to go. We may or may not finish this case, we'll just see. Alright, thanks for playing, folks, but that game's over. However, it is here in this room. As we know, the bullet that killed Mr. Rook passed through his body. But where did it end up its journey? Perhaps we should cast our minds back to an early conversation. Passing through his body, the bullet that took Mr. Rook's life then found itself lodged in the vest. He's right. If the President hadn't been wearing that vest, things could have gone a lot worse. But now, of course, we know that the so-called assassination attempt was a complete fabrication. The vest was prepared in advance, made to look as if it had been hit by a bullet. Which begs the question, where is the real bullet? I like it, a twist. This is good stuff, Edgeworth. Come on then, don't keep us in suspense. Does any of the evidence point to where the bullet that killed Mr. Rook might have ended up? We do have this security monitor. There's something very clearly missing from this room. Yes, a prosecutor with some common sense. Take a look at the bank of security monitors. I see you've caught on, Mr. President. Splendid. There are screens here showing views from all around this airplane inside and out. The only external angle not covered is the right-hand side of the aircraft. And that's because one of the monitors is missing. There was a monitor in that space previously, wasn't there, Mr. President? there was. I have no idea what my plushie is doing there now, though. Appears to be someone's vain attempt to hide, but it's obviously lacking. But where did it go and why? The why is easy enough to answer, because it was struck by a bullet. For if we were to believe that the bullet in the vest was the real deal, then anything that hinted at the existence of another bullet had to be removed. So where did the missing monitor go? Where indeed? I believe that it must be hidden somewhere on this plane. After all, there wouldn't have been time to dispose of it outside of the aircraft. Detective Gumshoe, conduct the search if you would.
Right away, sir.
Mr. President, extraterritoriality, remember?
I have no objection to the search. Please, go ahead. If it will help us discover the truth behind what happened to Rook, I will not stand in your way.
What are you? I don't believe this. Rook this, rook that. Don't you ever think about anybody else? Search has been authorized, Detective, if you wouldn't mind.
Sir, I found the monitor.
Excellent work. Now go ahead and extract the bullet.
Let's see, if I put my hand in here and just... Come on, come on, come on. Got it.
Well, would you look at that? Blood. This is the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. There's no doubt about it. Found inside a security monitor, this seems to be the bullet that killed Rook. And there you have it, Mr. Knight. The single piece of evidence you requested straight through your heart. Even you must now admit, if this bullet didn't come from the Spectator Area gun, then Miss Lloyd cannot be Mr. Rook's killer. What, no pithy comeback? Detective, have forensics analyze the bullet for striations and compare them to the gun we found.
Yes, sir, we'll get the evidence you need. You can count on it.
Alright, let's hear what forensics has to say.
Our findings are as follows, sir.
Firstly, the blood on the bullet is indeed that of the victim, proving that it was the bullet that killed Mr. Rook. Secondly, we found Mr. Knight's fingerprints on the gun, probably from when I handed all the evidence over to him. Now for the key part, the striations. If they're not a match, then Miss Lloyd is in the clear. Lastly, the striations on the bullet are a match with this weapon. But how could that be? No way! Oh, come on! There's no doubt about it, sir. This is the gun that fired the bullet. You're still doing this? Well, isn't that something? Conclusive proof that I was right. Throwing the gun in the air and flipping it around and doing all that. Yeah, as you do. What's the matter? You didn't think you had me backed into a corner, did you? Guess you misread the board. Because the only one backed into a corner here is you. Alright, Knight's counter. There's no denying it. Forensics proved that the gun and the bullet are a match. The bullet that killed Rook was fired from the gun you found in the Spectator Area. So who pulled the trigger? Can't have been me. I was up on stage, which leaves your little friend. The hack killed Rook. She's the murderer, and you just proved it. I think I gotta just press So press the first statement, but we want to avoid that one. Yep. Press the first statement to do a bunch of stuff, but then we'll press everything else. Well, we'll press everything else first, then we'll press the first statement to progress. And 2, which gun the fatal bullet came from. Whichever way you look at it, I can't have been the killer. How did it come to this? Being the president, we admitted to faking the assassination attempt. Now it's your turn to admit something. Who the killer really is. There's no way Tabby did it, is there? Don't let him get to you, Kate. We just need to get over his statements again. There must be something further we can deduce from them. Okay, let's do this, Mr. Edgeworth. So skip the first statement because that's the one that will progress the story, so we'll press everything else here.
Hold it!
Just-
Objection!
No, you hold it. You were the one who proved this. Or are you saying that forensics was wrong? The bullet had the victim's blood on it, which means it must be the one that took his life. And it does seem to have been fired from the gun we found in the trash can. Don't you just love this? Your face, Edgeworth. What a picture. Or of a man in dire straits. Yes, well spotted, you. Let's just agree that the facts are what they are and move on. The gun fired the fatal bullet.
Hold it!
Yes, who indeed? Still can't bring yourself to admit the truth, huh? I get it. I was in your shoes just a few minutes ago. Burned me up on the inside, you know. Made me really want to shoot someone. Doesn't sound very good. Sorry, it's no laughing matter, I know. But we both know who really did shoot someone, don't we?
Hold it!
What proof is there that Miss Lloyd fired that gun? What proof? How about the forensics you ordered? They didn't find her prints though, did they?
Yeah, the only prints they found were yours, pal.
Objection!
From where I confiscated the evidence, probably. Anyway, say it wasn't Miss Journalist. Who was it? Because it can't have been mine. Your own investigation put the shooter in the Spectator Area, didn't it? Are you ready to admit it yet? All the evidence points in one direction.
Hold it!
That's not what I proved at all. Oh yeah? So what did you prove? Still trying to make this about how I fired the first shot? Sure, you proved that and I admitted it. So what? You're forgetting that you're here to do one thing and one thing only.
You got that right, to uncover the truth.
And you think ruining your country's relationship with Shang Far is going to do that? No, your job is to solve an attempted assassination, nothing else. I'll decide what my job is, thank you very much. You don't get to tell me what to do. Oh sure, let the trail go cold while you flip your wig over who gets to say what to who. Could you finally do the right thing and admit that your little friend is guilty? Never. You're the guilty one here. There's no doubt about it. The markings on the bullet are consistent with those left by the weapon from the trash can. But if Mr. Knight were to have tampered with the gun somehow, he could have only done it once I handed over the evidence, and not a moment before. Isn't there anything we can do, Mr. Edgeworth? There must be something. Our reasoning thus far has been sound, I'm sure of it. Which means we can overcome his defenses this time as well. Really? Even with the forensics results on our side? To testimony's untruthful, there is always a contradiction to be found. Let's listen to what he has to say for himself one more time. Alright, press this one.
Who's that?
So we want to select the gun, then the profile, and then the revolver. So we are getting close to finishing it. We might be able to do it. We might be slightly short, because once it hits 5 o'clock, I'll probably stop.
Objection!
What was it you said? That forensics would back you up? How does it feel to be shot in the chest by your own conclusive evidence, huh? Not so good, I imagine.
The bullet and the gun are a match, Mr. Edgeworth. Kinda has to be, mean that Tabby pulled the trigger, no? Even so, I simply cannot accept that.
But sir, there's no denying the evidence.
There isn't, so what am I missing? If I assume Miss Lloyd to be innocent, then the gun and the bullet shouldn't be a match. What is it, Kane? I was just thinking, if the evidence points to something that doesn't seem possible, then maybe there's something wrong with it. You're asking me to call the evidence into question? Well, there's no way Tabby did this, right? So if the evidence says that she did, then the problem must lie there. I seem very sure about this. Call it my great feat's intuition. Intuition, huh? Still, she could be right. I simply don't believe Miss Lloyd to be a malicious liar, which means... Somebody believes that evidence is everything in court. The irony is not lost on me, but... If I were to call a piece of evidence into question, it would have to be the gun. Something untoward is going on here. It would have to involve the weapon, not the bullet. After all, we only just recovered the bullet a little while ago. Furthermore, we know that Mr. Knight had an opportunity to handle the gun. Now hand over the evidence you have gathered, and remove yourself from this plane. I'd do as he says if I were you, Edgeworth. This can't really be the end of the line. Can it? Indeed, he had ample opportunity. There's no doubt that this gun is the weapon that was used in the crime, which means it must belong to...
Take that.
The gun belongs to Mr. Knight. He switched them around. That has to be it. Alright, so now we present the gun on...
Objection.
Admit it. You switched the guns, didn't you, Mr. Knight? That's why the markings match the weapon in question. It was yours all along. An intriguing move there, Edgeworth, and... You must have made the switch when I handed over the evidence. While I was trying to make the case for remaining on the investigation... You took the laser sight from the gun we hadn't found in the trash can, and put it into your own. Then not long afterwards, you handed that gun back to me instead of the one we found. I did, huh? I think I somehow knew what you'd find, let alone run forensics on that bullet sometime in the future? Is that so strange? You're a chess player, after all. A man well used to thinking several moves ahead. I'm flattered, but not as much as a pains to admit it. You're overestimating my abilities. Besides, do you even have any proof that I made the switch? Knight's Counterpart 2. The gun is the same model as mine. Weird, sure, but it's just a coincidence. And look, there's a laser sight attached. Also, take a look in the cylinder. 2 spent bullets. Just what we'd expect to see. So what proof do you have that I switched the original gun for mine, huh? None, that's what. So, fourth statement. What can I say? I'm a modest guy. More modest than you, that's for sure. Everywhere except the chessboard, that is. Well, I don't see a chessboard here, do you? Shame. Still, guess that gives you a nice excuse. I didn't mess up, I just didn't have the right evidence. I don't think I'll be the one making excuses, rather... I didn't mess up, they just got lucky with the evidence. Would be your excuse, I'd imagine.
Hold it.
Coincidence, you say? Or was it a necessity? Can't be both, pal. Sure it can. We bodyguards need to protect the president. And the girl needed to use a gun, but she probably doesn't know a whole lot about them. Not so far-fetched for her to pick something she's heard of that we also happen to use. Okay, but why a revolver? Why is it that your go-to gun? It's probably something to do with its ease of use. No spent casings to chase down, for example. Exactly, the perfect tool for a job where you can't afford to fail. Or don't know what you're doing. Still, coincidence, necessity, doesn't make a whole lot of difference either way.
Hold it.
Because you swapped it on there? Put up or shut up, Edgeworth. Where's your evidence? Well, that is... Don't go making accusations you can't back up. Or did your daddy never teach you that? As it stands, the facts are in my favor here.
Hold it.
I've been meaning to ask, actually. What about your own weapon? How many spent bullets are in its cylinder? This old girl here? Well, now. I let loose a few rounds earlier, as you saw. He reloads his gun every time he fires it. But even if I were to tell you how many there were at the time, you have no way of verifying it. Of course, in order to swap the guns properly, you'd have to maintain the right number of bullets per gun. You didn't have the chance to put on any gloves, though, which means... Alright, I think it's about time you did the right thing and resigned, don't you? Game's all but done, see?
Hold it. Objection.
Proof is... something you clearly don't have. If you did, you'd have made your move by now. We do... So I prove, right, Mr. Edgeworth? we won't be given the chance to investigate any further. I'll have to work with what we've gathered. Think, Miles, think. Consider all the possibilities. If we've got the goods, it's now or never. How are we supposed to prove he switched the guns? Fortunately, we don't have any direct evidence of his wrongdoing, but it is, in itself, is provable kind.
Because otherwise the striations shouldn't line up like, they do, sir. Right, sir?
Right. We must carefully consider and infer what we can from the evidence he brings up in his testimony. Truth is in there somewhere. Alright, obviously it's the fourth one, and we need to provide evidence. So we're going to provide the revolver again, and then we're going to ask for fingerprints, and then we're going to examine the stuff that's there. And that will be case 1 finished. Case 1 is done and dusted. Basically. I have you proved right here. So we have about 15 minutes. If we can finish the case by then, we'll have the chapter done. If not, then we'll just end it at the start of the next stream. That's your proof? I think you've been working too hard, Edgeworth. Not the gun itself, the evidence it carries. Evidence that will prove once and for all that it does in fact belong to you. Looking forward to this. Go ahead, make your move. What's about to come into play? The rook, the bishop, not a pawn, surely. Evidence the gun will provide takes the form of fingerprints. Name me your fingerprints, Mr. Knight. My prints? Ah, of course my prints are on the gun. You handed it right to me when you gave up the evidence. How could they not be on there? What if I told you there are prints on a part of the gun that you shouldn't have touched at any point? What? Where? You can't prove that. Oh, but I can. There is a place where your fingerprints could never have been left if things happened as you say. Allow me to present the final piece of evidence that will bring our game to its rightful conclusion. Here, look close at the cylinder, Detective.
2 bullets fired, but
Where are the prints we're looking for, sir? On the bullets themselves. You did indeed switch the guns when I handed you the evidence. But if that were all that you had done, your deception would have been easily detected. Because the number of bullets fired by each gun was different.
there was 2 spent bullets in the gun we found.
Yeah, but what about Mr. Knight's gun? We know that he fired 2 bullets from the stage into the balloon. And he fired another bullet into Mr. Rook, ending his life. So 3 bullets in total, plus the few odd ones he let loose in shock during our little game. And after each shot he reloaded his gun out of habit. With his bare hands, of course. Officer, where exactly were Mr. Knight's fingerprints found? The ones you mentioned in your report.
Sir, they were found on the exterior of the weapon, but also on the bullets themselves.
Not sure they could have gotten there just from me handing you the evidence, Mr. Knight.
That's...
And there we have it. Proof that you did indeed switch the guns. This gun, the one which fired the bullet that killed Mr. Rook, is yours. And in taking his life, you are the true assassin.
I didn't,
Checkmate. Oh no, is he gonna smack himself in the face with the... Oh, he's juggling the gun. Oh. Everything's just falling on him. Okay. I was gonna be the new chief of security. That blasted Rook, if it hadn't been, for him, I would have been in charge by now. I would have been in control of the whole team. My plan was perfect. The fake assassination was supposed to be flawless. Detective Gumption?
By the way, sir.
Curse you, Edgeworth! Our game isn't over yet. I'm afraid this is as far as we go for today. next moves we play will be in the courtroom. But it's not fair. It's not fair. March 25th, 5:12 p.m. Gold Lake, Lakeside stage. He's still got the inflated like muscles and stuff. Mr. Edgeworth, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You exposed a murderer within the ranks of my own personal guard. I will not soon forget that. He's suddenly very presidential again, now that we're back outside the plane. I saw it, you know, when I first proposed the fake assassination to him. You want me to handle it? Not Rook? Rook refused, but I can rely on you, can't I? Of course, sir, you can count on me. I'll put together a plan that can't possibly fail. And he'll play his part like the pawn he is. The hatred in his eyes was plain to see. He despised poor Rook. I was not entirely comfortable about moving forward with Knight in charge of our little deception. And looking back, I think he sensed my discomfort. Can't help thinking I played a part in his decision to end Rook's life. Mr. President, none of this would have happened if you hadn't plotted to fake an attempt on your life. That was your crime, and it is a crime you will have to live with. You are right. I can only apologize for the part I played. I will no doubt be made to pay for my actions in one way or another. But I thank you nonetheless. You solved the riddle of Rook's demise, and for that I shall be eternally grateful. I will be here in your country for a little while longer yet. But when I have returned home, perhaps you will visit us in Shangfa. You will always be welcome. We've already been in Shangfa, I think. Actually, no, we haven't gone to Shangfa yet. We've dealt with people that have lived in Shangfa, not actually, thing. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Y'all don't know how grateful I am. All's well that ends well. Miss Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you was, of course, entirely groundless. But the fact remains that you were a willing participant in the stage assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak to you about the matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions. I know, and I'm awful sorry about everything. Truly I am. I understand your desire for a scoop, but there are limits. There sure are. Got me some serious thinking to do. Did it, Mr. Edgeworth? That was something else. Local prosecutor solves assassination conundrum. Earns a turn of gratitude of president. How's that for a headline? Hey, that there's my department. Mr. Prosecutor, how does it feel to solve such an important case? She must be over the moon. She certainly doesn't stay down for long. No comments. Dang. You're one tight-lipped son of a gun. As well I should be. This case is not over yet.
Is it? How come, sir?
Because until we unravel the story behind this, the case will never be completely over. It'll be the calling card of, the killer, which I can actually analyze. It'll be this.
Take that!
The killer's calling card. So the killer has yet to complete his assignment.
I mean, you might try still to murder the president?
Hope I'm wrong, but if I'm not, this could all blow up into something more sinister yet. That's... As one would expect with the attempted assassination of a president, the case was all over the news. Examine. Sure.
the trophies anyway, like, soon. My preparations for Mr. Knight's trial were constantly interrupted by requests from the press. There wasn't a person in the land who didn't know about the case. Everybody was talking about it. But in the midst of the frenzy that followed, nobody noticed that this was only the first move in a game far bigger than any of us could have imagined. There's the first trophy done. I might take a quick break and then we'll come back and maybe just start it a little bit. Yeah, you know what, we might do that actually. I'll just quickly take a break now and then we'll come back and probably just wrap up the rest of the stream because we're getting to almost time to finish, I think. And yeah, so I will be like a minute or two and then we'll come back and probably like alright. Will we just make the save here, get started into the next episode? That way, because this will... I don't want a mistake to happen with the, I don't want a mistake to happen here with the thing where it doesn't load up correctly, so... we'll sync the trophy up, make the save, and then probably finish. So that's the first episode done. Save. It's probably going to boot me to the main menu, isn't it? Yep, okay. So it's gonna bring me to the main menu anyway. So the next episode is the captive Turnabout. So we will start that directly right as we finish what's the same thing? So I think we'll finish today here. That way, we might have enough time to upload the video and then be able to do something for Gamescom tomorrow. I'm not really sure. I think that is what makes the most sense to me to do. Because we've done the entire first case in 7 hours or so. Trying to think if there's anything else that I would need to worry about. So yeah, we'll probably finish here, and I'm trying to think where I would want to start with this. So yeah, tomorrow's stream, if I'm able to stream tomorrow, it might be Gamescom. It depends. If Gamescom is on. If Gamescom is on, if Gamescom's on while I'm awake, I will probably, because Gamescom starts at 5 a.m., so I won't be watching it instantly. If it's finished by the time that I get up, I might download it and then try and watch it. If it's still not finished, like, if it doesn't finish in a reasonable amount of time, I might just skip it and do it the next day. Otherwise, we'll do more Ace Attorney, and the same thing will happen for the next day. Friday will be Ace Attorney. Saturday is going to be a day off, because Allison is not home. And we might do it on Sunday. I haven't really decided on what's happening with the weekend. Then Monday will be Rivals, Tuesday, Friday will be the remainder of this. I'm assuming that I can maybe finish this game. Since we've done the first case, there's a chance we could finish the rest of the game throughout the next week. I'm not entirely sure. Again, the week is a little bit up in the air with what's happening at the moment, so we'll just have to wait and see. Obviously, this is the sequel game to Ace Attorney. I should go over how I felt about it. Where do I want to begin? Yeah, that's where we want to begin. I think this might have been the best opening case of any Ace Attorney game. At least for me. I'm trying to remember all the rest of them if they are. Usually the tutorial cases are usually not all that memorable. This is probably at least one of the better ones. For sure. Usually I try and like wrap up all the stuff. I'm a little bit flustered at the moment. I'm trying to figure out where I want to start. Do I think this game is better so far than... I would say that this is a better introduction than the second game, the first game was. It's definitely one of the best tutorial levels, for sure. It's at least either the best or the second best. I think. I think the only one I would consider better than this might be the third game. Trials and Tribulations might be the best one. Maybe in hindsight, but this one is probably the better one. At least for me. Trying to think what I want to do. Yeah, I think that's what it would be. It would be both those. Yeah, it'd be Trials and Tribulations number 1. It'd be this one number 1 probably, and then maybe Trials number 2. But they're both interchangeable. Trials as tutorial is probably better because of some of the relations it has to the rest of the cases. But I'm trying to think what I wanted to say. Like so far, I think this game's better than the second, the previous one. We haven't gotten super in depth with it as of yet. Obviously, graphical-wise, we did get animated cutscenes, so at least for a little bit, so that's at least an upgrade there. Most of the other stuff's all the same. Music-wise, it seems that we've got different music. Some of the music's the same, obviously, across the series, but some of the music is at least different here. Gameplay-wise, I haven't noticed anything new. Nothing new outside of the mind chess stuff. Mind chess is the only thing that's new. Which is basically like, we listen to a conversation, we have to press for certain information, and then depending on how aggressive their response is, we have to bide our time until they sort of calm down and they whittle down certain bits of information to us, and then we go and ask for more things until we eventually checkmate them. It's a good feature so far. We didn't get Little Thief, which is something that I was asking for, so maybe we get that later. Hopefully, I would like that. I would like there to be Little Thief, more Little Thief interactions. What else? Outside of that, most of the stuff's just the same. Press statements, present evidence, deduce evidence, talk to people, get help when you need it, examining evidence, chatting with people, and doing the other things as well. Most of this game is exactly the same as the first, except we just have mind chess right now, so I'm hoping that we maybe get some new elements, maybe we get something else, I'm not entirely sure. And we will worry about that when we get there. So like gameplay, music, and graphics is pretty much the same outside of a couple of things. A couple of new music tracks which are really good, a couple of cutscenes where you get to see actual cutscenes, and just the mind chess thing at the moment. So overall thing, and then obviously story related, but I only just finished the first case. I really liked the actual case. I think it was a great first case, a great way to start the game. One of the best, I would think. I think it has to be at least top 2. It definitely has to be at least top 2. Again, story-wise, basically, this was only also a short chapter as well. This was actually had only a beginning and an end, so I guess I should go through the characters first. Like, obviously, Miles is a lot of the characters are very much the same. Miles is back as his same usual self. The Dijon Wang, who is the president, he was not in the previous game. We didn't get to see anything for that for him, but he is in Shangfa, which is obviously related to where Lang came from in the previous game. Tabby Lloyd, who reminds me very much of Lotta Hart. It's very much the exact same character, just a different thing. Jean Doe existed in this, and he ended up being Shelly De Killer, who was obviously a big part of the Ace Attorney lore in the second game. He is a really big part of that last case, and he was pretty much just the same sort of character here. An assassin that was after killing the president, and he was pretending to be an ice cream salesman. It still looked exactly the same, but obviously it's just weird. And then we got Bronco, who was like a really aggressive bodyguard who loved chess and things. Gumshoe again, pretty much all the same. Kay, same. Winston is basically the same sort of thing as well. And then Bastion, we didn't get anything much with him outside of just him being dead. Not a lot of characters, but the characters were good. They were fine. The president being like having like puffed up air
muscles and then deflating when we broke his stuff was really well done. Tabby was basically Lotta, just a different version. John Doe was great. Bronco was fine. And then all the other playable characters were good as well. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I wanted to try and figure out. Yeah, graphics, music, characters, gameplay. I guess in terms of the story, like, again, this seems like it's setting up for something else. Basically, we arrived in at the presidential address, and there was a shooting that happened with the president, and we had to investigate that all the way through. We had to talk to the bodyguards, do a few things there. They accused the paparazzi person of doing stuff, where we did the mind chesting for the first time. We did a bunch of investigating for the area as well. We figured out where the shot was coming from. We got a few other interactions there. And then Kay got reintroduced. She came in and had a whole bunch of photos that she'd done. We investigated those. We found out that there was there were two people with two different colored raincoats. Sorry, the same colored raincoat but two different people. Then we ended up meeting John Doe, who was Shelly De Killer, and basically had a sort of showdown with them. And we figured out that they were basically normal and completely innocent of everything that had happened, and ended up going and eventually we sort of got them off, but then some bad things happened, and we ended up going and not getting them off. They ended up having a lot of other problems that were going on, and once we figured out the stuff that was going on with the first name bases of the characters, and brought Tabby back in, and basically once we finished up doing all the stuff with the photos, he ended up revealing himself. The president revealed himself. The president's bodyguards revealed themselves, revealed a bunch of information, and then John Doe took him under hostage basically, and wanted the investigation to play out there. They took us all the way back to the... I should also mention as well, graphic-wise, the locales, again, still look all great. The character models still look great. Everything about the game that was about the previous one is basically here. Just graphic-wise, we got some cutscenes, and the looks of the characters look good as well. I should mention that as well. We also ended up going and we got into the area. It was revealed that Rook had died, presumably from protecting the president. And that's when all the stuff with the attaché case came out, and all the stuff about the different positionings for the characters, and a few other things there as well. And then all the stuff with the balloon, and who shot what, and where, and how, those sorts of things. Then De Killer ended up escaping because he basically suggested that everything else was left up to us now to solve, because we had enough to be able to solve that. We finally got introduced to the president, who we ended up going and basically deflating him, I guess, of energy after what happened. He was puffing his chest out, I guess. And once we got Lotta basically off, it was a matter of just breaking down what the president knew, what he saw, and realizing, okay, well, if it can't be that person, it has to be obviously who it ended up being. And then Knight was going back and forth with the different bullets, with the swapping at the guns. That was very creative. I did quite like that. We can get into that a little bit further on. I guess I should probably just break it down a little bit further. So, basically, story-wise, what happened, the assassination attempt that happened at the start of this chapter was an act. His approval rating was going down, so he wanted to set up a fake assassination, and one of them didn't want to do it, the other one did, and there was a lot of jealousy between the two of them, obviously. And Tabby Lloyd got paid off basically to point the laser beam, and it went ahead as planned, as you saw. And during the commotion, the bodyguards ushered him to the plane, and they swapped out the Parkers and did all that. And then that was when Knight shot Rook, and then to get the job, obviously. He hated Rook because of his position, obviously. He wanted to be the head bodyguard, of course, and that was basically, they used the fake assassination attempt as a way to silence them, and then obviously Shelly De Killer ended up becoming aware about what was happening because he was observant with what was going on there. And then we still don't know what's going to happen in this case, the captive roundabout. We just know that we aren't done with Shelly De Killer yet. So I'm assuming that they're going to come back at some point, which I'm looking forward to that because I like Shelly De Killer from the second game quite a bit. So we will see what happens there because I think that could be very, very, very fun. Especially with how they can sort of play themselves off of things that are going on with the game. But yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I wanted to go and talk about. I don't think so. I think we are... yeah, graphic-wise it's good, music-wise fine, gameplay nothing much has changed. We went through the story about what happened in each of the things, we also went through the other parts as well, so... Yeah, because I think it's a good time for me to get off, because we did the entire case today. Usually, if it's before 5 and Alison gets home, I usually keep going. If it gets to the point of 5 o'clock or past that, usually I get off anyway, because usually by the time she gets home, we're already sorting out what we want to do. And also, if she wants to use the computer, she'll be able to do that without needing to worry about me streaming and interfering with Genshin, so... Yeah, I think that would be fine. So next time we come back, we'll start Captive Turnabout, episode 2. We'll see what we get to do there. Tomorrow's stream, if we don't stream, then we probably won't stream, because there won't be enough time for a normal stream or for the Gamescom stuff. Tomorrow will be dependent on Gamescom. If Gamescom isn't finished by the time that I stream, I'll probably stream this. If Gamescom is finished by the time that I stream, I might stream Gamescom as a delayed review. Otherwise, we'll just chuck that to the next day. Friday will be this. Saturday will be a day off. Sunday will probably be either a day off or Persona 5 Striker stream. Monday will be Rivals, and then Tuesday through Friday will be probably the remainder of this game, hopefully. Maybe by the end of August we can have this finished by the time we get to September for other stuff that I need to set up. I'm not entirely sure. We'll just wait and see what is in store for that. So yeah, I'm trying to think if that's everything. I think it is. Yeah, I think that should be it. We'll wrap everything up now, and then we'll raid out so that we can think. So, with that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription, review in this video gets a custom monetization. Here's a member content has like content become more accessible to find. I upload on my past Plat recs as well as Let's Plays and Let's Plays too. The YouTube channel, you can also find a link down below to the games for the games we've played this show thus far. All the games plays, upcoming games, DLCs, Switch games we can add to the channel mention as well. Looking at more Plat past segments for games we have the Platinum Trophy for, as well as switching things up segment games on the Switch, along with more Triangle Strategy experience or Triangle experience and Pokemon Violet and Nuzlocke, so we're continuing those, as well as the Live speedruns, Pokemon Let's Go Eevee speedruns, and the Let's Go Eevee Super Mario RPG experience as well. Working on the Dragon's 11 notes at the moment, working on the Final Fantasy Picture Master stuff as well. I upload everything to my YouTube channel because I have a 14-day limitation on my videos before they implement deleted and want there to be a separate place for everyone to find my content which to do so, and you also get a notification of when they go from as well. Follow or subscribe to my Twitch at 100 subscribers. I'll be doing a Final Fantasy 2 picks on my Spearrun. You also get access to more trial point mention points to use for voting off the next game. After we finish this game, then back to Princess Peach Showtime. Don't Count Returns, The Witcher 2 HD, Persona 4 in Ultimax, and God of War Ragnarok. 3 choices are between Like a Dragon from Wealth, Metaphor, Fantasio, and Tomb Raider 1-3 Remastered. You also get sub-badges and emotes, as well as ad-free viewing, or you can just watch the ads, get Twitch Turbo, or get ad block. I go for everyone's support today for the subs bits
chats, lurks, raids, shoutouts as always. I will be doing rivals on Monday, quick matches, mini games, competitive, whatever one wants to do. I believe there's a new map that's going to be announced at Gamescom. That's going to be available by Friday. So by the time that we get back to rivals next week, should be available there, I believe. So yeah. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live. Wish to add me in Discord. I will send you an invite to my friends' Discord server. Closed to 2,000 members, still growing strong. Pentacle Games through class as well. I'm very active there, and you'll just get the notification. I'll link over as well. And finally, should know who created my stream over there that I use for my future content going forward. You can find the link down below in the description for that as well. So as always, before we go and head off for tonight, let's see if there's anyone online can raid. If anyone has a raid request I'd like me to make, I would gladly do so. Otherwise, we'll just see who's currently streaming right now and give them the raid. Let's see. Is there anyone currently online that I can raid up? Let's see. We can raid. I raid Navi again. Just playing Mahjong Soul. On a day that isn't the stream day. But that's fine, we'll raid into the Navi instead. That's fine. There's not anyone else on at the moment. So thank you everyone for watching. And with all that being said, have a good rest of the day, night, wherever you are, and I will see you all in the next stream.